As the Revolutionary War's fifth year came to a close, the prospects for American independence never seemed so bleak. The euphoria brought on by the victory at Saratoga, New York, and the French commitment to aid America, both financially and militarily, had long since died out. American defeats to the south, at Savannah, Charleston, and Camden, only furthered the growing sense of despair. Morale was low. Mutiny lurked within Washington's ranks. Ex-American General Benedict Arnold, whose defection and treachery seemed to signal a broader problem among the population, now led British forces, raiding unchecked into the heart of Virginia. Inflation and shortages of hard money meant Congress could not even pay the soldiers defending their cause. And rumors swirled that the French, pouring what amounted to billions in current dollars into the American war effort, were having second thoughts about their involvement in what had become, for them, an expensive global conflict. At his headquarters in New York, Commander-in-Chief George Washington saw the present crisis unfold and observed, "We're at the end of our tether, and now or never, our deliverance must come." The long streak of British victories would end as they continued their advance into the Carolinas. A recently formed American army under Nathaniel Greene harassed Lord Charles Cornwallis's troops as they marched endlessly through the rough Carolina backcountry. The British were stung with losses at Kings Mountain and Cowpens, coupled with devastating casualties suffered at Guilford Courthouse. Tired of the inconclusive fighting in the Carolinas, Cornwallis made the fateful decision to march his army north to Virginia. It is here, in the home colony of Washington, Thomas Jefferson, and Patrick Henry, that Cornwallis hopes to not only stop the flow of supplies into the Deep South, but to also make Virginia the seat of war, even at the expense of British control of New York. General Sir Henry Clinton, Cornwallis's superior in New York, is angered by the move into Virginia. Not only is it a blatant disregard of orders, it risks wiping away the hard-fought British gains in the Carolinas. Plus, with the news of the French fleet's operation in American waters, Clinton is no longer certain that he can safeguard Cornwallis's position in Virginia or transport him safely elsewhere. Despite these doubts over his strategy, Clinton sends reinforcements south to his aid. By May 1781, Cornwallis unites the British forces at Petersburg, 7,200 strong. As Cornwallis moves into Virginia, George Washington and his French allies consider their option. Since the arrival of French forces in 1778, the Allies have yet to produce a significant victory. Repeated failures had created confusion and distrust amidst the Franco-American alliance. And by 1781, there's little reason to think the present campaign will yield different results. Washington believes that Clinton has made himself vulnerable by sending troops south to Cornwallis. With French military and naval cooperation, he thinks a combined Allied strike against the British stronghold in New York could end the war. But the Comte de Rochambeau, commander of the French forces, doesn't agree. Though a more experienced officer than Washington, Rochambeau has orders to obey the American general's chosen strategy. At a strategic conference with Washington in Connecticut, Rochambeau makes the case that New York is too difficult a position to attack. Both commanders are aware of a large French fleet sailing in the West Indies, and that it's available to operate off the American coast before returning to France. Washington wants it to sail to New York. Rochambeau has another idea. In the waning moments of their conference, the French commander secures a vital concession from Washington, who agrees to move his army elsewhere, provided that the French fleet arrives upon the coast. But what Washington doesn't know is that Rochambeau has already written the fleet's commander, Admiral François-Joseph Paul, Comte de Grasse, with a strong directive for him to sail not to New York, but toward Cornwallis in Virginia, to the Chesapeake Bay. It's a move that will reap significant Allied advantages in the months to come. Meanwhile, Washington's plans for an attack on New York remain frustrated. Much-needed men and supplies for the attack have failed to materialize. Amidst the ongoing stalemate, Washington learns on August 14th that de Grasse's French fleet has been directed to the waters off Virginia. He confides to his diary that matters have now come to a crisis. Stay the course for the attack on New York, or gamble all on this new opportunity in Virginia. He faces a crucial strategic choice that must be made quickly. To take advantage of Cornwallis's precarious position, he must move his and Rochambeau's armies overland to Virginia and give up his aims for New York. The march south is filled with risk. Can the French fleet and the small American army in Virginia hold Cornwallis in place long enough? Will Clinton, at New York, even allow his French and American forces to move south? Despite these great concerns, Washington decides to change course. He will move south and attack Cornwallis. Since his arrival in Petersburg, Virginia on May 20th, General Cornwallis's combined army of 7,200 men had been unable to bring the Marquis de Lafayette's wily American force to decisive battle. The Frenchman-turned-American general was Washington's favorite. In Virginia, he described his role as one reminiscent of the terrier baiting the bull. But his small army bought Washington needed time. As he ponders his next move, Cornwallis received a set of contradictory and confusing orders from Clinton. In one, a nervous Clinton requests reinforcements for his threatened position in New York. Then another proposing a march toward Philadelphia. And then a third ordering him to stay put in Virginia. Ultimately, the two British commanders decide that Cornwallis's army will remain along the Virginia coast. Cornwallis settles upon Yorktown as his future base. Situated atop a high bluff over the York River, Yorktown is a strong position. Deep ravines and swampy creeks limit access, and Gloucester Point controls river traffic. Cornwallis believes his position is a strong one, so long as the British Navy maintains control of the waters in and around the Chesapeake. It is this assumption that will prove disastrous for the British. Armed with Rochambeau's directive, de Grasse sails north from French-controlled bases in the Caribbean on August 15th. Using Virginia pilots and sailing the smuggler's route, he arrives at the Chesapeake 2 weeks later. His fleet is 29 ships of the line, 4 frigates, and 3,200 French soldiers. The British quickly realize that it will take a victory by their Royal Navy to reopen any escape by water. Sailing south from New York, British Admiral Thomas Graves and a fleet of 19 ships of the line arrive on September 5th to find the larger French fleet blocking the entrance to the Great Bay. By 4 p.m., the two lines begin to exchange blistering cannon broadsides at a range more suited for pistols. A change in the wind direction forces Graves to stand off. With the sun beginning to set and damage to his fleet mounting rapidly, Graves makes the fateful decision to disengage. Though inconclusive tactically, the Battle of Virginia Capes was the first major naval defeat of the British by the French since 1690. Graves' retreat to New York leaves control of the Chesapeake and Cornwallis's escape route firmly in the hands of de Grasse's French fleet. Washington is in a race for time. Not only must he reach Virginia before de Grasse's fleet departs the Chesapeake in October, he must also deceive Clinton long enough to allow the Allied force to reach Yorktown before Clinton can respond. As the American and French armies prepare to march away from New York, Washington sets in motion a plan of deception. False papers ordering an attack on New York are purposely lost so the British can find them. Fake camps, complete with telltale bakeries, are produced within view of Clinton. Washington's ruse works. As he moves south, Clinton waits for an attack that never comes. Despite the hot sun and endless marching, hopes of a decisive action grow within the Allied ranks. Washington rides forward to Mount Vernon, his home that he had not seen in more than 6 long years. There, he and Rochambeau refined their war plan. By September 26th, all their armies have assembled just 13 miles from Cornwallis's line. Despite the Allies' great fortune so far, Washington must act quickly to dislodge Cornwallis from around Yorktown before the French fleet retires to safer waters. The British are well dug in, with earthen redoubts protected by sharpened poles called phrases, and palisades to protect the defenders. Cornwallis's artillery is arranged to harass Washington's army and keep them at bay. Reduced by sickness and wounds, Cornwallis is still able to place 5,500 veteran British and Hessians into the fortified lines, some of the best soldiers in the world. Despite these defenses, Cornwallis is soon in a perilous position. By October 3rd, the Yorktown and nearby Gloucester positions are surrounded by the growing Allied force. Augmented by the recent arrival of heavy siege guns, Washington has 18,000 French and American soldiers ready for action. Relying on Rochambeau's experience in classic siege warfare, Washington orders the Yorktown operation to commence. The plan is for American and French forces, in the dark of the night, to dig parallel trenches, inching ever closer until their artillery is in range to begin breaking down Cornwallis's earthen defenses. The siege and victory, claims Rochambeau, is now reducible to calculation. Ever since arriving at Yorktown, hundreds of French and American soldiers had been on constant rotating duty, building the massive infrastructure needed to support the planned half-mile siege line. On October 6th, Rochambeau's design is set in motion. Under the cover of a rainy night, 1,500 men fan out to begin digging along a line marked by pine boards. 2,500 men move ahead to defend them from attack. 1,000 yards from the British, this first parallel line is 10 feet wide and 4 feet deep. It will house 13 artillery batteries and 4 manned redoubts. Going exactly to plan, most of this line will be filled with troops by sunrise. General Washington is among the first to break the earth with a pickaxe, symbolically beginning the siege of Yorktown. By October 9th, all of the 73 Allied cannons, mortars, and howitzers have been hauled into battery positions along the line. General Washington fires one of the opening shots. As many as 1,700 rounds eventually crash into the unfortunate town each day. Those citizens who remain are forced to seek shelter along the river's edge. Even Cornwallis, who had been occupying the home of former Virginia Governor Thomas Nelson, shelters in an underground bunker. Although the cannons of the Allies were relentless, more pressure was needed. Digging zigzag approach trenches, the Allies began construction of a second parallel on the night of October 11th. This second parallel is only 350 yards from the nearest British defenses, point-blank cannon range. By dawn, they had built a trench 750 yards long. As they build the second parallel line, 2 advanced British redoubts, number 9 and number 10, block their path to the river. The Allies will make a direct assault against these stout positions. Leading the American assault on redoubt number 10 is one of Washington's trusted aides, 24-year-old Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Hamilton. Facing the larger and tougher redoubt number 9, Count Guillaume de Dupont will lead the French assault, which includes 400 veteran grenadiers and chasseurs from the regiments Gatinois and Dupont. As night falls on October 14th, the French unleash a diversionary raid on the Fusiliers Redoubt at the far end of the British line. The combined assault begins at 7 p.m. Hamilton leads his 400-man force toward redoubt number 10, illuminated by signal rockets. They must cross a quarter-mile of open ground as fast as they can. Lieutenant Colonel John Lawrence leads 80 Americans around the back of the redoubt, while the remainder make a frontal assault. British grape shot and shells failed to slow the Americans. After a few minutes of hand-to-hand combat, they take redoubt number 10. The French have a tougher time with redoubt number 9 and face intensive musket fire. But after a savage, close-range fight, the French overwhelmed the British and Hessian defenders. At a cost of 24 men killed and nearly 100 wounded, Cornwallis is now trapped at Yorktown, and he has few options. His attempt to slow the Allied bombardment with a sortie of 350 light infantry and grenadiers yields no lasting results. A desperate attempt to flee the lines across the river fails due to lack of boats and terrible weather. Surrounded by a sick and hungry army, the smashed houses of Yorktown, and the rising stench of hundreds of dead and rotting horses, Cornwallis decides to seek the unthinkable: the surrender of his forces to the French and Americans. Cornwallis seeks honorable terms, which Washington rejects. He will give the British the same treatment they gave the Americans a year earlier at Charleston. colors surrendered, and Cornwallis's men prisoners. The British commander has no choice but to accept or face further bloodshed. At 2 p.m. on October 19, 1781, the British march from the ruined remains of Yorktown. They stack their weapons and surrender their flags. Lord Cornwallis claims illness, leaving the formal surrender to Brigadier General Charles O'Hara. O'Hara attempts to surrender to Rochambeau, who directs him to General Washington. Washington, in turn, has O'Hara surrender to his second-in-command, General Benjamin Lincoln, who had been forced to ignobly surrender a year before at Charleston. With Cornwallis's sick and wounded, more than 8,000 prisoners are counted at Yorktown, along with over 200 cannon, 8,000 muskets, and 2,000 swords. The British suffer 556 killed, wounded, or missing. The Allies, 389, nearly two-thirds of which were French. That evening, Washington notifies Congress, writing simply that a reduction of the British Army under the command of Lord Cornwallis is most happily effected. The evening of October 22nd, they issue a decree for a day and a night of celebration. When Lord North, the British Prime Minister, learns of the defeat a month later, he blurts, "Oh God, it is all over." And while King George III continues to ask for further military actions, the war is essentially over. The defeat at Yorktown and the mounting costs of the war saps British public support for continued action. In April 1782, the British Parliament seeks out the American ministry in France to begin negotiations. 18 months later, the Treaty of Paris is ratified by Congress, bringing about the end of America's war for independence and the beginning of a new nation. With the war over, General Washington shocked the world in December 1783 by resigning his commission as Commander-in-Chief. Walking away from such a powerful position prompted King George III to call him the greatest character of his age. But his retirement from public service would be short-lived. By 1787, he was elected president of the Constitutional Convention in Philadelphia. 2 years later, he would become the first president of the United States.
Come on! What is this nonsense? Guys, I need some help. I'm lagging like crazy. Are there any other better emulators? I don't want to get bullied again because of lag. Yeah, right. Lag. LOL.
Hey, maybe try the official PC version? Rise of Kingdoms PC version gives governors the ultimate experience in multiple scenarios. Fighting and communicating with your allies is so much easier. Smooth frame rate and high-quality graphics also help governors with their overall experience. Oh, and of course, you can spot barbarians with ease. For governors who haven't tried Rise of Kingdoms PC version, go to the Rise of Kingdoms PC version website to check it out.
Hey guys, I'm getting swarmed. Send help!
Oops, my ally needs me now. Gotta go. Let me know how it goes.
Fast 2 Milliarden Kilogramm Versorgungsgüter sind in annähernd 100.000 Lkw nach Gaza gelangt. Seit Beginn der Hilfsmission ermöglicht Israel eine gewaltige humanitäre Operation für die Bevölkerung von Gaza. Israel ermöglicht Tag und Nacht ohne Einschränkung die Einfuhr von Lebensmitteln, Medikamenten und mehr nach Gaza, von Säuglingsnahrung bis Antibiotika. Es handelt sich um eine der aktuell weltweit größten humanitären Aktionen und sie wird immer umfangreicher.
And the Sunshine Patriot will, in this crisis, shrink from the service of their country. But he that stands by it now deserves the love and thanks of man and woman. While many have given up hope, General Washington has not. Determined to strike a blow before the year was out, he spies a weak point in the British lines. A Hessian garrison at Trenton, New Jersey appears isolated and vulnerable. But to reach them, his army must cross the ice-choked waters of the Delaware River. Undaunted, Washington develops a risky plan of attack. He will cross the river on Christmas night and surprise them at dawn. He will divide his army, sending one column south to block reinforcements, a second to cut off the Hessian retreat, and a third under his personal command to attack Trenton at dawn. All depends on stealth, the cover of night, and good weather. Battered by sleet and high winds, Washington's boats struggle to cross in the face of huge chunks of river ice. They make it to New Jersey without the loss of a man, but they are now 3 hours behind schedule. Worse, the other two columns failed to cross. His plan has fallen apart. Without surprise, would his army be exposed and destroyed? Washington, with the weight of the revolution on his shoulders, decides to press on to Trenton. Overcoming the pickets, the Americans discover to their amazement that most of the Hessians are still in their quarters. Surprise has been achieved. Washington quickly positions his artillery on the heights north of town, overlooking Trenton's streets. His force divides into columns and moves swiftly to encircle the stunned Hessians. The Hessians attempt several counterattacks, but the swift American advance and the mortal wounding of their commander proves too much. The remaining Hessians, some 900, surrender. With their captives in tow, Washington's army slips back across the river. Miraculously, the Americans lose only 2 men, lost not to Hessian bullets, but to the vicious cold. The battle at Trenton, where Washington famously crossed the Delaware River, is one of the most decisive victories of the war. But how to capitalize on the victory? Many of Washington's best soldiers are nearing the end of their tours of duty, and the British are already plotting their revenge. To keep his army from disintegrating, Washington appeals to his soldiers' patriotism. He reminds them of the glorious cause and reinforces their patriotism with cold, hard cash. Responding to their general's appeal, the army once more sets off to confront the British.
Das Monday Sales CRM ist definitiv das beste CRM, mit dem ich je gearbeitet habe. Seitdem wir das Monday Sales CRM nutzen, sind unsere Geschäftsabläufe reibungslos und effizient. Wir können jetzt all unsere Leads an einem zentralen Ort einsehen und sie durch den gesamten Vertriebszyklus hindurch verwalten. Mit nur einem Klick kann ich alle Infos aufrufen zu jedem beliebigen Kunden oder Konto in einer einzigen Ansicht. Ich muss nicht mehr zwischen verschiedenen Tabs hin und her wechseln. Ich versende und empfange E-Mails direkt über das Monday Sales CRM. Wir können jede Interaktion protokollieren. Dadurch weiß ich genau, was jeder Kunde braucht. Ich habe selbstständig so viele Automatisierungen eingerichtet, dass ich mich jetzt voll auf meine Kunden konzentrieren kann. Außerdem habe ich meine Dashboards personalisiert, damit ich genau das sehe, was ich sehen will und den Status von jedem Deal kenne. Wenn du nach einem CRM suchst, mit dem die Arbeit Spaß macht, dann probiere das Monday Sales CRM.
On January 2nd, 1777, Lord Charles Cornwallis, the same general who had driven Washington from New Jersey 6 months earlier, leads a force of 7,000 redcoat and Hessian soldiers down the King's Road to Trenton. These are some of the best troops in the British Army, and they are intent on destroying the American rebellion once and for all. After fighting through Washington's advance guard, Cornwallis unleashes a series of powerful frontal assaults. Each driven back with heavy casualties. Nightfall fortunately halts the slaughter. Washington's defenses hold. Unfazed, Cornwallis declares that he will cross the creek and bag the old fox in the morning. Rather than wait for the British assault, Washington agrees to a bold but risky plan. One that will allow them to retain the initiative and avoid any sense of retreat in the face of the enemy.
We will march to Princeton.
Washington uses the cover of night to fool the British and marches his entire army around Cornwallis, driving deeper into enemy territory. When the British awake, Washington's entire army is nowhere to be found. The old fox has escaped. Just south of the town of Princeton, Washington rallies his troops and leads the final charge that buckles the British lines. Princeton is captured. Washington's third victory in just 10 days. The British, once on the verge of total victory, now retreat back to their lines around New York City, surrendering all of their summer games. Britain's archenemy, France, takes note of the American victories and moves closer to becoming America's ally. Washington's bold actions and stunning victories at Trenton and Princeton not only revived patriot morale, but quite simply saved the American Revolution at its bleakest hour. The next 4 years are filled with trials and setbacks. Although the French Army and Navy have joined the American cause, New York City remains firmly in British hands. Charleston has fallen. And Benedict Arnold, one of America's most celebrated generals, has deserted to the British side. America is out of money, and the will to fight seems almost at an end. Poorly supported by Congress, Washington must plead for even the most basic necessities for his dwindling army. Martha Washington, braving capture, camp disease, and ferocious winter weather, travels north to stay with Washington at his Valley Forge and Morristown encampments.
Thank you for your service, dear.
But even her presence is not enough to overcome his growing sense of dread. By 1781, Washington wonders how much longer his army and the new country can hold together. Writing, "Now or never, our deliverance must come." But just when all seems lost, Washington learns of a new opportunity to strike a decisive blow. His old foe, Lord Cornwallis, has led his army to the coastal village of Yorktown, Virginia, where he awaits evacuation. If the Allied Army and French Navy can converge there first, it might just be possible to capture Cornwallis's entire force. Even before it is certain that the French fleet will arrive, Washington and his allies decide to seize the opportunity. As Washington's army reaches Philadelphia, they learn the exciting news. A French fleet under Admiral de Grasse has defeated the British Navy at the mouth of the Chesapeake Bay. The French warships have cut off Cornwallis's escape. When the American and French columns arrive outside of Yorktown, they immediately begin to construct their lines. With heavy siege guns now in place and the French Navy blocking the sea routes, Cornwallis and his army are trapped. Now, they will tighten their grip. Washington himself fires the first shot of the siege on October 9th, 1781. Soon, thousands of French and American shells bombard the British lines at Yorktown. Despite the intense barrage, Cornwallis and his beleaguered troops hold out. With the threat of autumn hurricanes, the French Navy's presence cannot be assured. Victory requires one more push. The Allies need to seize two advanced British positions to be able to fire cannons into Cornwallis's lines at point-blank range. In a daring night raid, the French attack Redoubt No. 9, while the Americans, led by a young Alexander Hamilton, assault Redoubt No. 10. With these redoubts secure, Allied guns fire 1,700 rounds a day at point-blank range into the British lines. With no hope of relief,
You're dismissed.
Cornwallis considers the unthinkable. On October 19th, 1781, 8,000 British soldiers march out of their lines and surrender. When news of the disaster at Yorktown reaches across the Atlantic, Lord North, the British Prime Minister, exclaimed, Oh, God, it's all over. Exhausted by the ongoing struggle and facing growing unrest at home, King George III reluctantly, bitterly, agrees to end all further attempts to reclaim his wayward colonies.
Sometimes there's things a man cannot know. Engines won't turn and the train won't leave.
After learning of the 1783 Treaty of Paris ending the war, Washington himself declared America's victory as little short of a standing miracle. Beloved by his soldiers and trusted by the public, General George Washington could have become an American king. Instead, on December 23, 1783, he publicly surrenders his military commission to Congress. His act ensures that the people and their choices, not a military dictator, will govern the future. After 8 long years of war, Washington is finally able to return to his family and cherished home, Mount Vernon. Here, he plans to live the remainder of his life peacefully, under his own vine and fig tree. But it won't be long till the new nation, the United States of America, calls for his leadership once more. Washington Crossing the Delaware. A painting by Emanuel Leutze hangs at the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York City. This painting is perhaps one of the most recognized in American history. But few know the whole story of this treacherous crossing of the icy Delaware River, the terrible battles that followed. Amidst the darkest hours of the Revolution, General George Washington led a ragtag force against one of the mightiest militaries in the world. The American effort would stun the world and revitalize the Patriots' cause. For more than a year, 13 colonies stood in rebellion to their government, an ocean away. The Americans in revolt were rebels. The Declaration of Independence made them revolutionaries. 13 colonies were now a union of states. Then in union, they claimed independence, disseminating copies of their great declaration through the land. In New York City, the Declaration was read aloud to an army of volunteers. On that day, July 9th, 1776, they at last knew what they were fighting for. A new nation conceived in liberty. This army was made up of farmers and tradesmen and artisans from every walk of life. Their officers were businessmen, lawyers, and planters, mostly amateurs. Even their commander-in-chief, the most experienced among them, had never led more than 1,000 men in combat. Now, General George Washington led 23,000. Independence, however grandly declared, would not be won by words. And while Americans cheered, a British army, 25,000 strong, more than half of the armed forces of the British Empire, descended upon New York to contest the argument. The British soldiers under General William Howe were well-trained, well-equipped, and well-paid. And their ranks were bolstered by German contract soldiers. These Hessians, famous for their skill and feared for their fierce fighting ability, made up over a third of the British Army. In short order, they swept Washington's army in battle after battle, from Brooklyn to New York City, Manhattan, White Plains, and the Jersey Palisades, leaving little to stop them from seizing Philadelphia, the seat of the fledgling nation. With mounting defeats, joy was replaced by desperation. Many of Washington's soldiers deserted for home as they retreated south. By December 1776, only 3,800 were left. Washington despaired of what the future might bring, writing,
"I am wearied almost to death."
British General Howe was convinced Washington and the American army had lost the will to fight. It was hard to disagree. New York City had fallen, and the British occupation spread to control 3 colonies. The Continental Army was badly beaten, outflanked, demoralized. The rebellion seemed doomed. Washington's army, the Americans, the United States, needed a miracle. As the British and Hessian soldiers occupied New Jersey, they behaved like conquerors, ravaging homes, stealing property, not bothering to distinguish between patriot or loyalist. But Americans would not be idle victims. Incensed by the depredations, bands of New Jersey militiamen began to raid and attack small, isolated British units. And Thomas Paine, the author of Common Sense, the popular voice of the American Revolution, while marching south with Washington's army, captured the desperate hopes of the moment. "These are the times that try men's souls," he wrote. "The summer soldier and the sunshine patriot will, in this crisis, shrink from the service of their country. But he that stands by it now deserves the love and thanks of man and woman. Tyranny, like hell, is not easily conquered. But the harder the conflict, the more glorious the triumph." Paine's words spread like wildfire amongst the patriots that winter. His American Crisis essays were read in taverns and churches, courthouses and state houses, and on the banks of the Delaware, in the tents and around the campfires of Washington's army. Stoked by the harsh British occupation and inspired by Paine's stirring call to duty, Washington's army had begun to grow again. By mid-December, over 7,000 had gathered, prepared to defend the cause, a cause that the British considered already dead. Aided by spies in the field, Washington realized that while the British had more soldiers, they were thinly scattered along outposts and towns throughout New Jersey. And one of the most important outposts, Trenton, isolated by poor roads, was especially vulnerable. If Washington could cross the Delaware quickly, he could strike the Trenton outpost before enemy reinforcements might arrive. All would depend on stealth and speed. But how could he quickly cross the Delaware River? A task that had recently taken a smaller army 5 days. And time was not on Washington's side. By late December, most of his soldiers' enlistments would end. His army would disappear. "By perseverance and fortitude, we have the prospect of a glorious issue," wrote Paine. "But by cowardice and submission, sad choice, is a ravaged country and slavery without hope." If, as Paine pointed out, salvation were at hand, Washington would test it with a very bold move. Washington's plan is risky. On Christmas night, in the dead of winter, his army would cross the Delaware River at 3 points and trap the Hessians at Trenton. Washington, with 2,400 soldiers and much of the artillery, would march to Trenton for the main attack. James Ewing's brigade of 800 Pennsylvania militiamen would seize the bridges across Assunpink Creek, and Colonel John Cadwallader's 1,200 Philadelphia Associators and 600 Continentals would distract the Hessian Grenadiers and Scottish Highlanders stationed at Burlington. But this grand design began to unravel almost as soon as it started. Huge chunks of ice made the Delaware almost impassable. Ewing's troops at Trenton Ferry and Cadwallader's force further south both failed to cross the river. Washington's main strike force fared little better, moving slowly as the light rain gave way to driving hail and snow. 2,400 men, as well as horses, and 18 pieces of field artillery, each gun weighing around 2,000 pounds, needed to be ferried across the icy river. Washington himself crossed first and watched the rest of his army struggle to follow. When they all finally reached the New Jersey side of the river at 3 a.m., they were a full 3 hours behind his carefully choreographed plan. Washington brooded over the delay. With his entire army at risk, should he turn back?
As I was certain there was no making a retreat without being discovered and harassed on repassing the river, I determined to push on at all events.
With the icy river behind them, turning back was not an option. Despite the delays, Washington and his generals decide to follow the original plan. Washington's column approaches Trenton in two wings. Defending Trenton were three battle-hardened Hessian regiments, 1,500 men, under the command of Colonel Johann Gottlieb Roll. Contrary to legend, they were not drunk or even drinking. Instead, they were on high alert. Hessian pickets guard the approaches to Trenton. Those not on duty sleep in battle dress, loaded muskets within reach. Despite the preparations, Rawls' men are caught by surprise. Erroneously believing Washington has the town encircled, but considering the Americans' poor soldiers, Rawls orders his men to counterattack. Knox's field guns and American musket fire shatter their brave charge. Rallying his men for one last frontal assault, Rawls is shot twice in the side. He'll die later that night. When the remaining Hessians attempt to retreat, their only route of escape is cut off by General Sullivan's arriving column. Though some Hessians make it out, Washington's men capture almost 900 and inflict 100 casualties. As the captured arms, equipment, cannon, and gunpowder is tallied, Washington is forced to confront his own losses. Despite suffering many wounded and others incapacitated by the severe weather, he reports on several killed, men who froze to death in the unforgiving cold. But more valuable than guns or ammunition was the victory itself. Though his attack was behind schedule, his conditions, fraught with rain, snow, sleet, and his enemy was at the ready, General Washington had shocked the greatest empire of the day. A British officer foresaw the implications, writing of Trenton. "I was exceedingly concerned, as it will tend to revive the drooping spirits of the rebels and increase their force." There was little time to rest or celebrate. Laden with captured supplies, Washington's army slipped across the river back into Pennsylvania. He knew that a single victory was not enough. Plus, time was running out. His soldiers' enlistments ended in a matter of days. On December 27th, just a day after capturing Trenton, Washington learned that Colonel Cadwallader's 1,800 Pennsylvanians had crossed into New Jersey, probing the British defenses. Their reports indicated that the British were panicking and falling back. Was this the moment to strike another blow? Washington asked for an honest assessment from his advisors. At first, some argued that a second crossing would tempt fate. Others pressed for action. As they debated into the night, the consensus began to shift as more realized that without another victory, Trenton could be dismissed as a lucky blow. Soon they all agreed they would move immediately. Once again, the weather doesn't cooperate. If the first crossing was bad, the second was worse. Yet, by New Year's Eve, most of the army is across the river back in Trenton. New Year's Eve is also the day that many of his soldiers' terms of enlistment ended. Some were leaving for home. Others could not be compelled to stay. And if they left, his army would collapse. Washington appeals to his men's patriotism.
You have done all I asked you to do, and more. But your country is at stake. Your wives, your houses, and all that you hold dear. You have worn yourselves out, but we know not how to spare you. If you will stay on 1 month longer, you will render that service to the cause of liberty and to your country, which you will probably never do under any other circumstances.
His words were bolstered by $10 in hard coin for every man who stepped forward. It worked. His army remained, soon to fight again. 6,800 Americans ushered in the new year of 1777 east of Trenton along Assunpink Creek. The British had pulled back to Princeton, 11 miles away. Lord Charles Cornwallis, who had chased Washington's army across the New Jersey countryside, moved to confront Washington with over 8,000 troops, including a body of Hessians intent on revenge. Washington intended to meet them on good ground. Yet, with the Delaware River at his back, there was no easy way to escape if the British forced a retreat. To buy time, Washington orders 1,000 men to harass Cornwallis's force as they approach from the north. The delaying force falls back across a stone bridge over Assunpink Creek. As British musket balls whistle by, Washington rode to the bridge to greet them, inspiring confidence and assurance to his men. Assured of his army's superiority, Cornwallis orders 3 successive and bloody assaults across the narrow bridges and lower fords. In the face of blistering American cannon and musket fire, all British attempts fail as the light disappears. For his brash assault, Cornwallis lost 365 men. For the Americans, who continued to hold their defensive line along the creek, the losses were 100. For the second time in 2 weeks, Washington and his ragtag army had proven their mettle against some of the best combat troops in the world. Despite his losses, Cornwallis is convinced he has Washington cornered and resolves to finish him off at dawn. But one of his subordinates, Sir William Erskine, warns, if Washington is the general I take him to be, he will not be found in the morning. Discovering that a northern ford provides access to Washington's vulnerable right flank, Erskine advises an immediate attack. Across the Assunpink, Washington lays out the stakes for his officers. The loss of this army might be fatal to the country, but a retreat in the face of the enemy would also have lasting negative consequences. They were in a double bind. American Brigadier General Arthur St. Clair proposes a novel solution. The roads northward appeared open. The army could move out of danger, outflank Cornwallis, and take Princeton. Despite some naysayers, all soon agreed it was a daring option. They could escape the danger of Cornwallis's larger army. And, ever aware of public opinion, Washington was sure of one thing. This move would at least avoid the appearance of a retreat. With the support of his officers, Washington approved the plan. But would they have time to move before Cornwallis attacks? And could they slip away without detection? The bright fires of the American camp, visible well into the early morning, showed that Washington's men were settled in. General Cornwallis remained confident, saying, "We've got the old fox safe now. We'll go over and bag him in the morning." But the American campfires were a ruse, left behind to cover Washington's move. At dawn, Cornwallis was shocked to discover his opponent had slipped away and was on his way to Princeton. The Fox had just executed one of the most brilliant flanking maneuvers in military history. Washington marched his army in 2 columns throughout the night to Princeton. As the Americans approach, Colonel Charles Mahood, moving south to reinforce Cornwallis with 450 grenadiers, Scottish Highlanders, and dragoons, spots Nathaniel Greene's force. Assessing the situation quickly, Mahood immediately attacks across a rising field. The battle begins on Clark Farm. After a vicious, bloody firefight, Ma Hood orders bayonets fixed and breaks an American brigade led by General Hugh Mercer. Thinking they've cornered the chief rebel himself, General Washington, the British surround, taunt, and bayonet Mercer, leaving him for dead. The arrival of a force under Cadwalader staves off defeat. Aided by a pair of 4-pound cannons, they slow the British onslaught. But even these efforts prove insufficient, and Cadwalader's men soon begin to give way. At this moment, Washington himself arrives on the spot, again exposing himself to musket fire, rallying his men with the cry,
Parade with us, my brave fellows.
Leading his advance, they force the British to break and run. Galloping after the broken remnants, Washington shouts,
It is a fine fox chase, my boys.
Ma Hood and his garrison ultimately flee Princeton, leaving it to the Americans. The British were retreating. In just a matter of weeks, Washington and his army had shattered the illusion of British invincibility. Washington had won at Trenton twice and drove the British from Princeton. Now he contemplates yet another roll of the dice. Brunswick holds a tantalizing cache of stockpiles and few British defenders. But with little sleep in the past 2 days, his troops are beyond exhaustion. So on January 7th, Washington and the remainder of his victorious army head towards the mountain retreat at Morristown, New Jersey. From here, his army supports the local militias, harassing the British and raiding the countryside, eliminating their supply routes and sources of food. Like 1,000 wasp stings, the raids ultimately force the British to the relative safety and comfort of New York City. With his army now safely positioned around Morristown, Washington was forced to confront an even deadlier enemy, disease. His battle-worn citizen soldiers, huddled in winter encampments, are prime targets for the great killer of the Revolution, smallpox. Fearing discovery through British agents, Washington boldly orders that his entire army be quietly inoculated. This action, mandated in all Continental Army camps, would save countless lives, lives of the very soldiers who would continue the fight for freedom. Facing what seemed to most on both sides as certain defeat, a ragtag force of Continentals had stunned the British and the world. Washington's bold stroke across the Delaware led to the defeat of 3 different Hessian and British forces in one brilliant campaign. The once mighty British army, numbering 31,000 in the summer of 1776, had now been reduced to less than half that number, and its great gains of territory had been largely wiped away in New Jersey. Frederick the Great, King of Prussia, and one of the world's great military minds, called Washington's exploits those 10 fateful days the most brilliant of any recorded in the annals of military achievements. At the center of this great strategic reversal stood General George Washington. Undaunted by the staggering losses of the summer of 1776, he provided the critical leadership that saved the remnants of the Continental Army and compelled them to victory at Trenton and Princeton. His strength, tempered by flexibility and an open ear, built an army able to absorb defeat, win victories, and able to turn the dream of a new nation into a lasting reality.
George Washington had an incredible talent for figuring out what was the most important thing to do. I mean, most of us get so distracted by what's happening around us and go off on tangents, but it took him a while to figure it out. He didn't have that jittery, quick intelligence of a Madison or particularly a Hamilton. He was someone who really had to study a problem, but once he figured out what was the way to go, he had a real genius to just lock into it and follow it and pursue it with just indefatigable patience and resolve. When the revolution broke out and he was suddenly general, he was kind of at sea, and he eventually realized, I can't fight an aggressive campaign. It has to be in a defensive mode and just hang in there. And this was completely contrary to all his instincts, but he realized this is what I have to do, and so that's what he pursued. And then after Saratoga, the French come in, and now we have this French alliance, he realizes what has to happen. The only way we can deliver the blow that will take down England is if we have naval superiority via the French Navy. And so as soon as the French were a part of it, he pursued this with that same kind of intensity for what he called naval superiority. And and so he countless frustrations, but he kept hammering away. This is what we need to do, and ultimately it worked out. What Washington did at Yorktown and in the year leading up to it, I think has great lessons for us today. What he had was vision, patience, and an incredible work ethic. There was no one who could outwork Washington. I mean, the amount of correspondence he's laying out there, but it was his just sheer rugged determination. Everything is falling apart around him. When it comes to his own government, his own army, it's very frustrating. The American people aren't coming up with the money and food and soldiers he needs, but he's just hanging in there. And I think the lesson is, have a vision and stick with it no matter what. Don't let the current distractions get in your way, because Washington had that focus. That was his true genius, his ability to lock onto a path, and no matter what happens around him, see it to the end. And I think that's a lesson that is important today.
Hello, and welcome to Mount Vernon. My name is Jeremy Ray, and I'm the manager of History Interpretation. I'm often asked by guests, tell me something that I wouldn't know, or tell me something interesting. I find these questions the most difficult to answer because there are so many interesting stories about George Washington. Many people already know a lot of these stories, and sometimes they're not really all that fun to tell. However, I think I have a story that not many of you will know, and hopefully you'll find interesting. I'm standing in front of a well-known painting of Washington at the Battle of Princeton, which took place on January 3rd, 1777. It was the final battle in a series of daring sneak attacks and maneuvers that reignited American resolve during the Revolutionary War. But instead of focusing on the merits of this beautiful example of American artwork or the strategic and tactical cunning of General Washington, I want to focus on a detail that often gets overlooked: the stars on Washington's epaulets. This painting is by Charles Peale Polk, and it was completed in 1790. On Washington's epaulets, you will see 3 6-sided stars. Polk's famous uncle, painter Charles Wilson Peale, also completed a number of portraits of Washington. In Peale's painting of Washington at Princeton, which was completed in 1780, we see Washington with 5 pointed stars on his epaulets and a light blue sash across his body. In another example of Washington at Verplank's Point in New York by John Trumbull, Washington has no stars, no sash, and no defining insignia. So the question is, why the inconsistency in these paintings? Surely there was a way of determining rank in the American Army, and if so, what was it? First, I think it's important to remember that when Washington received his commission from Congress in 1775, the Army was quite literally an army of one, just George Washington. He didn't have the luxury of uniforms, ranking insignia, or even a staff. Washington quickly got to work recruiting aides and army and putting regulations in place to manage it all. On July 23, 1775, General Washington took a stab at organizing his officers and non-commissioned officers with recognizable ranking insignia through the following general order. As the Continental Army have unfortunately no uniforms, and consequently many inconveniences must arise from not being able to always distinguish the commissioned officers from the non-commissioned and the non-commissioned from the private, it is desired that some badges of distinction may be immediately provided. For instance, the field officers may have red or pink colored cockades in their hats, the captains yellow of buff, and the subalterns green. They are to furnish themselves accordingly. The sergeants may be distinguished by an epaulet or stripe of red cloth sewed to the right shoulder, the corporals by one of green. A few weeks later, July 14, 1775, Washington issued another order specifying that he, as Commander-in-Chief, was to wear a light blue ribbon, or a sash. Major and brigadier generals were to wear pink sashes and aide-de-camps green. 10 days later, probably to avoid confusion, it was decided that major generals would distinguish themselves from brigadier generals by wearing purple sashes. So, are you confused? I know I am, and I'm sure many soldiers were as well. In June of 1780, it was finally decided to outfit generals with the more familiar star system. Brigadiers wore 1, and major generals wore 2 on their epaulets. George Washington, as Commander-in-Chief, wore 3 silver stars. It wouldn't be until May 28, 1798, through an act of Congress, that the rank of Lieutenant General was created, a rank intended for George Washington to oversee the Army's preparations for a presumed invasion by the French. Now, that invasion never came, and that rank was never fulfilled as Washington passed away in December of 1799. So now we finally have an answer to why Washington is depicted with a sash or with stars, but we haven't discussed the discrepancy in the style of star or why Washington is sometimes painted with no insignia at all. Well, the easy answer to that question is simply artistic license. Many of these paintings were completed many years after the conclusion of the war. In fact, there are a litany of images where Washington in his military uniform that was painted by people who never actually met him. As for uniforms, oftentimes details would be filled in later based off of descriptions. So the 6-pointed star was very popular in the 18th century and was actually used by General Washington on his personal Commander-in-Chief flag, an example of which you can see at the tomb here at Mount Vernon today. So this concludes our story, right? George Washington was the Commander-in-Chief. He initially wore a light blue sash to distinguish himself from the rest of his officers, and when he resigned his commission to Congress in 1783, he wore 3 silver stars on his epaulets. While all of that is true, our story doesn't actually end here. After Washington's death, America continued to expand and grow and change. There were many conflicts along the way that required Congress to reauthorize old military positions as well as authorize new ones. During the Civil War, for example, General Grant was designated as the General of the Army. During World War I, General Pershing was granted overall command and the title of General of the Armies, plural. Pershing chose to wear 4 gold stars, though Congress never specified that insignia for the rank. During World War II, Congress authorized the creation of General of the Army to wear 5 silver stars. And it was also proposed that Douglas MacArthur be promoted to General of the Armies, but that was never carried out. Over the course of 200 years, George Washington, arguably America's greatest military hero, had been surpassed in rank. In 1976, the bicentennial celebration reignited patriotic fervor. Everyone recognized George Washington as being first in war and first in peace, but how could we return him to being first in our hearts? Through a joint resolution in Congress on January 19, 1976, and approved by President Gerald Ford on October 11, 1976, George Washington was posthumously promoted to rank of General of the Armies with the highest seniority. That means General George Washington holds, and always will hold, the highest rank in the American Army. Conjecturally, that makes him like a 6-star general. So thank you so much for joining me. I hope you found this both informative and interesting. I hope to bring you more fun facts of history later in the future. So thank you.
The American Revolution nearly came to a bad end barely a year after it began. By the early summer of 1776, more than 12,000 American soldiers had bivouacked in Little New York City, which was to become the war's central battlefront after Britain evacuated Boston that spring. For months, the troops and civilian residents toiled with picks and shovels to fortify the town, summoned by fife and drum to work gangs known as Diggers' Inn. Streets along the waterfront were barricaded, and artillery redoubts built around the island of Manhattan and across the East River on Long Island, all overseen by General Washington after his arrival in late spring. And all for naught. Given that New York was set in an archipelago with almost 800 miles of waterfront, one of Washington's lieutenants observed that whoever commands the sea must command the town. And the British commanded the sea. On June 29, 1776, New York Bay suddenly filled up first with scores and then with hundreds of enemy ships as General William Howe's army arrived from temporary refuge in Halifax. Over the next few weeks, the force grew ever larger with the arrival of another fleet from Britain, commanded by Howe's brother, Admiral Richard Howe, and thousands of German mercenaries known generally as Hessians. They made camp on Staten Island and sent combat squadrons up the Hudson River. As Washington wrote to Congress, the amazing advantage the enemy derive from their ships and the command of the water keeps us in a state of constant perplexity and the most anxious conjecture. Conjecture ended on August 22nd, when more than 20,000 British and Hessian troops landed along the southwestern tip of Long Island in one of the most adroit amphibious operations of the 18th century. After gathering themselves for several days on the flatlands, General Howe's troops attacked American fortifications near the village of Brooklyn on August 27th, feinting at the rebel right and center defenses, then deftly outflanking the American left in a brilliant night march. This plan succeeded even beyond our expectation, a British general wrote, for we were on their flank and in their rear before they knew what we were about. Washington's line collapsed with thousands running for their lives. The largest battle of the entire Revolution turned into a rout. Only a bold nighttime evacuation in the fog across the East River from Brooklyn to Manhattan saved the army from obliteration. All of Long Island had been lost for over 7 years, as it turned out. The rest of the New York campaign wouldn't go much better for the Americans. The Howe brothers landed their forces on Manhattan at Kips Bay on September 15th, capturing New York City and much of that island in hours. The rebels fought bravely in a skirmish at Harlem Heights the next day, but eventually abandoned most of Manhattan for Westchester County to the north, when the British in October executed another flanking maneuver up the East River and into Long Island Sound, leading to a sharp battle at White Plains. The only acreage on Manhattan left to the Americans was at Fort Washington, near today's George Washington Bridge. And on November 16, 1776, General Howe pounced on that garrison with an attack from 3 directions. The rebel defenses were poorly designed and undermanned, and nearly 3,000 men were captured at a cost of 458 British casualties. General Washington watched helplessly through his telescope from across the Hudson in New Jersey, having been utterly out-generaled. This is a most unfortunate affair and has given me great mortification, the Commander-in-Chief wrote his brother. He added, I am wearied almost to death with the retrograde motion of things. More mortification and more retrograde motion would follow. 4 days later, the British crossed the Hudson and captured Fort Lee, the main American encampment in North Jersey. The paltry remnant of the Continental Army, barely 3,000 men under Washington's direct command, trudged south toward Trenton. Washington and his generals had nearly lost the war several times in the past several months, through miscalculation, misfortune, imprudence, and deficient military skills. Now annihilation threatened them again.
On sale now. The British are coming. Rick Atkinson's epic story of the American Revolution. Available from the shops at Mount Vernon or wherever books are sold.
When people talk about the origins of the American Revolution, I think there are a lot of different causes. Some people point to the Stamp Act in 1765. And what you have in this moment is imperial administrators trying to make sense of this newly enlarged British Empire. After the 7 Years' War, also known as the French and Indian War, British administrators realized that they had to have this empire be more efficient, more effective, and put greater controls on colonists and on other colonies themselves. And so one of the things that they did was the Stamp Act, but they also looked west to the frontiers, and they wanted to adopt new policies that were meant to both integrate this new territory, but also put controls and regulations on it. And so in October, I believe, of 1763, the king made a pronouncement, and it's called the Proclamation of 1763. And what the proclamation does is it draws a line along the Appalachian Mountains, and it says colonists should not settle any further west from here. And their thinking is that this British Empire is a mercantile empire, it's oceanic, and it's also deeply in debt. The British Empire took on an enormous amount of debt during the 7 Years' War. And the idea that the colonists are going to spread further west, they thought was going to undermine their larger strategy of an integrated ocean-going trading empire. That colonists would move further and further away from the colonial seaports and become less and less dependent on Great Britain. And they also worried that colonists spreading west would only create greater violence and contestation with Native American groups, leading to wars that the British Empire felt like they couldn't fight. And so what the proclamation did first was draw a line along the Appalachian Mountains. The other thing that it declares that Native Americans should receive the protections that any subject receives. That is, if there's a violent act of colonists against a Native American, that should be deemed illegal. And I think this was really important for the king to try and make sense, a pronouncement, a statement on how North America should function. Colonists reacted, especially those that were living closest to this line, in ways that are very similar to the way colonists in the seaports reacted to the Stamp Act or the Townsend duties even later than that. Colonists on the frontier said, we just fought a war for control of North America, and we thought the result was that we were going to be able to acquire new territory for us, to expand, to own our own farms and land. And it seemed like this line on the Appalachian Mountains was hemming them in, was not allowing them to realize their vision for the future. And so colonists ignored the line, disregarded it, and it helped lead to the kind of an undermining of authority on the frontiers. The Western lands are always in doubt. There are all these competing claims. There are all these groups that are trying to get their territories recognized by British administrators. And so the proclamation line is one of those things that raises this question, well, what about all the land that we received as compensation after the 7 Years' War? Are we going to be able to realize this or not? I think Washington saw the line as a temporary line, and I think many people assumed that they'd be able to recognize their claims in the future. And in fact, I think the British Empire, they drew a line in 1763, and they drew it for a purpose at that moment. But I've often thought that one of the reasons they drew a line was so that they could better negotiate future land purchases. I don't think the British Empire, those in London, had a truly benevolent view on the future of the West. I think they had a very strategic decision in 1763 as they looked at their balance, and realized that they were deeply in debt, could not afford to sustain an expanding empire. But drawing a line actually established a clear legal boundary that they could then negotiate from for future land purchases.
Click the subscribe button below and the bell icon to get notifications for new videos about George Washington and behind-the-scenes work at Mount Vernon.
King George III was a stubborn, foolish ninny, right? Stuck in his ways as protest in America finally exploded into the revolution. Even today, we see George mincing across the stage in the musical Hamilton, a silly caricature of a monarch. But in fact, George was shrewder, more complex, and more intriguing than we often acknowledge. He was king for 60 years, from 1760 to 1820, having ascended the throne at the age of 22. He reigned at the end of the 7 Years' War in 1763, when victory over France and Spain created the first British Empire, with enormous territorial gains in Canada, the West Indies, and 500 million acres in America between the Appalachian Mountains and the Mississippi River. He matured into a steadfast king and an admirable man, diligent, dutiful, habitually moderate, peevish but rarely bellicose. He was frugal in an age of excess, pious at a time of impiety. His interests ranged from physics and theology to horticulture and astronomy. His 65,000 books would stock the British National Library. He was a devoted family man, unlike many monarchs of his day. In 1761, he chose an obscure, drab German princess, sight unseen, to be his queen, and married Charlotte in St. James's Palace 6 hours after her arrival in London. She had learned to play God Save the King on the harpsichord. He had the marriage bedroom decorated with 700 yards of blue damask and large basins of goldfish. The happy union proved fertile. She produced children with lunar regularity, eventually to number 15. The 3 requirements of an English king came easily to him: to shun Roman Catholicism, to obey the law, and to acknowledge Parliament. Under reforms adopted in the 17th century, he could not rule by edict as an absolute king, but rather needed the cooperation of his ministers and both houses of Parliament. He saw himself as John Bull, the frock-coated, commonsensical embodiment of Britain, while acknowledging that I am apt to despise what I am not accustomed to. And truth be told, George despised disorder, and he loathed disobedience. He had an inflexible attachment to his own prejudices, with, as one biographer later wrote, the pertinacity that marks little minds of all ranks. His mulish disposition also aligned with sincere conviction. In his view, the empire, so newly congealed after the 7 Years' War, must not melt away. Why would Britain fight for 8 years across 3,000 miles of Atlantic Ocean in the age of sail, in a costly, bloody, failed effort to keep the American colonies from gaining independence? What were they thinking? Why was the king so obstinate? George and his ministers made 3 critical miscalculations. One, that most American colonists remained loyal to the crown, notwithstanding troublemakers in New England capable of inciting a rabble. 2, that firmness, including military firepower if necessary, would intimidate the obstreperous and restore harmony. And 3, that failure to reassert London's authority in America would eventually unstitch the newly created British Empire, encouraging insurrections in Ireland, Canada, the Caribbean, and India. This was an 18th century version of the domino theory that would propel America into Vietnam 2 centuries later. George had never traveled outside of England, and none of his ministers had been to America. There was a great deal they did not know about the 2.5 million subjects who lived there. And we can see that perhaps George's tragic flaw was a lack of empathy and imagination in trying to understand who those distant people were and what they aspired to become. In the king's view, shared by his cabinet and a strong majority in Parliament, British wealth and status derived from her colonies. They simply must not be allowed to slip away. And so George's heart had hardened. To his Prime Minister, Lord North, he wrote, "The line of conduct seems now chalked out. Blows must decide."
On sale now, The British Are Coming. Rick Atkinson's epic story of the American Revolution. Available from the shops at Mount Vernon or wherever books are sold.
Hello, I am Brendan, and I'm a 6th grader at Riverside Elementary School. I was wondering, what did George Washington think of King George III?
Interesting question. What did Washington think of George III? Well, he had a strange relationship with George III, but because of course he was the subject of the king. And when George III was proclaimed king, George Washington very much participated in all the rituals that were part of that kingship. So he would go to the king's birthday parties and he would toast the king, just like every other loyal subject. And when the first complaints of the Americans against taxation happened, they were focused against Parliament, not against the king per se. So the king doesn't become really an issue in the struggle for independence until they declare independence. It's in the Declaration of Independence that the king is portrayed as the great enemy of the American people, as what we would call a tyrant. That is, some king that's overstepped their legal bounds and starts to use arbitrary power. They do whatever they want. And so George III is very much depicted in this way, and George Washington agrees with that depiction. He agrees that George III is responsible for declaring the colonies to be in rebellion and therefore subject to the sword, subject to military authority. He agrees that George III needs to be held responsible for sending foreign mercenaries, as they called the Hessians, over to the United States to attack and subjugate the new country. And so George Washington was very much not a fan of George III during the war itself. But afterward, George Washington did not hold a grudge against George III. In fact, he made it clear through his envoys that he wanted the United States to have good relations with their former sovereign, including with their former king.
Few commanding generals in the history of warfare have been as green and untested as George Washington when he took over the American rebel army on July 2, 1775. It had been 17 years since he last wore a military uniform, and even then he had been just a provincial officer with 5 years of limited experience in frontier combat during the French and Indian War, always serving under British superior officers. In that earlier war, young Colonel Washington certainly demonstrated courage, durability, and more than a little luck, the trait that Napoleon would most cherish in his lieutenants. At age 23, Washington was with Major General Edward Braddock in 1755 when the British suffered a devastating defeat on the Monongahela River near today's Pittsburgh. The young Virginian survived 4 bullets through his uniform, another through his hat, and 2 horses shot dead beneath him, before dragging his mortally wounded commander across the river and riding 60 miles for help in covering the British retreat. That ordeal, which left more than 400 British dead, including men scalped or burned alive, gave Washington a tincture of indestructibility, while convincing him that, as he wrote, the all-powerful dispensations of Providence had protected him beyond all human probability. But it hardly prepared him for leading the new Continental Army. When he arrived in Cambridge, outside Boston, 2 weeks after the Battle of Bunker Hill, it's possible that not one of the 17,000 soldiers now under his command, nearly all of them New Englanders, knew what he looked like. Imaginary portraits that bore no resemblance to Washington would be sketched and printed in newspapers after Congress appointed him general and commander-in-chief. What the troops actually saw as he rode into town on that rainy Sunday was impressive. At 43, he was over 6 feet tall, but so erect he seemed taller, with wide-set blue eyes, fair skin lightly spattered with smallpox pits, and fine hair tied back in a queue. He was nimble for a large man, and so graceful in the saddle that some reckoned him the finest horseman of his age. His personal appearance is truly noble and majestic, being tall and well-proportioned, a doctor in Cambridge wrote. His dress is a blue coat with buff-colored facings, a rich epaulet on each shoulder, and a black cockade in his hat. From that day, and through the first couple years of the American Revolution, we will see him struggle to avert catastrophic defeat, to hold his army together, and to be a commander in deed as well as in title. Great responsibility would enlarge him, but it would take time. He admitted that his 5 earlier years as a provincial officer left him with the want of experience to move upon a large scale. He knew little of cavalry, artillery, the mass movement of armies, or how to command a continental force. For every moment when he drew his sword or spurred his horse to the sound of the guns, there would be 1,000 administrative moments, dictating orders, scribbling letters, delving personally into the smallest aspects of his army's operations, from the number of camp kettles to the quality of bread. He was instinctively, brilliantly, a political general. In his first month as commander-in-chief, he wrote 7 letters to Congress acknowledging its superior authority while maneuvering to get what he needed. More letters went to colonial governors and other civilian leaders. He was aware that placing a Southerner in command of this predominantly Northern army was a fragile experiment in continental unity. My greatest concern is to establish order, regularity, and discipline, Washington wrote Congress. My difficulties thicken every day. Barely a month after taking command, he complained of an unaccountable kind of stupidity among his Massachusetts officers. New England troops, he added, are an exceeding dirty and nasty people. In truth, an immensely wealthy man with well over 100 slaves to tend his business at Mount Vernon during his absence, could hardly comprehend the sacrifice made by most of his men in leaving their families, shops, and farms. These first weeks and months required intimacy with his army, building the mystical bond between leader and led. Who were these men? What did they believe? Why did they fight? How long would they fight? That army would become both the fulcrum on which the fate of the nation balanced and the unifying element in the American colonies, a tie that bound together disparate interests of a republic struggling to be born. It was the indispensable institution led by the indispensable man, and the coupling of a national army with its commander marked the transformation of a rebellion into a revolution. For that vital link between commander and commanded to be forged imperishably, Washington would have to know in his bones, and the men would have to know that he knew what was risked and what was lost in serving at his side.
On sale now, The British Are Coming, Rick Atkinson's epic story of the American Revolution. Available from the shops at Mount Vernon or wherever books are sold.
Any idea how George Washington felt about the Sons of Liberty and the tactics they used against the British?
The Sons of Liberty, that's a good question. We don't know for sure that George Washington ever said anything specifically about the Sons of Liberty, but the Sons of Liberty organized themselves to protest and resist actions by the British government that they disagreed with. Americans were uncertain about the best way to resist British policies they didn't like. But as British Parliament, the ministry began passing more and more laws that Americans didn't like the coercive acts, the intolerable acts, and famously the Tea Act, which the Sons of Liberty protested famously by throwing tea from the British East India Company into Boston Harbor. Americans, including George Washington, believed that it was more and more important for Americans to show their resistance in very tangible ways, not just through words or writings or telling the king and Parliament that they thought that they were wrong, but by actively, physically resisting British actions. And so in that respect, I think it's clear that George Washington was very supportive of the actions of the Sons of Liberty, especially in the lead up to the American Revolution.
Benedict Arnold was a merchant, horse trader, former apothecary from New Haven, Connecticut. And he had been a mariner, had gone down to the Caribbean, up to the St. Lawrence, and really knew not only America by water, but all sorts of trade routes and things like that. And he was very much a patriot. And when he heard about Lexington and Concord, he led a company from New Haven to Boston and convinced the authorities there that the key to the north was taking Fort Ticonderoga. There were all sorts of cannons there that would be very helpful to the cause. It was poorly defended, and he should be the one to do it. Unfortunately, from Arnold's perspective, Ethan Allen had the same idea. The two formed an uneasy alliance, took Fort Ticonderoga, and this began a real incredible rise for Arnold. He then led an overland march to Quebec through the wilderness of Maine. He then led the retreat from Montreal into Lake Champlain, and eventually fought the Battle of Valcour Island, which made him a real hero. And so he was a great battlefield commander. He had magnificent instincts in battle, but he was a fiery personality. And if you were serving with him, you'd love him. If you were an officer trying to work cooperatively with him, there was a good chance that you would have a different opinion. And he was not a very politic man. He made enemies very easily, and so he was a constant source of controversy. And and yet he had genuine talents. And Washington recognized those talents. But he also realized that Arnold was the aggressive person that he was, and that there were certain dangers attached to that.
Hi, my name is Luke, and I was wondering if George Washington ever killed someone.
Did George Washington ever kill anyone? If we're speaking of George Washington in military combat, my answer would be no. We have no direct evidence that George Washington was responsible for the death of an enemy combatant in either the French and Indian War, which he served in for 3 years, or the Revolutionary War, which he served in for 8. Now, it is possible that in the earliest encounters of Washington's military career, such as the Battle of Jumonville Glen, that Washington would have been responsible for firing into the ranks of enemy soldiers and killing someone. But we have no evidence that it happened. What we also lack evidence for is a clear statement that he killed someone as a commanding officer in the field, either later in the French and Indian War or during his years as commander-in-chief in the Revolutionary War. Someone probably would have described it if it had been witnessed. Of course, as commander-in-chief, Washington often ordered men into battle to kill and to be killed. So while it's probable that George Washington did not kill anyone in combat, what is interesting to note is that he was responsible for the execution of soldiers in both the French and Indian War and the Revolutionary War for the crime of desertion. He presided over courts martial, where men were tried for this capital offense and were convicted and executed, and George Washington did not take a step to pardon them.
Click the subscribe button below and the bell icon to get notifications for new videos about George Washington and behind-the-scenes work at Mount Vernon.
Is there a more dramatic moment in American history than General George Washington crossing the Delaware on Christmas night, 1776? The scene was as cinematic as any to be found in war. Shivering soldiers huddled along the riverbank in a howling winter storm. Greased rags and coat skirts draped over their musket priming pans to keep them dry. Horses and cannons eased onto flatboats for ferrying through the ice floes. The men squeezed into stout Durham boats manned by oarsmen in blue jackets and tarred trousers. Torches and lanterns hissing as the snow showers intensified. The pensive commander-in-chief mounted on his sorrel horse, his ruddy face stung with sleet, urging, press on, boys." Desperation had, of course, driven Washington to this perilous moment. Desperate diseases require desperate measures, he had told Congress. Chased out of New York and across New Jersey by a large, vengeful British army, the Americans had taken refuge in Pennsylvania, while their generals contemplated how to prevent the enemy from seizing Philadelphia and destroying the Continental Army once and for all. And so Washington had conjured up a surprise attack on the Hessian garrison in Trenton. For all its melodrama, the assault shows Washington's generalship at its finest. A meticulous and personal attention to detail, including approach marches, precise timing, and the prodigal use of artillery. Also, a flair for improvisation, the demand for discipline in the most arduous circumstances, and not least, the great gift of good luck.
Sweeping down Bear Tavern Road on the New Jersey side of the river, the American force split into two wings, then caught the Hessians by surprise at dawn on December 26 in a pincer assault. The garrison, by the way, was neither drunk nor hungover, as often depicted in subsequent mythology. In a brisk, bloody firefight, the attackers killed the enemy commander and a couple dozen of his men and captured 900 others. They would be paraded through the streets of Philadelphia en route to prison camps. This affair has given new life and spirits to the cause, an American chaplain wrote. Things begin to wear a better aspect.
To my mind, even more remarkable is what Washington did next. Instead of collecting his winnings and going to winter quarters, he doubled down. After a brief return to Pennsylvania, the Army again crossed the Delaware, baited the British into a costly attack on entrenched rebel positions at Trenton, then slipped away in the night to destroy the Redcoat rear guard garrison at Princeton before escaping into the high ground stronghold of North Jersey. In the space of 10 days, the British were drubbed 3 times, losing not only heavy casualties and the military initiative, but most of New Jersey.
After 18 months in command, Washington had learned some bitter lessons. That war was rarely linear, preferring a path of fits and starts, ups and downs, triumphs and cataclysms. That only battle could reveal those with the requisite stamina, aptitude, and luck to see it through. And finally, the hardest of war's hard truths, that for a new nation to live, young men must die, often alone, usually in pain, and sometimes to no obvious purpose. He, more than anyone, would be responsible for ordering those men to their deaths.
For all that, he remained buoyant, conveying confidence and resolve. His faith gave others faith. His strength made others strong. He displayed a knack for extemporizing and the deft escape, an ability to grab the occasion by the forelock, as a British historian later observed. As a political general, he would have few equals and no superior in American history. He had adroitly won over both the Congress and his countrymen, including wary New Englanders. Abigail Adams, the wife of John Adams, wrote that our late misfortunes have called out the hidden excellences of our commander-in-chief.
Since taking command, Washington had come within a chin whisker of losing the war on several occasions. More such occasions would arise.
But he had also developed a shrewd understanding of the refractory, independent peoples known collectively as Americans. A people unused to restraint must be led, he wrote in January 1777, after the Battle of Princeton. They will not be drove. He was a leader.
On sale now, The British Are Coming. Rick Atkinson's epic story of the American Revolution. Available from the shops at Mount Vernon or wherever books are sold.
How could Britain, the greatest empire the world had seen since ancient Rome, find itself bottled up in the small provincial town of Boston, and then, after months of misery, be forcibly evicted from that place by a ragged mob of rebels? That conundrum is central to the first year of the American Revolution, as well as the long first act in George Washington's role as Commander-in-Chief of the Continental Army. Part of the answer, of course, is that the British were often outnumbered. From the first day of the war, as the British retreated in disarray from Concord to Boston on April 19, 1775, there were sometimes 2 to 3 times more rebels than redcoats in the confrontation. Although Britain had superior naval power in Boston and could come and go by sea, rebel entrenchments and fortifications in a 20-mile ring around the town kept the British from mounting an expedition into the countryside, except for the disastrous sally across the Charles River to Bunker Hill, where 1,000 redcoats were killed or wounded on the afternoon of June 17, 1775. More to the point, King George III and the King's men underestimated the difficulty of waging a long war across 3,000 miles of open ocean. Expeditionary warfare, whether waged in North America in the 18th century or in Central Asia in the 21st century, is among the most difficult martial enterprises. The British Army in the Revolution, unable to gather food and forage from the American countryside without being ambushed, relied largely on provisions shipped from English and Irish ports. But of 550 Lincolnshire sheep sent to feed British troops in occupied Boston, only 40 arrived alive in autumn 1775. Of 290 hogs shipped, just 74 survived the trip. Most of the 5,200 barrels of flour that arrived in one shipment turned rancid during the voyage. Moreover, of 40 transports dispatched from Britain that winter, only 8 reached Boston. The rest were blown by gales to the Caribbean or back to Britain, or were intercepted by rebel marauders. That was a significant reason causing General William Howe, the British commander, to contemplate abandoning Boston during the winter of 1775-76. His army was hungry, living badly on salt meat. Howe also calculated that to move his army overland from Boston would require 3,662 horses and 540 wagons. That was almost 3,000 horses and 500 wagons more than he actually had. By midwinter, the British Army was jeopardized by outbreaks of smallpox, dysentery, scurvy, and other diseases. The rebels tormented the redcoats with skirmishes, raids, sniping, and an increasingly pesky naval force that captured British merchant vessels, munition ships, and troop transports along the New England coast. Through all this, Washington did his best to keep his new army intact, despite very spotty discipline, sickness, his own acute shortages of gunpowder and other supplies, and the mass exit of troops when their enlistments expired. The commanding general did his best to conceal from both the enemy and his own ranks how dire things had become. As the weeks and months went by, Washington confided to an aide, "Could I have foreseen what I have and am likely to experience, no consideration upon earth should have induced me to accept this command." The stalemate began to break when a bulky, bow-legged man named Henry Knox rode into Cambridge in mid-January 1776. A former Boston bookseller with a knack for gunnery, Knox, on Washington's orders, had successfully transported in midwinter, by boat and by sled, 58 large cannons from 2 former British forts in upstate New York, Ticonderoga and Crown Point. Those guns gave Washington the firepower that he needed. It all came to a climax on March 5th, 1776, when the astonished British awoke to find that overnight the Americans had hauled Knox's guns up Dorchester Heights, high ground overlooking Boston. The subsequent bombardment quickly convinced Howe that his occupation of the town was no longer tenable. Over the next 2 weeks, he organized an evacuation of not only 9,000 redcoats and their military equipment, but 1,200 of their dependents and 1,000 loyalists, everyone jammed onto 78 ships, which would carry them to Halifax in Nova Scotia. This overcrowded, despondent squadron sailed on March 17th, leaving the British Empire without a single port on the Atlantic seaboard between Canada and Florida. Washington rode into Boston to claim his prize. It won a remarkable victory without fighting a single battle, but the war had really just begun.
On sale now, The British Are Coming. Rick Atkinson's epic story of the American Revolution. Available from the shops at Mount Vernon or wherever books are sold.
Medical school in the 18th century was very different in certain aspects than what we do today. There were no clinical studies. You never touched a patient when you were in medical school. It was mostly reading the classics of surgery and medicine, Hippocrates, Galen. You may, if you're at a very, very advanced medical school, may get an anatomy lesson once or twice, but primarily it was just reading the writings of the old philosophers. Then, to graduate, you had to present and defend your thesis in Latin to a board of doctors. Once that was done, they would give you your certificate and you could call yourself a medical doctor. Now, the first patient that you saw was the very first patient you ever laid hands on. So they didn't have a lot of practical experience. Now, another method of getting medical education, this was done much more often because medical school was expensive. They only had 2 medical schools in the the 13 colonies into the United States. That was King's College in New York, which is now Columbia University, and the Teaching Hospital of Philadelphia, which is University of Pennsylvania. The universities in Europe were much more well thought of. That was like an Ivy League school versus a community college, so to speak. Now, the other method of getting medical education was not quite so formal. It was an apprenticeship. And like everything else that they did in those days, you went and lived with a person for a certain period of time, and as long as you followed his teachings, you could practice medicine. And up until about 1920, that had the same professional cachet as a medical school degree. A doctor had to be prepared for anything. It could be something as simple as a common cold. It could be something as complicated as amoebic dysentery, any type of injuries, fractured bones, frostbite, infection, burns, cuts, just a little bit of everything. And doctors had to be prepared to be able to deal with that with their supplies that they had to handle, because it wasn't a matter of you just write a prescription for the guy and send it in the local drugstore. You had to be able to manufacture the medicines and treat the wounds as they came up. If we look at it through 21st century eyes, infection was a foreign concept. They had no idea what infection was. They saw the wounds would inflame, they would get swollen, they get red, they get full of pus. But they considered that a part of the healing process because all these wounds were done. Now, they would do some things that were good for wounds. They would use various concoctions containing turpentine or honey or such like that that were helpful in killing bacteria and killing germs in wounds, but they did not know it was. They were not able to identify what a germ or bacteria was until much later when microscopes came in and the science knowledge was caught up with the illnesses. If you were near a swamp or a river and the men started having fevers, they would consider a cause of that is the miasma, the bad air. As a matter of fact, the term malaria comes from bad air from Latin. So they would try to get the men away from it, but once they come down with it, that was basically supportive treatment. The only thing that they could come close to doing to treat contagious disease was to build a firebreak by giving you an inoculation, which smallpox was the only disease that they could do that for, and smallpox was a big killer. What they would do is take the pus from a person suffering from smallpox after he's on the mend out of the wounds on his body and insert that in the skin of a person that they wish to inoculate. And they would make sure he was healthy and the person they were getting the pus from was on the mend. So the virus is not that virulent and the person would catch it and he would be immune from that point on. It was very effective. On average, the research we've done, smallpox, if you caught it naturally, it's 100% contagious. I mean, if a person in the camp, if you've seen the camp laid out, if one person had smallpox, the entire camp would get it. 1 out of every 4 patients would die from smallpox if they caught it naturally. Now, if you inoculated, 2 out of 100 would die. So you can see your chances were improved with that. And also, it conditions the Army to be, we don't have any nasty surprises. If the Army's going to attack a certain position, you don't want all your guys to come down with smallpox just before they do that. So that would make the leadership of the Army a little bit more confident in what they were planning. In the summertime, the primary illness is going to be intermittent fever, or what we know as malaria today. Caused by mosquitoes, high fever, chills, such like that. And that was endemic. Most of the 13 colonies had large pockets of malaria around.
Had nothing to do.
In the wintertime, amoebic dysentery or diarrhea. The quality of food was poor, the water was poor, and the closed-in situations caused a lot of loose bowels and such like that. There were a lot of ways that you could catch a disease in camp, because the tents that you'll see out here, these are 5-man tents. Not that 5 men got in them all at one time. They did what the modern Navy would call hot bunking. You'd have 2 or 3 asleep in, 2 or 3 on duty. Now they swap off. They don't swap blankets. They don't swap straw. So whatever that guy's left behind in his tent, the next guy picks up. So it didn't take long for disease to spread. There were attempts at trying to keep the Army clean. His Excellency General Washington once put out an order to forbid the men from taking their ease on the company streets. Well, taking their ease means you was in the bathroom. And they would just defecate in the middle of the company streets because it seemed like a nice place to do it. And of course, you're going to have that in the camp. It was just not, it was not healthy. Each regiment was supposed to have a surgeon and a couple of surgeons' mates, which were assistant surgeons. When the English sent their armies over, each regiment was supposed to have that. Well, unfortunately, a lot of surgeons would say, well, I've got something to do and I'll catch up with you guys later. So there were actually British units that would go out and without any medical support whatsoever. That was the reason for the detached hospital. No matter what that doctor does, it's going to be better than the illness, and it's going to be better than the injury. No matter how filthy the surgical tools might be, no matter how unskilled the surgeon is, he's going to try to improve your chances for survival by taking that bad injury away. A bullet would be extracted by following the track of the bullet with your finger or another type of probe, and then tissue is cut away from it. If it had impacted the bone, usually they would not try to take that bullet out, they would just take the limb off. It was much simpler and much faster for the patient. Keep in mind that these doctors are going to be working as fast as they possibly can to ease the suffering of the patient and to keep the blood in the patient and to get him off the table as fast as they could, because they may have another patient waiting.
Click the subscribe button below and the bell icon to get notifications for new videos about George Washington and behind-the-scenes work at Mount Vernon.
To Washington's frustration, Rochambeau did not share with him what he knew about the arrival of de Grasse's huge fleet from France in the Caribbean. He was under orders not to share that information because back home, the French High Command was concerned that the American Revolution was about to fall apart, they might have to just pull the ripcord and get out of there. I mean, it's really interesting they had come up with contingency plans. If Washington is unable to keep an army together, if the states are just, falling apart, de Grasse was ordered to sail up to Newport, where the Rochambeau's army was, and evacuate them and take them down to the Caribbean. I mean, can you imagine if that had happened? What that scene would have been like. And so those kinds of things, they wanted to see what was going to happen, and they also wanted to keep control of things. So Washington was nominally the commander-in-chief of the Allied army, but Rochambeau and the French government played their cards very close to the vest. What Americans need to realize is they were in this war not because they had a great love of the American people and freedom. They wanted to get back at Britain for what they had done to them in the 7 Years' War. And they had, soon after the conclusion, even before the conclusion of that, the French Navy had set upon a program of revenge, to make themselves a better Navy, and they had done that. They had instituted their version of a naval academy. They had gone to great lengths to do that, but who knew what was going to happen? And so they were looking out for themselves, and if it was going to fall apart, this had all happened, this had gone on for much longer than they had thought. They were running out of resolve and money, and so it was either going to happen in the summer and fall of 1781, or it wasn't going to happen, and all indications were that it wasn't going to happen, but it did. And as Washington realized, looking back, it was really a miracle.
Hi, my name is Alana, and I was wondering if you were a soldier in the French and Indian War, would you survive?
If you were a soldier in the French and Indian War, would you survive? That's a very difficult question to answer because it really all depends on where you are in the conflict. It's important to remember that while we refer to it as the French and Indian War, we're really only referring to the North American conflict that took part in a larger global conflict that took place in Europe, the Caribbean, in the Philippines, in India, all around the world. And it's very difficult to really nail down what the casualty numbers are for the time because we had varying types of combatants. Here in North America alone, you had British regulars, you had American colonial militia, you even had colonial regiments who were regular soldiers. In fact, George Washington was the colonel and commander-in-chief of the Virginia Regiment, a permanent force for Virginia's defense. And then, of course, you also had the native tribes who were allied both with the French and the British. So getting firm numbers is very difficult. But what we can do is look at specific campaigns. General Washington, of course, took part in the Braddock campaign to try and take Fort Duquesne in modern-day Pittsburgh. In that conflict, the British were surprised by the French and their native allies, and 2/3 of all the British forces were casualties. General Washington, of course, famously was not a casualty in that conflict and helped make a name for himself, leading an organized retreat back out of that space. The French, on the other side, the attackers in that conflict, only suffered about 20 casualties in total. We can look at the numbers for major campaigns for the French and Indian War, and in 1759, there were an estimate 50,000 combatants, and there were about 11,300 casualties total. So what you're seeing is about 22 out of every 100 soldiers was a casualty, meaning deaths or injury. But another big part of that was illnesses and disease. That was a major part of conflict in the 18th century. You get a lot of people very close together, and oftentimes the hygiene was not very great. Now, General Washington, as commander-in-chief of the Virginia Regiment, was in charge of the safety of the Virginia frontier. And oftentimes, you're going to see fewer deaths or casualties from combat and more from illness.
Click the subscribe button below and the bell icon to get notifications for new videos about George Washington and behind-the-scenes work at Mount Vernon.
British Navy had a hard-won and a reputation as being the greatest naval force in the world. But the French Navy had really made an effort to improve its ships, and particularly its officers, and had come up with whole systems that the British Navy didn't have. And what you see is the British Navy, as they encounter the French after they come into the war, they're realizing, whoa, this is a different French Navy. They really know what they're doing, and the alarm bells were going off. And it's kind of a bitter irony where the French win the Battle of the Chesapeake. It's a great victory. It's not Trafalgar in terms of you don't have Nelson dying at the end, but when you look at it from a historical point of view, it's been argued it's the most important naval battle in the history of the world, given the consequences. But the terrible irony is, from the French side, is this is a great victory. But it really didn't do much for them. Of course, America wins, but then there is the Battle of the Saints, just months later in the Caribbean, where Lord Rodney, the great British admiral who had health problems in England, has returned, and he meets de Grasse, the great victor at Yorktown. And this time, it's the British who win in devastating fashion, forcing de Grasse to surrender in a humiliating way. I mean, this is such devastating news. Washington fears, oh my goodness, this means the great victory at Yorktown may be for no reason, because the British are now going to renew the fight. No, it doesn't work out that way for political reasons. But when it comes to the legacy of the French Navy, the Battle of the Saints humiliated all the officers who performed so nobly at the Battle of the Chesapeake. So it's a bitter legacy when it comes to France.
这是一款中世纪模拟策略游戏，你将从一个小村庄开始，作为领主召集村民建造城堡、锻造武器并升级装备。你也可以组建军队，主动出击，攻打其他玩家并掠夺资源，从广阔的平原展开旅程，尽情释放你的想象力。这是一场真正令人惊艳又刺激无比的冒险。
We just finished the battle. It was really cool. I was right in the front line, but that's done now, and I'm back at camp, and I'm here with Matt West, and he is going to give me a tour. Matt, can you please state your name and title?
Sure. It's Lieutenant Colonel West. I'm the commander of the British Expeditionary Force to Mount Vernon.
Awesome. And so are you ready to do the tour?
Sure.
Let's do it.
Let's start out here in the front of the camp. This is our headquarters area. As you look around, this is the officers' camp. And the British camps, when they were set up, if they set up a full encampment, which we have here at Mount Vernon, they were set out in a very structured method. The officers were kept away from the enlisted men, which were away from the kitchen. So we'll take a walk through, and you can see this layout that the British followed as much as they could whenever they camped. Let's walk around to the other side of the camp here. As we're walking out of the officers' area, you can take a look at the tents. They're a larger tent. They might have 2 officers staying with them. Some might have 1 officer. We might, if we are going to be encamped a while, have our families might catch up to us if we're a high enough officer. After you get to the officers' tents, the next line in the camp layout scheme is going to be the subalterns. So this would be more junior officers, more specialized officers' wall tents. So for example, we have our commander of the Royal Artillery dining with his lunch here. They are camped in this second round. At this point, we're still up with the officer class, which in the 18th century will be a gentry class. We're not real interested in having the enlisted men or the sergeants with us. So there's some barrier even in the camp layout. So as you look down the field now, we'll start moving into the enlisted men's camps. We have the camp kitchens and the wedge tents. So now at this point, in the 18th century, you actually wouldn't have the officers walking through the men's camp a whole lot. I might be looking for a sergeant, but I'm generally not going to be dealing with the men. As I was saying, we do have our German allies joining us.
You don't want to mess with these guys, do you?
Yeah, no, these are fairly fierce fighting men that the king retained to come over with us.
About a quarter of the Crown forces in the American Revolution were in fact German, and about half of them were from the state of Hesse, so they were all collectively known as Hessians, which most people have heard the term Hessians, but that's all we were German auxiliary troops fighting on the side of the Crown.
One thing I just wanted to show you quick, then we'll swing around and look at another couple units, is what these guys were living in. So they were in tents. these wall tents here, or these wedge tents. And if you look inside, it's not particularly big. This would have actually been pretty luxurious in that they would have had covering. But, well, it looks like maybe something you could spend the night in. This is what they would camp in for the duration of the campaign, if they weren't in the city. And you would have 5 men that would stay there. You'd have a mess of 6 men. 1 man would be on duty rotation all times. You would have 5 men in there sleeping. When we talk about the British being better supplied, you have to think of it in more of a macro sense. If you saw, the officers had their significant camp. The men had tents. They had rations, they had food, and we'll take a quick walk through the kitchens. But it wasn't a luxurious life. A soldier's life in the British Army was just as hard as what the Continentals would have. In the field, the men would not have these large kitchen tents we just saw. They would cook 6 guys a mess. They would have a pot, and they would dig a fire pit, and that was their meal. Whatever they were given in terms of rations, that's what they would have.
Okay.
So this would be a much more elaborate establishment where they would be camped out for quite a while. Most of the time, on the march, it's 1 pot in the fire pit, and that's your dinner. One more impression or type of camp I want to show you that's different from the full established battalion, long-term setup camp you'll see with the British tents is a more mobile, a lighter, and a faster camp, and really would be more indicative of what you would have seen late war, particularly in the South with Cornwallis, when he was trying to move quickly to catch up to the Continentals. Private Tom, if you could talk to them about the camp here. We just showed them a full battalion camp. If you could talk about the camp you have here.
Yeah, so we're the 17th Regiment of Foot, and what we're portraying is a British camp as it would have appeared on campaign. The soldiers would have had to only utilize the things that they carried with them, and that's down to the sailcloth tents. I mean, canvas wasn't a thing in the 18th century. This is luxurious. Most of the time, if we're marching along a road, you have just your blanket. But we've stopped for a bit, we're set up, we have our tent set up, we have our camp followers here with us, we're doing some cooking, so this will be a position we'll probably be in for at least a day, maybe more. But this is how they would have appeared marching to battles like Brandywine or Cowpens or Guilford Courthouse. It's very simple.
Yep.
It's everything you can carry.
That's what we have for the British camp. As I said, it's a big layout, but there's a lot of variation. Everyone, as you were saying, thought the British lived more luxurious.
Yep.
You certainly saw the front end with the officers, a lot of luxury for being on the march, all the way down to the camp on the march that we just saw. So I hope you had a good time, Ethan. We thank you coming around for us.
Matt, thank you so
and,
much.
welcome to his Crown Forces camp.
Matt, thank you so much again.
Great.
Appreciate
Thanks,
it.
Ethan.
All right, bye. That wraps up our week. Hi, my name is Ethan. Welcome to the Mount Vernon vlog. Today I will be covering the Revolutionary War weekend here at Mount Vernon. I did it last year. I had such a great time, I had to do it again. So this year we're gonna mix things up a little bit. We have 2 twists. The first one is I will be staying with the British Army this time. I've heard that it's a completely different layout and a totally different vibe. And also I have brought along with me my co-worker, Mason.
Mason, thank you so much for coming with me this weekend.
Sure, I'm excited to be here.
Yeah? So I brought Mason with me because after he saw how much fun I had, he said, you know, I really want to do that. This is Friday night. It's the first night of Rev War weekend, and we're going to go meet up with our liaison at the British camp. So let's go check it out. After connecting with our liaison, he helped Mason and I assemble our tents. Mason, what do you think of the tent so far?
I like it. It's a little cozy.
You've made yourself comfortable already.
Yeah.
We've only been here for like 3 minutes.
Well, gotta move fast.
Oh, wow.
You never know when the Americans are coming.
Once we were settled in, we met the other reenactors, had dinner, and got a full night's sleep for the big day ahead of us. So it's Saturday morning. Mason and I just woke up. I had a pretty good night in the tent. Slept fine throughout the night, didn't have any problems. Let's ask Mason how he slept. Hey Mason, are you up?
Yeah. Morning.
How'd you sleep?
Pretty good.
Yeah? Slept well?
Yeah, the ground was kind of hard.
Mason and I are going to go see if we can find some breakfast now and start meeting some of the people here who are spending the weekend at the camp. One of my coworkers was kind enough, and she made something called hardtack for me as a snack for Mason and I. So honestly, this is the perfect moment. I'm pretty hungry. I need something to tie me over, and Mason's carrying the hardtack, and we're gonna try some now and see how it is. Okay, feels pretty tough. Cheers. Oh my God, I think I just cracked my tooth.
It is crunchy, isn't it? It's pretty good. It's like
so what is hardtack made of, do you know?
I think it's just flour and water, and you just bake it for a really long time. I heard it was really bad, but I really like it.
Really?
Yeah.
I'd give it a 4 out of 10.
I'd say this is like a 7 out of 10. Melt some cheese on it, it'd be great.
Yeah, but they definitely weren't doing that back in the colonial times.
Maybe not.
But hardtack, if you're interested, try it at home. I'll include a link to the ingredients and the directions down below. After that delicious meal, our liaison Matt invited me to join his group on the battlefield for a small skirmish with the Continental Army. Thanks for watching, and I hope you enjoyed that. That was part 1 of my stay at Revolutionary War Weekend here at Mount Vernon, and part 2 will be coming out very soon. In part 2, our liaison Matt gives me a very in-depth tour of the British encampment. It's super cool. I learned a lot, had a great time. I can't wait for you to see it. If you haven't subscribed to our YouTube channel yet, please subscribe. You can hit the subscribe button right over here underneath me. And by subscribing, you'll get a notification whenever we upload a new video, which we do every week. Thanks again, and I hope to see you soon. It is currently Revolutionary War Weekend here at Mount Vernon. For the last 3 years, Mount Vernon has been hosting Revolutionary War reenactors to come and spend a weekend here, and they set up tents and they dress up as the soldiers of the time period, and basically it's a way to let people kind of get a glimpse into what life literally was like back then. One of the regiments has been really kind enough to let me shadow them today. I will be joining the Continental Army, and I will be dressing up. Well, you know what? It's time for me to get out of these modern day clothes and into some 18th century period costumes. So
I'll see you guys in a minute. All right, I've now 18th century-fied myself. As you can see, I've got my trichlorn hat, vest, shirt, got some long shorts on. Let's go find my liaison. I'm here now with Marshall, who is the captain of the 1st Virginia. First Division. He's going to give me a tour of the camp and kind of explain how everything works.
Typically in the 18th century, a camp such as we have here with the various tents up, the men would be in camp for 3 days or a little bit longer. And ahead of us, we have rows of tents. These are EM tents, enlisted men tents, or to keep it simple, witch tents. But this is what we got.
So 6 people would be in this tiny space.
They would be in this tiny space, sleeping this way.
That's nuts.
They would not be having suitcases. They would just have their haversacks.
Okay.
And they might be sleeping on their haversacks. They would have that blanket, as I mentioned to you, and that's pretty much it.
How long have you been doing this for?
I've been doing this since 1985 or 86.
Wow. Why did you start doing it?
Well, usually I think you can find one similarity between everybody who does this type of hobby, as I'll refer to it. We all have a love of history. My particular period of interest is 18th century, colonial, and American Revolution. And so this is my forte.
And so you guys you just had lunch? And,
we did, yeah.
And did you cook it over there in that fire? Or?
We did. Would you like me to show you?
Yeah, sure, that'd be awesome.
All right. We had soup, and we had mashed potatoes, and we had mac and cheese. So we always have warm water going for cooking or for washing dishes.
Right.
So that's just prepping the dishes.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody's making a bean thing for tonight, I think, and that it's just in the bottom of the pot is beans. So some people have been doing this long enough that they know how to, like Stan's really good about finding period correct recipes. He made the soup that he made tonight for today's lunch was period correct. You know, it was a stew, and he made these little cookie cracker things. That's 19th century recipe. The Sedgwicks tonight, you might want to come back because they did everything. As far as I know, everything that they're doing is period correct. Hey, this is Allison Sedgwick's daughter. So they were up until 2 o'clock last night making bread. They were grinding the wheat, right? And
oh yeah, my mom doesn't buy flour. She buys wheat and then grinds it, and then we have flour. Yeah. And we were chopping up stinging nettles because she found a period recipe for stinging nettle soup, which sounds weird.
You know what? Can you tell me what that is so I don't eat it later?
They don't sting you when you eat them, and they don't really sting you very bad when you hold them, at least the ones that we got.
So then why eat it?
Because it is a period recipe, and she thinks that would be fun.
Okay.
And she was in charge of preparing the meal.
And how long have you guys been doing this for?
this is a year and a half now.
How long have you been doing this for?
4 or 5 years.
Oh, wow.
It's family fun. It's historical. I've never been interested in history on a personal level until now. Now
really?
I'm fascinated with it. Now it's like I have much more of an interest in reading books about history, and just because to live it is so much more interesting than being in junior high and reading it from a textbook.
It's fun. You meet lots of cool people. You learn so many cool things.
The advice that I would give to anybody who's a spectator, if you have any interest, just walk up to somebody in period clothes and just start asking questions, because that's why we're here too. Mm-hmm. That's one of the jobs that we enjoy doing is talking to the public and educating people.
I just walked into the department of the geographer's tent, and the second I walked in, I definitely felt like I had been transported into an actual geographer's tent that you would find on the camp in the 18th century. I'm here with Doug Noble. He is
I am the lieutenant with the group. In the Department of the Geographers, we are surveyors and map makers to General Washington's Army, and when we precede the Army, laying out maps for the roads so they knew where they could bed down troops, feed livestock, ford rivers, that type of thing. So it was on a need-to-know basis, and we would be in advance of the Army by a few weeks. The equipment you see in the room is, the majority of it is original equipment. We have pentographs for reproducing our maps that we made. We have Gunter's chains for surveying, and circumferers would be our direction finding equipment. Let's walk outside. We'll take a look at some of the equipment out there.
Sure.
This is an original piece. It was built by William Collier in 1720, and it's called a circumferer. And this is what we would use to actually sight our bearings. So it has horsehair, and horsehair is very, you can see the sight right there. It's very susceptible to humidity, so it's actually kind of wobbled itself out of there. But we would create our sight vanes like that, and we take our reading like this. And we line up on the object, and then we can take our field notes off of the bearings that we have recorded here, or displayed there. I got involved with this unit about 5 years ago. I'm actually one of the newer members to the unit. Mr. Paul Brennan here is actually, he is a surveyor. He's been with the unit quite a while. I was just fascinated with the technology of the era, and I was fascinated with the era itself, and I just enjoy that.
And we're quite an eclectic.
We very much are, yes.
They come from all different walks of lives and all different ideas and everything. Like myself, I began reenacting 25 years ago, and I did the military thing for a while, and then I did a horsey thing for a while, and then as I got older, I got more interested in the social, civic, political thing. So this is a good thing for a civilian, and I'm a retired surveyor in real life, so obviously it's my niche to begin with.
Sure. And what do you do in real life?
I'm a pilot.
Still?
Still, yes.
Wow.
I look too old to be.
No. No. I'm just like, could you do this and you fly planes? That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, and a lot of it correlates, and that fascinates me also.
That makes sense, yeah. Inside the hospital, and I'm here with Dr. Mike, who is right there wearing the hat behind me, and Dr. Mike is the head of the hospital here in this tent.
What I portray is the senior physician or surgeon of the detached hospital. And the detached hospital was a real military unit in the British Army and beginning of the Revolutionary War, and I talk about the treatment of injuries and illnesses and anything else that a soldier, in particular British soldiers, would have gone through.
So are you a doctor in real life?
No, sir. I am a retired police captain.
Okay.
Do you like me to show you the material and stuff when I was talking about the bullet wound and such? That's where the ball entered. And you can see that the material is totally gone. Where it's gone into the wound. And you can see that the blood splatter on the back side. Now, you imagine how dirty this coat would have been after they got it. They got it one a year. So they slept in it, they ate in it, they did everything in it.
Necessary is filled in.
And this is a piece of bone that was hit by the bullet. When the ball went in, you see how the bone is split. But when it comes out, it tears it all to pieces. If a doctor in the 18th century is confronted with that kind of injury, they've got three problems. The first is you can't put a patient to sleep during this time period for long-term surgery. So any surgery you do is never going to take over 10 minutes, and say the amputation of a limb would take 3 to 5 minutes from the first cut when they hit the sawdust on the floor. Doctors of the 18th century also had no concept of germs and bacteria. So if a person, they don't wash their hands before eating, much less wash them between patients. Also, there is no way to transfuse patients, and this is something a lot of people forget. Any fluid that's lost is lost forever. You can't put fluids back in them, and you can actually have a person bleed to death before he even gets to the hospital. So with those three things working against him, there's nothing that a doctor can do except operate as fast as possible. That's why limb taking off was done so frequently. No matter how dirty that wound is, and no matter how dirty that operation is, it's got to be cleaner than that wound. So it improves the person's chances for survival.
I just got back to the base camp, and I'm going to see if I can get my tent now set up and see where I'm staying for the night. All right, here we go. Time for the big reveal. Let's see what it looks like. That's it. It's no Ritz-Carlton, but I'll take it. I'm good. I'm gonna set up my sleeping bag, and I'm all set up. That's my bed for the night. It's a beautiful evening out here, really is. Now that the rain's gone, and I'm gonna go
gonna head out to the jollification, see what that's all about. It's about 6:45 in the morning. I offered last night to start the fire. Started getting the fire going. Did I make an all right fire? Or
yeah, it's good to me.
Yeah, it was all right.
It's burning, so yeah.
It's burning. Good. It's burning. That's all that matters. Out of 10, how would you rate this fire?
7 or an 8, maybe.
7 or an 8. I'll take it. Official review of the hoe cake taco, as I'm gonna call it, because I got ham and apples in it. It's really good. I'm here with Chip, another one of the members of the 1st Virginia. I want to know more about your musket, how it operates. So would you mind walking me through that?
Absolutely. So this is a Brown Bess musket. It's a reproduction of the typical British musket of the period. It's a flintlock musket. Now, flintlock musket means it has a piece of flint here. It has a piece of steel here. It has a little pan where I'm going to put some gunpowder when I'm going to fire it later in battle. When I load this musket, I will reach into my cartridge box. I will pull out a prepared cartridge. This cartridge is a blank cartridge, meaning it just has gunpowder in it. If this were a live round, it would have a ball in the bottom, down in here in the bottom. To load and fire my musket as a musket man in the infantry, I would reach into my cartridge, pull out a cartridge, bite off the cartridge, pour a little powder into this pan. And I would just fill that pan a little bit.
Okay.
Then I would shut the pan.
Yep.
Then I would turn the musket around. I'd put the rest of the powder down the barrel. And if I were firing at the British, I would then drop the ball, still in the paper, all the way down the barrel. I would have to pull out my rammer and ram the paper and the ball all the way down so it sat right on top of the gunpowder. When I am ready to fire, I'm going to be given the order to make ready, which will bring me to this position. I will cock the musket. I will wait for the order to take aim, which will be like this. And when I pull the trigger, the flint is going to strike the steel, create sparks that drop into the pan. The pan will ignite and hopefully send enough flame through the touch hole into the barrel to ignite the main charge of powder. That powder will then propel the ball down the barrel and hopefully at the British.
With these American soldiers who I was with them earlier in the woods. This is nuts. I'm right in the heat of the heart of the battle, and I think they're about to. This is nuts. This is insane. This is crazy. All right, we're making a move.
The Americans are moving in on the Brits. Just wanted to say goodbye to everybody, and they're all, as you can see, they are currently packing up.
Yeah, this is the downside of the job, the hobby.
Yeah, it's I'm not gonna lie, I got kind of attached to this place.
Folks don't understand the subject matter. Come on out, take a look at us or anyone else who does the period work, and we'll engage you and answer your questions and whatever else you would like.
That wraps up Revolutionary War weekend. It was great to see all of the reenactors show up, and just, literally, I felt like I was in a real living colonial community. The people I stayed with at the camp, they were so nice. Chip and Marshall, after speaking to them and learning more about why they do this, people who are on the outside in general, they definitely think it's different. And you know what? These are really, they're like totally down-to-earth people. This is something they like to do in their free time because it's outdoors, it's interactive, it's an excuse to be with family and other people who are really into history, and it was really cool to see that. I cannot wait for next year, and I've already got a few ideas what I'm going to do, and I'm excited to start building up to that. So, all right, I'll see you guys for our next episode, and thanks again for tuning in.
Well, the book consists of 10 biographical chapters about really the most senior key decision makers, both political and military, on the British side. The idea is to enable the reader to see the war through British eyes. It makes the war much more comprehensible because the British often were taking the strategic initiative. You can therefore understand why the war unfolds in the way it did, but the chapters collectively attempt to explain why Britain lost America. It was a war seemingly they should have won, with the most powerful navy in the world, with an army that was highly effective, in a country which was on the verge of becoming the first industrial nation in the world. The Navy was certainly the largest in the world, and this really gave Britain its power for the next 2 centuries, and why it was able to become a global nation for a very small country. Britain in the 18th century aimed to have a 2-power navy. That was a navy large enough to combat both France and Spain combined. These were their traditional enemies. Its army, on the other hand, was much smaller than other European states, like, for example, Vienna and France. It was, though, a highly trained and highly capable army for its size. They did send their best generals and admirals to America. It's commonly thought that because of the patronage system that operated, the military leaders must have been incompetent and simply the next in succession. In fact, the government headed by George III and his Prime Minister Lord North skipped 105 more senior generals in order to choose Sir William Howe to command the army in America. Howe was chosen because he was an expert in light infantry, the very kind of tactics, much like modern-day commando groups, who would be effective, again, in a bush warfare, in what today we would call guerrilla warfare. They were aware they were going to encounter
a different type of warfare from Europe. He seemed the man most experienced. They chose to go with him his brother, Lord Richard Howe, which may seem rather corrupt, but in actual fact Lord Richard Howe was a pioneer in amphibious warfare. That is, landing troops on the seashore. He helped design the kind of landing craft that was still being used at D-Day, where the bow of the ship would go forward like a gangplank. The two brothers got 16,000 men onto Staten Island within about 3 hours one afternoon. It was a highly effective combination. Similarly, the generals in succession to them, Sir Henry Clinton, John Burgoyne, Lord Cornwallis, were regarded as the cream of the British Army. Many of these people went on to successful military careers after the Revolutionary War. Lord Richard Howe became a hero of the French Revolutionary War after a battle he commanded called the Glorious 1st of June. Lord Cornwallis was successful in India as a general, commanding much larger armies than he commanded in America. Yes, the British really had an army of conquest, not an army of occupation. It was an army that was able to take every American city at some point during the war. But whenever they tried to take territory, their position imploded. They lost territory in New Jersey in the winter of 1776-77. They lost it in Pennsylvania when Sir William Howe thought the taking of Philadelphia would lead to essentially the occupation of the central states of America. And they lost it very dramatically in South Carolina and North Carolina in 1780 and 1781. They also face logistical difficulties. These are often not popular to describe. They seem less interesting than battles, but no country had tried to fight a war 3,000 miles away against a hostile citizenry. So this was very different from the French and Indian War. It raised all kinds of problems. They expected they'd be able to feed their army from America within a few months, but they never gained enough territory. And so they had to send out a large part of the food supplies, candles, even forage for the horses. All of these had to be supplied from Britain and also from Ireland. This often led to delays. People ask why Sir William Howe didn't open his campaign earlier in 1777, or Henry Clinton in 1779. The reasons were they were waiting on their supplies. They needed at least several months' supplies before they could start a campaign. If the British Army ran out of food, it was much more serious than if it happened to the Continental Army. They couldn't simply go back to their farms and reappear another day, and the army could literally starve. And so generals had to wait and to delay campaigns for shipments to arrive from Britain. They were also dealing with a pre-modern administrative system. There were 5 different departments that administered the army. The cabinet, the government itself, was divided. The man who was in charge of the war in Britain, Lord George Germain, who was Secretary of State for America, didn't have any control over the Navy. So the British had what the modern-day army would call a fractured system of command. There was no single commander-in-chief. They had separate commanders in America, in Canada, and in New York. There wasn't even a serving member of the cabinet who was Secretary of War. The Secretary of War did not sit in the day-to-day government meetings. The other major problem was that the Army and Navy were actually shrinking during the course of the war. So the British Army after 1778 was smaller than the army that had existed in 1776. In other words, they were trying to win the war with fewer men when they were fighting a war also with France, Spain, and later Holland. We tend to think of this as simply, and there's a tendency to really just think about the army. The Navy was crucially important. George Washington was one of the people on the American side who most and best understood that the Navy would be key to winning the Revolutionary War. He tried to have a coordinated offensive against the British with the French Navy in 1779 and 80. It failed because the French commander was more concerned about French interests in the Caribbean than in North America. The British commander at the time was Sir Henry Clinton. He also understood the importance of the Navy to the outcome of the Revolutionary War. His father had been governor of New York, and his father was an admiral. His uncle was an admiral. And Clinton had warned the British government that at any time that the British Navy was weaker at sea against the French, it would be possible for the Continental Army to surround and capture any contingent of the British Army serving outside New York. Indeed, he was concerned that the main British base in New York was vulnerable if the British did not maintain naval superiority. This is exactly what happened in Yorktown. And this was one of the reasons Clinton was so bitter after the war and wrote more about it than any commander on either side, because he had foreseen the possibility of Yorktown. He'd warned the government. He'd been told that the British would have a superior navy at sea, and he felt betrayed. It is. It's surprising, but the military commanders were much less hawkish than George III and his main war minister, Lord George Germain. Lord Cornwallis was one of only 6 members of the House of Lords who voted against the Stamp Act, the first tax of America, direct British tax from London. Sir William Howe told his constituents that he would never serve in America. Lord Cornwallis was loath to go to America, but felt it was a matter of military duty. And there were other officers who refused to go at all on grounds of conscience. It was indeed. They were acting on the information available to them. They were told primarily by American loyalists that the majority of Americans were indeed loyal to Britain. They expected that they wouldn't need a large army, that they would find the support in America. The error is also understandable, given that even today you will find school textbooks which say 1/3 were loyal, 1/3 were patriot, and 1/3 neutral. One of the most current areas of research is on neutrality during the American Revolution, in which historians point out the majority of Americans didn't actually fight during the war. It's therefore understandable that the British got it wrong. They were hoping, even when they didn't have an immediate showing of support, that what today we would call the silent majority could be persuaded to support Britain. In fact, it was wrong. The British government collapsed before even a shot had been fired. The Patriots gained control, crucially of the militias, but also of the assemblies, the courthouses, and the majority of the newspapers. The British when they left Boston in March of 1776, essentially had to start reconquering America. There were no British troops or British government servants left. It became very obvious when Cornwallis marched north through North Carolina that he couldn't even get the most basic military intelligence. The British Army started to describe it as an experiment, and the experiment was to find areas of strong Loyalist support. And there were indeed some areas where Loyalists were stronger than others, but never in the majority. Well, the war became global in 1778 when France entered the war with the largest navy after that of the British and a much larger army. But even before France formally engaged in the war, Britain had to think globally. It did not fully mobilize its army and navy in 1775 because they were worried if they did so that France would follow suit. The French were concerned that the British would get a huge army over to America, and once they put down the rebellion, that army would then go south to the Caribbean and take French sugar islands like Martinique and Guadeloupe. So the British began the war essentially with one arm tied behind their back. They had to be concerned about slave rebellions in the Caribbean when they moved or tried to move troops from Jamaica in 1776 to go to New York. There was an outbreak of a slave rebellion which might have been as successful as that of Saint-Domingue a couple of decades later, but for the fact it broke out prematurely. After 1778, their military was essentially overextended. The Navy had to provide convoys all over the world, as well as protect British possessions in India, in the Mediterranean with Gibraltar, Ireland, and the Caribbean, as well as the west coast of Africa, and Britain itself. Britain was faced with the most serious attempts at invasion in the summers of 1778, 1779, and 1780, since the days of the Armada in 1588. It was a war that the British took very seriously. George III actually articulated the reasons for the war better really than anyone, and he increasingly argued that if Britain lost America, it would cease to be a major power. He regarded colonial wealth and trade as the keys to Britain's success. He believed really in a domino theory that if Britain lost America, it would lose all of its other colonies as well, in the Caribbean, in the Mediterranean, and in India. The British, therefore, pursued this war for 8 years, making it still the third longest in American history and one of the longest in British history. It was even being described by some of the extreme supporters of the government towards the end as a holy war. The argument of the book is essentially that the conditions of the war almost precluded a British victory. But historians never believe anything is inevitable. They're very aware of the role of chance and other contingencies that may change the outcome at any point in history. The war could have been lost by the Americans, and leadership plays a key role in their victory. It's very difficult to imagine anyone being as effective as Washington, and certainly not the alternatives who were considered during the war. John Hancock in Boston was seriously mooted in Massachusetts as an alternative commander-in-chief. And yet, in many ways, the man seems almost a poseur. He commanded during an operation in Newport very ineffectively. Horatio Gates was considered as a possible alternative to Washington after his great victory at Saratoga. But Gates himself was later defeated at Camden and infamously fled a couple of 100 miles from the battlefield immediately afterwards. Charles Lee was also considered as an alternative to Washington. But Lee had suggested really fighting a guerrilla warfare against the British. This typically would lead to anarchy. Washington was thinking as much of the country that would emerge after the war as merely defeating the British. He was very keen that America be considered a civilized nation in relation to Europe. He's sometimes been accused himself of being too conventional, but it was very important to him that they beat the British at their own game. Therefore, the great victories of the war were conventional type European battles, Saratoga and Yorktown, or even the Battle of Cowpens. These were the key turning points in which the tactics were very much those used by the British themselves. Indeed, it's remarkable to read British accounts at the end of the war in which they pay testimony to Washington and his army. They argue that they were as good as the British troops themselves, that they achieved a miracle by beginning as an unarmed citizenry and becoming so effective in such a relatively short amount of time. Interestingly, the British press criticised their own leaders and especially their own government, but they never criticised George Washington. He was admired in Britain. There is a statue of him today in Trafalgar Square next to Britain's greatest hero of all time, Admiral Lord Nelson. The British Navy fired a full gun salute and lowered their flags when they heard about Washington's death.
The book is called In the Hurricane's Eye, The Genius of George Washington and the Victory at Yorktown. And it tells, I think, an unappreciated story in that, yes, there was the battle, the siege of Yorktown, that was the victory that led to our independence. But before that, there was a naval battle fought off the entrance of the Chesapeake, in which the British were trying to rescue Lord Cornwallis from the end of his lonely point between the James and York rivers. And if the French had not won the battle with the British fleet, they would have rescued Cornwallis, and there would have not been the victory that won us our independence. And so the French win. It's an amazing story, and it's a story I think most Americans know little about. And so for me, this story about the year of Yorktown was an exciting one that got me back out on the water. But George Washington had an incredible talent for figuring out what was the most important thing to do. I mean, most of us get so distracted by what's happening around us and go off on tangents, but it took him a while to figure it out. He didn't have that jittery, quick intelligence of a Madison or particularly a Hamilton. He was someone who really had to study a problem, but once he figured out what was the way to go, he had an incredible, a real genius to just lock into it and follow it and pursue it with just indefatigable patience and resolve. And so, for example, when the revolution broke out and he was suddenly general, he was kind of at sea, and he eventually realized, I can't fight an aggressive campaign. It has to be in a defensive mode and just hang in there. And this was completely contrary to all his instincts, but he realized this is what I have to do, and so that's what he pursued. And then when after Saratoga, the French come in, and now we have this French alliance, he realizes what has to happen. The only way we can deliver the blow that will take down England is if we have naval superiority via the French Navy. And so as soon as the French were a part of it, he pursued this with that same kind of intensity for what he called naval superiority. And and so he all countless frustrations, but he kept hammering away. This is what we need to do, and ultimately it worked out. Well, I had written 2 other books about the Revolution, Bunker Hill and Valiant Ambition, with Valiant Ambition focusing on Benedict Arnold and Washington. It ends with Arnold's unsuccessful attempt to surrender West Point to the British, and his great treason. And that ended with a cliffhanger. And what I had realized is I'm a maritime guy when you look back throughout my career, and I knew that there was a naval battle, the Battle of the Chesapeake, fought between the British and the French, that really created the circumstances that made the victory at Yorktown possible. And I had always wanted to do a tall ship naval encounter. I'm a big Patrick O'Brien fan, and so this was my chance. And so I realized with this book, this was a way to bring the revolution to a conclusion. I knew I wanted to focus on Washington because it really was his vision that was ultimately realized. But I also, there was this naval battle at the center of it. And, what was fascinating to me, each one of my books, I'm interested in finding things that most of us don't realize about the revolution. And this was that, Yorktown was a fait accompli, given that the French were able to defeat the British just off the entrance to the Chesapeake. No Americans participated in it. This is not the narrative most of us associate with how we won our freedom in the American Revolution. So this is really, all this added up to, this is a book I had to write. The amazing thing about this year, the year of Yorktown, this is one of the reasons why I called the book In the Hurricane's Eye, because I think a hurricane is an apt metaphor for what was going on in this year. I mean, all of these seemingly random things were happening up and down the coast. Nathaniel Greene and Lord Cornwallis fighting in North Carolina, and then there was the French and British Navy in the Caribbean. And what they called the West Indies. And what Washington realized is he needed the ships from down there to come up the coast. And so it was, and he was constantly saying, this is what we need to do, this is what we need to do. And there had been a hurricane in 1780, the year before Yorktown, had actually 3 of them, devastating effects. And so the French were convinced, yes, we need to get our fleet up the coast just to protect them, if nothing else. So they were coming. But so Washington was always playing those angles. And the frustrating thing was no one had control of the situation. The French really didn't want to attack New York, which was Washington's priority. That he wanted them to attack there. That had been the scene of his greatest embarrassment at the beginning of the war. But it was also made a lot of sense because that's where the largest British army was, and so that's where he preferred them to attack. But the French were reluctant because it was difficult to get into that harbor over the sandbar, and they saw the Chesapeake as an easier target. The problem was that there was not a significant-sized British army there in the beginning of the summer. Lord Cornwallis changed all that by marching up and combining with some previous forces first brought there by Benedict Arnold. And suddenly, in a random way, all the things are coming together. Suddenly there's a 7,000-man British army there, and for reasons that are still difficult to fathom, Cornwallis, who is creating a port at Yorktown, even when this huge French fleet comes in, decides to stay there. It doesn't move, and if he had moved, it would have all gone for nothing. And Washington realized all of these variables. The French just sort of said, we're going to do this no matter what. And so it looked like it was a brilliant French strategy in retrospect. But when you go through that year, you can understand Washington's frustrations and why he wanted other things to happen. And really, I think his true brilliance was when he realized, okay, this is not going to go the way I want it. They're not going to come to New York. Okay, how are we going to make this happen? And he threw all his energies into that in a way that is just fascinating and really thrilling to watch unfold. Well, you know, it's kind of the buried theme of the revolution, I think, is water. You know, the sea, when we think of the sea in the revolution, we think of John Paul Jones and out there over in the British Channel. And that's a great story, but the truth of the matter is it had very little impact on what was happening in America. It had great symbolic value, but it really wasn't what was happening. What was happening was Washington's attempt to establish naval superiority. But also going along there was his realization, understanding of the importance of rivers. He had grown up in the Tidewater. His whole life had been spent navigating the rivers down here, and he knew that the rivers surrounding New York, particularly the Hudson River, was absolutely essential to how things were going to go. In fact, for most of In the Hurricane's Eye, Washington is on the Hudson. And it was one of the revelations to me to realize that, you know, we think of him as permanently attached to his horse, you know, as a land guy. But the fact of the matter is, at Mount Vernon, he had a schooner, and when it came to moving his entourage up and down the Hudson in those many years that he was stationed on the river, he would inevitably take the helm of whatever vessel was being transported. The book begins with an account of when the French envoy arrives in 1779 and is waiting to be transported down to West Point. The vessel arrives, and he's astonished that A, Washington's on it, and B, he's at the helm. And this is a different Washington. And so Washington was familiar with the water, realized its importance. He was not an admiral in any way, and when asked, he said, "Listen, I don't know naval affairs," but what he did understand was strategy and the importance of water to this. And we are, as a nation, have been defined by a wilderness. We think of it as the West, but before there was the West, there was the sea. That was the wilderness that defined America through the 18th century and the first half of the 19th century. And I think it's really enlightening to realize that the birth of our country, the American Revolution, that fate ultimately depended on the fact that this country is beside the ocean, because it was the ocean that ultimately was the key factor in the victory at the Battle of the Chesapeake and Yorktown. Well, naval battles are very difficult to understand, even if you're a sailor. I'm a lifelong sailor. I actually used to work at a sailing magazine where I would work with the art director to create diagrams, and I realized I needed diagrams in this book to explain what was going on. There's not only the Battle of the Chesapeake, but the lesser known, but really in its own way, just as important, Battle of Cape Henry. And that involved Benedict Arnold. Benedict Arnold would have been what Lord Cornwallis became in all that. But a naval battle is it's two fleets of ships of the line, and these were great big ships with crews of hundreds of people, huge cannons. I mean, we're talking incredible firepower. And what they would try to do is each admiral would try to line up his fleet in a line of battle and and sideways to the other fleet. And they'd come together side by side and blast away at one another. They were really trying to create the seaborne version of creating a fortress. You know, they were temporarily creating a fortress that would then blast away at the other one. And it was difficult. You know, it's not the land. The land is solid. The sea, you have wave conditions, you have the changing wind, and the wind was always changing and a factor in both battles that I described. And it's complicated, but it's also, I find, really fascinating and thrilling because you don't really know what's going to happen until the very end. And naval battles typically are quite bloody, but relative to land battles, not so much, because if one side's losing, the admiral can just say, "Hey, we're out of here," and it stops. And so it's funny. It has its own rhythms. It's different, but you know, if you are a Patrick O'Brien fan, you realize that how interesting and fascinating it is, and it had such an impact on the course of the American Revolution. To Washington's frustration, Rochambeau did not share with him what he knew about the arrival of de Grasse's huge fleet from France in the Caribbean. He was under orders not to share that information because back home, the French High Command was concerned that the American Revolution was about to fall apart, that they might have to just pull the ripcord and get out of there. I mean, it's really interesting to you know, they had come up with contingency plans. If Washington is unable to keep an army together, you know, if the states are just, you know, falling apart, de Grasse was ordered to sail up to Newport, where the Rochambeau's army was, and evacuate them and take them down to the Caribbean. I mean, can you imagine if that had happened? You know, what that scene would have been like. And so those kinds of things, they wanted to see what was going to happen, and they also wanted to keep control of things. So Washington was nominally the commander-in-chief of the Allied army, but Rochambeau and the French government played their cards very close to the vest. I mean, what Americans need to realize is they were in this war not because they had a great love of the American people and freedom. They wanted to get back at Britain for what they had done to them in the 7 Years' War. And they had, soon after the conclusion, even before the conclusion of that, the French Navy had set upon a program of revenge, you know, to make themselves a better Navy, and they had done that. They had instituted their version of a naval academy. You know, they had gone to great lengths to do that, but who knew what was going to happen? And so they were looking out for themselves. And if it was going to fall apart, this had all happened, this had gone on for much longer than they had thought. They were running out of resolve and money. And so it was either going to happen in the summer and fall of 1781, or it wasn't going to happen. And all indications were that it wasn't going to happen, but it did. And as Washington realized, looking back, it was really a miracle. There's no way Washington could have taken Yorktown without the French Navy. It would have been impossible because if there hadn't been the French Navy, the British Navy would have simply sailed into the Chesapeake, come to Cornwallis's aid, and taken him away if they had to. But the fact of the matter is Washington's army and the French army could not have supported themselves in Virginia without naval support. They couldn't have fed themselves. It just wouldn't have happened. And so the Navy was absolutely essential to all this. And Washington understood that. I mean, yes, he wanted to go to New York. That was his original plan. That wasn't going to work. That wasn't going to happen. And what frustrated him was that the French could have gone to New York, picked up the army, and sailed them down in half the time that it took to march. That didn't happen. But once again, he said, okay, I'm going to reset, and we're going to make this happen. So, no, without the Navy, it never would have happened. Well, you know, the British Navy had a hard-won and a reputation as being the greatest naval force in the war. They were in the world, but the French Navy had really made an effort to improve its ships and particularly its officers, and had come up with whole systems that the British Navy didn't have. And what you see is the British Navy, as they're encountering the British after they encounter the French after they come into the war, they're realizing, whoa, this is a different French Navy. They really know what they're doing, and the alarm bells were going off. And it's kind of a bitter irony where the French win the Battle of the Chesapeake. It's a great victory. It's not Trafalgar in terms of you don't have Nelson dying at the end, but when you look at it from a historical point of view, it's been argued it's the most important naval battle in the history of the world, given the consequences. But the terrible irony is, from the French side, is this is a great victory, but it really didn't do much for them because, of course, America wins, but then there is the Battle of the Saints, just months later in the Caribbean, where Lord Rodney, the great British admiral who had health problems in England, has returned, and he meets de Grasse, the great victor at Yorktown. And this time, it's the British who win in devastating fashion, forcing de Grasse to surrender in a humiliating way. I mean, this is such devastating news. Washington fears, oh my goodness, this means the great victory at Yorktown maybe for no reason, because the British are now going to renew the fight. No, it doesn't work out that way for political reasons. But when it comes to the legacy of the French Navy, the Battle of the Saints humiliated all the officers who performed so nobly at the Battle of the Chesapeake. So it's a bitter legacy when it comes to France. What Washington did at Yorktown and in the year leading up to it, I think has great lessons for us today. What he had was vision, patience, and an incredible work ethic. There was no one who could outwork Washington. I mean, the amount of correspondence he's laying out there, but it was his just sheer rugged determination. Everything is falling apart around him when it comes to his own government, his own army. It's very frustrating. The American people aren't coming up with the money and food and soldiers he needs, but he's just hanging in there. And I think the lesson is, have a vision and stick with it no matter what. Don't let the currents of current, whatever distractions get in your way, because Washington had that focus. That was his true genius, his ability to lock onto a path, and no matter what happens around him, see it to the end. And I think that's a lesson that is important today. Well, one of the things that is almost, all my books have surprises for me. I write these books not because I am a great expert in the field, but because I'm curious. I want to read a book about it, and I haven't quite found the book that answers the questions I have. And I come from a sailing background. I was a competitive sailboat racer in my youth, a former Sunfish North American champion, the VW Bugs of boats. But when I was 16, I qualified for the Sunfish Worlds in Martinique. And so I traveled there. I was the youngest participant, 102 boats. It was the French Olympic team was there, as long as a representative of the French Navy, a destroyer. But looking back, I was sailing in the very waters where de Grasse was when he arrived from France. He pulled into the harbor at Martinique, and then to add to this, just a few months later, by this time I had turned 17, And this was the summer of 1973. The Sunfish North Americans were at Fort Monroe, Virginia. Fort Monroe, Virginia is at the end of the point on which Yorktown is. We were sailing on the very waters where de Grasse's fleet arrived when it pulled into the Chesapeake. And I had no clue about any of this when I was a kid. You know, I was, the race course was all. History was something, I was an English major. But looking back, I have to say, in working on this book, I don't know what effect it had on it, but I knew what, you know, I'd been on those waters. I had sailed on them. And so for me, this book, in ways I had no inkling really about going into it, became a culmination that was not only professional in terms of my interest in maritime matters and American history, but in a personal one. Just as a sailor, I'm a lifelong sailor. My kids sail. And so it was, it came to me in a rush just as I was finishing the book when I go, oh my gosh, yes. I've been following this plot longer than I knew. The book is called In the Hurricane's Eye, The Genius of George Washington and the Victory at Yorktown. And it tells, I think, an unappreciated story in that there was the siege of Yorktown that was the victory that led to our independence. But before that, there was a naval battle fought off the entrance of the Chesapeake in which the British were trying to rescue Lord Cornwallis from the end of his lonely point between the James and York rivers. And if the French had not won the battle with the British fleet, they would have rescued Cornwallis, and there would have not been the victory that won us our independence. And so the French win. It's an amazing story, and it's a story I think most Americans know little about. And so for me, this story about the year of Yorktown was an exciting one that got me back out on the water. Well, you know, it's kind of the buried theme of the Revolution, I think, is water. You know, the sea, when we think of the sea in the Revolution, we think of John Paul Jones and out there over in the British Channel. And that's a great story, but the truth of the matter is it had very little impact on what was happening in America. It had great symbolic value, but it really wasn't what was happening. What was happening was Washington's attempt to establish naval superiority. But also going along there was his understanding of the importance of rivers. He had grown up in the Tidewater. His whole life had been spent navigating the rivers down here, and he knew that the rivers surrounding New York, particularly the Hudson River, was absolutely essential to how things were going to go. In fact, for most of In the Hurricane's Eye, Washington is on the Hudson. And it was one of the revelations to me to realize that, you know, we think of him as permanently attached to his horse, you know, as a land guy. But the fact of the matter is at Mount Vernon, he had a schooner, and when it came to moving his entourage up and down the Hudson in those many years that he was stationed on the river, he would inevitably take the helm of whatever vessel was being transported. The book begins with an account of when the French envoy arrives in 1779 and is waiting to be transported down to West Point. The vessel arrives and he's astonished that A, Washington's on it, and B, he's at the helm. And this is a different Washington. And so Washington was familiar with the water, realized its importance. He was not an admiral in any way, and when asked, he said, listen, I don't know naval affairs, but what he did understand was strategy and the importance of water to this. And, you know, we are, as a nation, have been defined by a wilderness. We think of it as the West. But before there was the West, there was the sea. That was the wilderness that defined America through the 18th century and the first half of the 19th century. And I think it's really enlightening to realize that the birth of our country, the American Revolution, that fate ultimately depended on the fact that this country is beside the ocean, because because it was the ocean that ultimately was the key factor in the victory at the Battle of the Chesapeake and Yorktown.
Who needs another book on the American Revolution? Historians have been writing about the rebellion virtually since it ended, nearly 2.5 centuries ago. Personally, I've previously focused on more recent wars and 6 earlier books about conflicts in the 20th and 21st centuries, including the Liberation Trilogy, a narrative account of the American role in the liberation of Europe during World War II. The older I got, the more I found my eye drawn to a story that has beguiled me since I was a boy, perhaps the greatest tale in our national history, and that is the armed struggle for independence that we know as the Revolution. It's a creation story that accounts for who we are, where we came from, what we believe, and what our forebears were willing to die for. As a national saga, it's the stuff of great literature with spectacular characters, variously noble, ignoble, courageous, and tormented, and a plot as improbable as it is spellbinding. I set out to do for the Revolution what I did for the Mediterranean and European theaters in World War II, to write a sweeping narrative, an epic that weaves together tactical combat scenes, marching the reader into battle, with strategic storytelling that illuminates the reasoning and anxieties of those making the decisions that shape both a new nation and Western civilization. My intent is to show war as soldiers and militiamen saw it, terrifying, bestial, and occasionally grand, and as generals fought it, sometimes well, often badly. I also feel that it's important to tell the story from both sides, to see the rebellion as the British saw it and fought it. Toward that end, I spent a lot of research time in Britain, including a month at Windsor Castle where the papers of George III, our last king, are kept. Most have never been published, and Queen Elizabeth II only recently opened them to a small number of scholars, of whom I was among the first. Every day I would climb the 102 stone steps and then 21 wooden stairs to the garret of the Round Tower, where I spent countless hours with George, who throughout the Revolution served as his own secretary. His thoughts and commands are written in his hand, and they're revelatory. I spent years trawling through other archives, large and small, in search of primary sources, diaries, letters, official and unofficial records, unpublished memoirs, newspaper dispatches. The author Shelby Foote once said that a fact is not a truth until you love it. I believe that my strength as a writer and a historian comes from finding facts to love, teasing coherence and intimacy from the past. One of the narrative historian's tasks is to harness scholarship and lucid storytelling to bring back the dead, to breathe life into figures who can seem impossibly remote to a 21st century reader. My ambition has also been to restore the emotional connection between those who took part in that great struggle and today's readers. Not only have the founders been so embalmed in reverence that their human features are often difficult to discern, but the ordinary men and women who lived and died in the Revolutionary era can seem so remote, so faded, that we feel little empathy for them. But this war, like all wars, is a tale of young men dying young, and of people on both sides, from all walks of life, beset with pain, jubilation, apprehension, hope, and sorrow. The Revolution, which lasted 3,089 days, was our first civil war, with all the fraternal violence and heartbreak that implies. It not only brought forth a new nation, afire with a sense of destiny, it embodied the enduring aspirations of an idealistic people. The cause of America, wrote the essayist Thomas Paine, is the cause of all mankind. I look forward to picking up the story of that cause in the 2 volumes of the Revolution Trilogy still to come. Even now, the war offers clues to our national temperament. It remains a bright mirror in which we see traits that fashion the American character, from ingenuity and resilience to brutality and pugnacity. For better and for worse, it's our story.
On sale now, The British Are Coming, Rick Atkinson's epic story of the American Revolution. Available from the shops at Mount Vernon or wherever books are sold.
Pleasure of meeting. I am Sarah Colson, the 22nd Regent of the Mount Vernon Ladies Association. As many of you may know, our organization was formed in 1853 by a group of patriotic women who at the time, which was pre-Civil War, and as an aside, had neither the right to vote nor own property, quite improbably managed to raise the funds necessary to purchase Mount Vernon when neither the Congress nor the state of Virginia were willing or able to do so. And thus, they saved Mount Vernon from ruin. The history of the Mount Vernon Ladies Association is a wonderfully inspiring one, born of determination and a unifying love and admiration of George Washington. However, it is not the story we're here for this evening. So before we introduce Pulitzer Prize-winning historian and journalist Rick Atkinson, I first must acknowledge the Robert H. and Clarice Smith Family Foundation, who have been so generous throughout our history, including tonight's lecture series, which they established in honor of their daughter, Rochelle Smith. I would also especially like to thank each of you here tonight, not only for your generous support of this program, but for all you do to help us with our incredible educational and historic preservation work, not just here at Mount Vernon, but truly across the globe. And lastly, as I think about the history, the 160-year-plus history of the association, there are two women here tonight who loom very large in our modern accomplishments. From the dream and determined execution of the exciting, and I say flourishing, Fred B. Smith National Library for the Study of George Washington, to our essential quest to protect Washington's view across the Potomac, I dare say we would not have been as successful as we were were it not for the leadership and dedication of these two women. And I would like to introduce Regent number 18, Gay Gaines. And my predecessor, Regent 21, Barbara Lucas. Gay, Barbara, and Ben, thank you for coming. It's wonderful to be with you. It's now my pleasure to introduce Mount Vernon's President and CEO, Doug Bradburn, who will introduce Rick Atkinson. We all know Doug very well, but I should say that in his brief 6.5-year tenure thus far, he is making his mark in so many areas of the estate. First, as the founding director of the incredible George Washington Library, and more recently by accepting the role in becoming our 12th president and CEO. Doug also is a respected historian, as well as a vibrant and inspiring leader. And he's a terrific person to partner with as the Ladies Association seeks to forever protect Mount Vernon and educate the world of George Washington's incomparable legacy. Doug, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Regent. I'm honored to be here tonight with you, and of course the past regents. Both of them are very, very important to my position here. I mean, Gay Gaines was the big powerhouse behind the fundraising that built the library, of which I was the founding director, carried that incredible vision through its completion. And Barbara Lucas was my regent for the first years I was here as well, and she was such a great partner to work with as we were trying to develop the library. So it's great to see you all here tonight amongst all these wonderful friends. And I should also thank the Robert and Clarice Smith Family Foundation for their support and their ongoing support. I also want to mention that we have here with us tonight, I think in the overflow room, so they can't stand up and be recognized, but we have a great group of rising college juniors from all over the country, our Mount Vernon Leadership Fellows program, who come to Mount Vernon for 6 weeks to learn the lessons of leadership of George Washington and carry on his legacy as the future leaders of this country. And I'm delighted to say they're here tonight in the other room with us. So if you hear anything over there, it's them. Now, we've had an extraordinary series already this year. You'll remember, of course, we began with Nick Bunker's masterful telling of the early years of Benjamin Franklin, followed by Nat Philbrick's brilliant new study of the American victory at the Battle of Yorktown. And now we're really coming to a high note in the series. A crescendo, really, is going to happen tonight. And I'm so excited for you. I'm going to jump out of my shoes as I talk about what we're about to experience, because we're going to hear from Rick Atkinson lecturing on his brand new book, The British Are Coming, The War for America, Lexington to Princeton, 1775 to 1777. Now, if you don't know Rick Atkinson's previous work, you really are in for a special treat tonight. He is, as Mrs. Colson said, an award-winning journalist, having a successful and long career at the Washington Post, and he's a world-renowned author and military historian. He's the author of many books, including The Long Gray Line, a narrative saga about the West Point class of 1966, Crusade, a narrative history of the Persian Gulf War, In the Company of Soldiers, an account of his time with the 101st Airborne Division during the invasion of Iraq in 2003. And of course, he also wrote the acclaimed Liberation Trilogy, 3 studies of the American war in the European theater. An Army at Dawn, the war in North Africa, 1942 to 1943, for which he won the Pulitzer Prize. And in fact, I think he received notice of winning that prize while he was embedded with the 101st in Iraq. The Day of Battle, the second in the trilogy, the war in Sicily and Italy, 1943 to 44, which is called, quote, a triumph of narrative history, elegantly written and rooted in the sights and sounds of battle. And finally, The Guns at Last Light, the war in Western Europe, 1944 to 1945, which completed the story of the American theater in Europe and completed what was really a truly monumental achievement in American letters that will go down as one of the great histories of World War II. Now, he's known in his writing for his ability to mix the detail and statistics with the telling quotation, to help recount the experiences, the mindset and passions of the everyday soldier, equally with the sense of grand strategy. And everywhere is a rejection of romance in his writing. It is universally celebrated as vivid, rich, complex, elegant, evocative, powerful. But it's not just the quality of the writing which distinguishes him, I think. It's really his storytelling which sets him apart from the pack. He writes books that you can't put down. They are gripping in the full sense of the word. They grab you and they don't let go of you until you finish. Atkinson is the recipient of the 1982 Pulitzer Prize for National Reporting, the 1999 Pulitzer Prize for Public Service, and the 2003 Pulitzer Prize for History. Extraordinary. He's the winner of the 1989 George Polk Award for National Reporting, the 2003 Society for Military History Distinguished Book Award, the 2007 Gerald R. Ford Award for Distinguished Reporting on National Defense, the 2010 Pritzker Military Library Literature Award for Lifetime Achievement in Military Writing. They gave that to him too early, 2010 Lifetime Achievement. You still got more work to do, Rick. The 2013 New York Military Affairs Symposium Award for Lifetime Achievement, 2014 Samuel Eliot Morrison Prize for Lifetime Achievement from the Society of Military History. In December 2015, he received the Peggy V. Helmrich Distinguished Author Award, and he served as the General Omar Bradley Chair of Strategic Leadership of the U.S. Army War College. He is a presidential counselor at the National World War II Museum in New Orleans, an inductee in the Academy of Achievement, for which he serves as a board member, and he serves on the governing commission of the National Portrait Gallery. So, his bona fides are established tonight. He is, in short, the greatest living American writer on war. And I think, his gifts to us, in addition to the incredible books he's written, the gifts are even more palpable today, the day after Memorial Day. Because here we are on the day after Memorial Day, and his work does incredible service to our society's weak and fleeting historical memory. History is the conscience of any nation, and he helps Americans remember the sacrifices of so many, many who now long forgotten, men and women who've served and died so that we could live in peace and freedom. And we thank him for that writing. And now it is my great pleasure to say that he's turned his remarkable talents to retelling the story of the American War for Independence, one of the greatest stories in human history, the origin story of our great nation. And what more timely subject could there be right now? We're so quick right now to divide each other up into different groups, different identities, and try to talk about the different stories that we all have, when in fact we share so many things. And we need great storytellers to remind us and ground us in our shared history, the history which tells us who we are, what values we share, and inspires us to great achievements in our time. George Washington called the United States a great experiment. It's an experiment we're all still embarked upon. He called it the last great experiment in human happiness under civil society. And that experiment began with a bloody war, the last argument of George III. And so Rick Atkinson is going to be the great historian of our generation who retells that struggle in this trilogy of books, which corresponds, of course, with the 250th anniversary of the birth of the United States. So you are really lucky to have him here tonight. The book is just out. And so we are there at the beginning of the retelling of the greatest story in our nation's history. He's joined tonight by his lovely partner in life, his wife, Dr. Jane Chestnut Atkinson, who's a researcher and clinician at the National Institutes of Health. Welcome tonight. And let's all give a big Mount Vernon welcome to Rick Atkinson to take the stage.
Thank you, Doug. On Friday afternoon, I flew home to Washington from Dallas, and as the plane banked over the Potomac for the final approach into Reagan National, off the left wing, we had a beautiful view of this estate, the famous portico, the red roof contrasting with the white mansion and its famous cupola, the bowling green, the neat outbuildings. The young woman in the window seat in front of me turned to her boyfriend and said with a big smile, "There's Monticello." I swear on the Washington's graves it happened. Still work to be done, Doug. Curse you, Thomas Jefferson, you branding genius. I went to high school about 5 miles north of here, back when the Washingtons were still in residence on the estate. And in truth, it must be said that Mount Vernon in the past half-century has grown tremendously in stature, interpretive clout, and sheer fun. Doug, you and your team are doing terrific work, and you've been great friends and partners to me. Thank you. Thank you. You mentioned, I worked in the newspaper business for years, including a long stint at the Washington Post as a reporter, editor, and foreign correspondent, but I began to have doubts about my career choice when one day someone told me the story of the world's first brain transplant. The doctor went in to see the patient the night before the procedure and said, "Congratulations, sir, you're about to have the world's first brain transplant, and you have a choice as to the kind of brain you can receive. You can have the brain of a military officer. That'll cost you $100 an ounce. You can have the brain of a professor of history. That will cost you $200 an ounce. Or you can have the brain of a journalist, but that will cost you $1,000 an ounce." The patient said, $1,000 an ounce? That's outrageous. Why is it so expensive? The doctor said, "Do you have any idea how many journalists it takes to get an ounce of brain?" They're not enemies of the people. They have their issues. Anyway, so I became a military historian, only $500 or $600 an ounce. And I spent 15 years, as Doug mentioned, writing a trilogy about the American role in the liberation of Europe during World War II. And in 2013, as I finished that third and final volume, I began pondering what to do next. The obvious thing would have been to pivot to the Pacific and do for that campaign what I had done for the Mediterranean and Western Europe. But that would have required me to start World War II all over again at Pearl Harbor or even earlier, and that didn't have much appeal. And besides, I couldn't shake a personal fascination with a different war in a different century, a fascination I've had since I was a kid living just down the road. Well, I've now completed Volume 1, as Doug mentioned, and what I hope will be another trilogy, knock wood. The British Are Coming opens with an extended prologue in June 1773, when King George III travels to Portsmouth on the south coast of England for a 4-day review of the Royal Navy. It's a fantastic, proud display of military muscle precisely a decade after the creation of the first British Empire with victory in the 7 Years' War, the French and Indian War as we call it. 1773 is the year the phrase, "the sun never sets on the British Empire" was coined. And this volume ends with the 2 battles at Trenton and then the Battle of Princeton in January 1777, when it resuscitated American hopes that had seemed all but extinguished. Now, it may be rude to criticize a man in his own house, but let me suggest that there is a lot to dislike about the Founding Fathers and the war they waged for independence. The stirring assertion that all men are created equal did not, of course, apply to 500,000 black slaves, 1 in 5 of all souls who occupied the 13 colonies when those fine words were written in 1776, nor was it valid for Native Americans, women, or indigents. For the 8-year duration of the American Revolution, those who remained loyal to the British Crown, and even fence straddlers skeptical of armed rebellion, were subjected to dreadful treatment, public shaming, disenfranchisement, confiscation, beatings, torture, exile. Some were imprisoned on Hudson River scows anchored below Albany or in an old Connecticut copper mine where they were lowered by windlass 70 feet below ground to rock-walled cells known simply as hell. Partisan belligerence metastasized into civil war. John Adams later admitted, "I would have hanged my own brother had he taken part with our enemy in the contest." Conformity, censorship, and zealotry flourished. In a defensive war waged for liberty and to secure basic rights, the Americans promptly invaded Canada in an attempt to win by force of arms what could not be won by negotiation and blandishment, a 14th colony. This was the first, but hardly the last, American invasion of another land under the pretext of bettering life for the invaded. The enduring image of a yeoman farmer leaving his plow in the furrow to grab a musket on behalf of freedom is mostly mythical. During the Revolution, General Washington's army was rarely larger than 20,000 troops and at times dwindled to 3,000 in a country of 2.5 million people. Particularly after the initial enthusiasms aroused at Lexington, Concord, and Bunker Hill faded in 1775, relatively few American men volunteered for military service, especially if it involved enlisting for the duration in the badly armed, badly fed, badly clothed, and too often badly led American army. And yet, who would deny that the creation story of our founding remains valid, vivid, and thrilling? Even in 2019, at a moment when national unity is elusive, when our partisan rancor seems ever more toxic, when the simple concept of truth is assailed, that story informs who we are, where we came from, what our forebears believed, and perhaps the most profound question any people can ask themselves, what they were willing to die for. Indeed, at least 25,000 Americans died for the cause, and possibly many more. It's a larger proportion of our population to die in any conflict other than the Civil War. So what can we learn from that ancient quarrel? Well, first, that this nation was born bickering. Disputation is in the national genome. Second, that there are foundational truths that not only are indeed true, but as the Declaration of Independence insists, self-evident. Third, that leaders worthy of our enduring admiration rise to the occasion with acumen, grit, wisdom, and grace. And fourth, that whatever trials beset us today, we have overcome greater perils before. We're the beneficiaries of an enlightened political heritage handed down to us from that revolutionary generation after many subsequent struggles. It includes strictures on how to divide power and to keep it from concentrating in the hands of those who think primarily of themselves. We cannot let that heritage slip away. We cannot permit it to be taken away. We cannot be oblivious to this priceless gift or the hundreds of thousands who have given their lives to affirm and sustain it. Now, the American Revolution was not a war between regimes or dynasties fought for territory or the usual commercial advantages, but rather an improvised struggle between two peoples of a common heritage who have been gradually sundered by divergent values and conflicting visions of the future world. The Americans eventually won by embracing fewer strategic misconceptions than the British did. Certainly the rebels could be wrong-headed in believing that they had greater economic leverage over the mother country than they actually possessed, for example, or in caricaturing George III, who sat on his throne for 60 years and was shrewder, more complex, and more admirable than the overbearing ninny who still dominates our imaginations and even tonight is mincing across the stage in Hamilton. Yet George and his ministers made three critical miscalculations. One, that most colonists remained loyal to the crown, notwithstanding troublemakers in New England capable of inciting a rabble. Two, that firmness, including military firepower, would intimidate the obstreperous and eventually restore harmony. And three, that failure to reassert London's authority in America would eventually unstitch the newly created British Empire, encouraging insurrections in Ireland, Canada, the Sugar Islands of the West Indies, India. It's an 18th century version of the domino theory that would propel America into Vietnam 2 centuries later. Britain also underestimated the difficulty of waging a protracted war across 3,000 miles of open ocean in the age of sail, for 8 years, as it turned out. Expeditionary warfare, whether waged in North America in the 18th century or in Central Asia in the 21st century, is among the hardest of all martial enterprises. General Kelly could attest to that. The British Army in the Revolution, unable to gather food and forage from the American countryside without being ambushed, relied largely on provisions shipped from English and Irish ports. But of 40 transports dispatched across the Atlantic in the winter of 1775-76, only 8 of those 40 ships arrived directly in Boston. The rest were blown by gales back to Britain, or blown to the West Indies, or intercepted by rebel marauders. Of 550 Lincolnshire sheep carried aboard ships that actually made it to Boston, that breed was deemed the fittest to undergo the voyage across the North Atlantic. Only 40 of those 550 arrived alive. Of 290 hogs shipped, just 74 arrived alive. Most of the 5,200 barrels of flour in one shipment proved to be rancid. When the British moved to New York in the summer of 1776 and requested 950 horses to pull their artillery carriages and supply wagons, 412 of the 950 horses died at sea during the voyage from Britain. Scores more were ruined beyond use. Similar difficulties plagued the British for years. Logistics is always hard in war. I've personally seen just how hard in Somalia, Bosnia, Iraq, Afghanistan, and elsewhere. Even when the American rebels were fighting on their home turf in the Revolution, they faced enormous difficulties. Of 75 official letters that General Washington wrote in January and February 1776, half mentioned munition shortages, often in pleading, fretful terms, especially gunpowder, which he just called the thing. It's difficult to make musket balls without lead. And by the summer of 1776, the Americans were desperately short of the stuff. In New York, more than 100 tons of lead weights from fishing nets, clocks, and window sash cords were collected to make bullets, along with lead from downspouts and window glass cames and pewter dishes. Without salt, armies and navies couldn't stockpile the meat and fish needed to move anywhere. 2 bushels of salt, more than 100 pounds, were needed to cure 1,000 pounds of pork. Beef required even more. Before the war, America imported 15 million bushels of salt annually, half from the West Indies and half from Britain and Southern Europe. But the British trade embargo, once the shooting started, strangled 2/3 of those imports. Profiteers and hoarders drove up the prices from 2 shillings a bushel to eventually 75 shillings a bushel by late summer of 1777. To encourage salt works along the coast, pamphlets were printed with recipes for salt making. Congress authorized handsome bounties for every bushel created. All the old women and children are gone down to the Jersey shore to make salt, John Adams wrote, but 400 gallons of seawater were needed to boil off a single bushel of salt, and that required enormous stacks of firewood. Virginia spent more than 6,000 pounds, a huge sum in those days, to build evaporation ponds along the Chesapeake Bay, but collected a total of 50 bushels. It's probably the most expensive salt in the world. Yet those problems, substantial as they were, hardly matched Britain's problems. The 1,000 tons of bread required each month to feed British soldiers in New York often arrived from depots in Cork, moldy and infested with Irish rats. And there's no rat as nasty as an Irish rat. And those rats soon infested British storehouses on Staten Island. For the winter of 1776-77, the British needed 64,000 cords of firewood, 70 tons of candles, the daily allowance of a gill of rum for each redcoat. A gill is about 5 ounces. It's a gallon of rum a month per soldier. Took an enormous amount of shipping space. The British Navy Board needed 400 transports and victualling ships to move and supply the large force in New York. It's triple the tonnage used at the peak of the 7 Years' War. Let me talk for a moment about George, our last king. He's an intriguing adversary. Queen Elizabeth II only recently opened up to outside scrutiny the Georgian papers, which she owns, as part of a project to catalog and digitize the papers from all 4 Georges who became king in the 18th and 19th centuries. There are 350,000 pages, mostly from the reign of George III, most of them previously unpublished. And I was among the first allowed in to take a look for a whole month in April 2016 at Windsor Castle, where the papers are stored. Every morning I would show my badge at the Henry VIII gate and show it again at the Norman Tower, then climb 102 stone steps and 21 wooden stairs to the garret of the Round Tower, begun by William the Conqueror in the 11th century. And there are the papers, in gorgeous, oversized red binders. George was his own secretary until late in life when he began to go blind. He had become king in 1760 at the age of 22. And he wrote not only most of his correspondence himself, he also made the copies. And as you paw through these pages, there's a tactile sense of being in his presence. Among other things, he's a great list maker. lists of British garrisons abroad between 1764 and 1775, lists of Royal Navy vessels under construction in various shipyards, lists of all his regiments in America with the number of officers, musicians, and rank and file for each tabulated with his arithmetic scratchings in the margins as he does his sums. George copied out his own recipes for cough syrup. Write this down. Rosemary, rice, vinegar, brown sugar, all boiled in silver. And insecticide, wormwood, vinegar, lime, swine's fat, quicksilver. He was an ardent theater goer, and he kept critical notes on performances, writing that one actor, for instance, had a formal gravity in his mien and a piercing eye. He'd married an obscure, drab German princess, Charlotte, as in Charlotte, North Carolina, Charlottesville. Charlotte learned to play God Save the King on the harpsichord during her voyage to England from Germany. They married 6 hours after they met, and he had the marriage bedroom decorated with 700 yards of blue damask and large basins of goldfish. Nothing says I love you like a bowl of goldfish. The happy union proved fertile. She produced children with lunar regularity, eventually to number 15, and we see in his personal correspondence that George is a caring father. He's invested in the rearing of his kids. And through all this, he's trying to figure out the proper course for the British Empire, for the monarchy, and for his people. He's easy enough to dislike, but impossible, I find, to detest or simply dismiss as a reactionary autocrat. The war he chooses to wage is brutal, bloody, and often savage. Unlike modern war, killing is usually intimate, at very close range, face to face, often with a bayonet. That's partly because 18th century muskets were mostly inaccurate beyond 50 yards and usually hopeless beyond 100 yards. Scholars have calculated that in the fights at Lexington, Concord, and the British retreat to Boston on the first day of the war, April 19, 1775, the Americans fired at least 75,000 rounds, but only one bullet in every 300 or so actually hit a redcoat. The shot heard round the world probably missed. Battlefield wisdom held that it took a man's weight in bullets to kill him. And in Revolutionary War combat, that's not far wrong. On the other hand, massed musket fire by clusters of men firing in volleys, sending swarms of 1-ounce lead slugs flying downrange at perhaps 1,000 feet a second, that could be devastating. A man 5 feet 8 inches tall had an exterior surface of 2,550 square inches, of which 1,000 were exposed to gunfire when he was facing an enemy frontally at close range. Given the primitive inadequacy of 18th century medicine, which was hardly worthy of the name, if you're hit in the torso, you have more than a 50% chance of dying. If you're hit in the head, the odds of surviving are even worse. By the way, later studies by the British Army demonstrated that soldiers wearing conspicuous red uniforms were more than twice as likely to be shot in combat as those in muted blues and grays. Duh. American marksmen, especially those few with rifles, which were more accurate than muskets but more difficult to load and they couldn't carry a bayonet, those marksmen learned to target the brightest of the red coats, those that were almost vermilion in hue, because they were usually worn by officers who could afford the more expensive dyes that made those coats pop. In the Battle of Bunker Hill on June 17, 1775, the British captured roughly a square mile of rebel-held territory at a cost of over 1,000 casualties, including 226 British dead. Well, those are some of the nuts and bolts of 18th century warfare. But what of the emotional guts of the Revolution? That's what still moves us, stirs our pride, makes us feel that those men and women of more than a dozen generations ago have something to say to us. Why is that? Certainly that revolutionary generation can seem so distant as to be almost a foreign people. If irony and skepticism are the twin lenses of modern consciousness, the revolutionaries often seem archaic, far less ironic and less skeptical than in their worldview than their 21st century descendants. They speak English, of course, but they have their own argot idiom, their own slang. For example, passing counterfeit money, widely practiced in the 18th century, was known as shoving the queer. Someone who died took heaven by the way. British soldiers in Boston, by the way, sometimes referred to Americans derisively as Jonathans. But these are minor differences. We rightly admire those Americans for their endurance, pertinacity, and sacrifice, not only displayed by men serving in the ranks, but by others swept up in the fraught events of those times. Lois Peters of Connecticut hadn't seen her husband, Captain Nathan Peters, in months because he was part of the force besieging the British at Boston, when she wrote him, "Pray come home as soon as possible. A visit from you at any time would be agreeable." Meanwhile, she would harvest the corn, sell their oxen for enough cash to keep the family saddlery solvent, sew him a shirt and take great pleasure doing it, she told him, and keep faith with the future. She signed her letters, "Your loving wife until dead." General Nathanael Greene makes one of the worst operational decisions of the war by leaving 3,000 American soldiers exposed and vulnerable at Fort Washington on Manhattan, where in the space of 8 hours in November 1776, they're trapped and killed or captured. This is during a period when American generalship is often characterized by miscalculation, misfortune, imprudence, and deficient military skills. But Greene picks himself up, takes a deep breath, and writes to Cati, his wife, "The virtue of the Americans is put to trial. I am hardy and well amidst all the fatigues and hardships. Be of good courage. Don't be distressed. All things will turn out for the best." Be of good courage. He's speaking to us, to you, and he's certainly speaking to me. The sheer drama of the revolution keeps it compelling and often stunning. From the bloodletting at Bunker Hill, where 1 of every 8 British soldiers killed during the Long War would die in 4 hours, to the skin of the teeth escape by Washington and his army in the fog across the East River in August 1776 after a terrible drubbing on Long Island. And beyond the battlefield, the theatrical power and pathos of the conflict surely outruns any dramatist's imagination. The abrupt arrival of the septuagenarian Benjamin Franklin in Paris to woo the French absolute monarchy into an alliance with radical Republicans. The 100,000 smallpox deaths in North America from 1775 to 1782. Those white men sitting in Philadelphia in the summer of 1776, lashing at horseflies with their handkerchiefs while carving up Thomas Jefferson's draft declaration to make it shorter and much better. The many American families, Ben Franklin's among them, ripped apart by irreconcilable political differences. If the central figures in our creation story have frequently been embalmed in reverence, they nonetheless remain beguiling, worthy of perpetual scrutiny and often of emulation. Washington is a case in point. Let's talk about him for a minute. Yes, he owned more than 300 slaves when he died here in 1799. You cannot square that moral circle. He demonstrated shortcomings as a tactical commander at Long Island, Fort Washington, and on other battlefields. That's not surprising when he took command of what was generously called the Army of the United Colonies outside Boston in July 1775. He'd had 5 years of experience in the Virginia militia, but he'd been out of the soldiering business for 17 years. He knew little about cavalry, artillery, how to supply an army, or how to organize a continental force. He faced a steep learning curve, and it was made all the more daunting by the fact that, except for a couple of aides, Washington had almost no staff in those early months. He was the staff: quartermaster, clothier general, muster master general, ordnance officer, personnel chief, provost marshal, spy master. Those 5 years early in his life as an officer within a British military organization during the French and Indian War had imprinted him with some of the 18th century British social distance between superiors and subordinates, officers and enlisted. It took him a while to figure out that there is a mystical bond between leaders and led, particularly within a democratic political construct. When he first became commander-in-chief, Washington had difficulty appreciating the great sacrifice being made by the average soldier in leaving his farm, his shop, his family to serve the cause. He complained bitterly about dirty New Englanders. He had almost nothing good to say about the junior officers who joined his army when he first became commander. And Washington, of course, was an immensely wealthy man with overseers and all those slaves to keep this place going in his absence. It would take the shared experience of hardship, sacrifice, many failures, occasional successes, and the common pursuit of a common goal to forge unbreakable links between superior and subordinate. Through 8 years of the Revolution, he rarely, not never, but rarely, showed real brilliance as a tactical or operational commander. He tended not to see the battlefield spatially and temporally the way great captains do, like Napoleon. So on a number of occasions during the Revolution, we see him making mistakes or being saved from his mistakes by subordinates. For example, he favored a frontal assault on entrenched British positions in occupied Boston, which would have been a calamity. His generals, almost to a man, said, "No, no, no." He'd been a surveyor as a young man, of course, and he had a surveyor's eye for ground, for terrain. But on Long Island, in August 1776, he failed to adequately examine the ground, to conduct reconnaissance, and that failing contributed to a catastrophic defeat. He was slow to evacuate New York, partly for political reasons, partly because he misread the battlefield. And as long as we're piling on, the man who proverbially could never tell a lie sure could prevaricate. He didn't disabuse Congress that it was his idea to seize Dorchester Heights, the high ground overlooking Boston, which proved key to forcing the British to abandon the city. In truth, the idea was more or less forced on him by subordinates. And while he accepted responsibility for the capture of Fort Washington, he claimed, quite untruthfully, that he hadn't had time to really assess the American position there. In 1776, we find him carping about his troops, his officers, his lot in life. "I distrust everything," he complained. And those complaints transform our demigod into a sometimes petulant mortal. So what does he have going for him? Well, quite a lot, of course. Let's start with the attribute that Napoleon would most cherish in his generals. Anybody know what it is? Height? No, not height. Good guess. Yeah, chutzpah? Yeah, chutzpah. No, luck. Luck. It shouldn't be underestimated in life. It should never be underestimated in war. Washington is lucky. When he decides out of desperation to cross the Delaware on Christmas night, 1776, to attack the Hessian garrison in Trenton, you've heard of that, and when he then decides to double down and a few days later crosses the Delaware again for what turns out to be the victorious battle at Princeton, he displays boldness and a good grasp of his intelligence, meticulous preparation, and an ability to adapt as conditions change, but he himself refers to, quote, 2 lucky strokes at Trenton and Princeton. By this time, he'd demonstrated a gift for improvisation and the deft escape, an ability to grab the occasion by the forelock, as one British historian put it. He's durable and robust. 43 years old when he takes command in 1775. For the subsequent 8 years of war, he shows an iron constitution. He never seems to even catch cold. That's important. He shows a willingness to listen to advice, to learn from his mistakes, and he shows a keen eye for subordinate military talent, recognizing, for example, that an overweight, bow-legged Boston bookseller, 25 years old, named Henry Knox, had enough of a gift for gunnery to become the father of American artillery. Or that an obscure Quaker anchor smith from Rhode Island named Nathaniel Greene will be one of the greatest generals in American history. It's up to him, to Washington, to be the chief strategist, military strategist for these new United States. There are no Joint Chiefs, no Secretary of Defense, no National Security Council. He has to figure out how to defeat the British Empire, which, among other things, has the greatest fleet the world has ever seen. He realizes, first and foremost, that he doesn't actually have to win the war, but rather he has to avoid losing it. And he learns painfully that you don't have to win every battle to win the war, and in fact, trying to win every battle can cause you to lose the war. He's a gifted political general, matched in American history only perhaps by Dwight Eisenhower, with whom I spent, metaphorically, 15 years. And we're not talking about partisan politics, of course, but rather political in the sense of instinctively knowing how to motivate both subordinates and superiors, how to maneuver, how to inspire, how to compromise. What a concept. In the first month after being appointed commander-in-chief in June 1775, Washington writes 7 letters to Congress, his political masters. In each of those letters, he acknowledges, either overtly or tacitly, civilian control of the military. It's an extraordinary gift that he gave to us at that time and subsequently. An extraordinary portion of his correspondence during the war is to governors, congressional committees, provincial committees of safety, influential movers and shakers. This not only signals his steadfast devotion to civilian control of the military, it's a fraught subject in the 18th century. They're very aware of Oliver Cromwell's history. But it also helps to influence policy, to accumulate allies, to have friends when you need them. He also learns some bitter lessons, that war is rarely linear. It prefers a path of fits and starts, ups and downs, triumphs and cataclysms, that only battle can reveal those with the necessary dark heart for killing, years of killing, that only those with the requisite stamina, aptitude, and yes, luck, will be able to see it through. And finally, the hardest of war's hard truths, that for a new nation to live, young men must die, often alone, usually in pain, and sometimes to no obvious purpose. He, more than anyone, will be responsible during the Revolution for ordering those men to their deaths. He embodies Republican values, small r. Of course he has insecurities, and he's ambitious and preoccupied with his reputation. But he recognizes that there must be a moral core at the center of the great enterprise he commands, knowing that immoral behavior is a slippery slope in war as in life. He's constantly reminding his soldiers to behave, in part because he knows that a civil war, and the Revolution is our first civil war, is about hearts and minds, and that soldier behavior is critical to winning that battle. Great responsibility enlarges him. He rightly embodies the sacrifice of personal interests to a greater good, as well as other virtues, dignity, humility, determination, moral stamina, incorruptibility, traits that should remain true north for every citizen today. His faith gave others faith. His strength made others strong. And finally, he develops a shrewd understanding of the ornery, independent peoples known collectively as Americans. In January 1777, Washington wrote, "A people unused to restraint must be led. They will not be drove." He was a leader, and how lucky we are. Lesser personalities, largely lost to history, speak to Americans in the 21st century of constancy and an antique patriotism. "Heaven only knows what may be my fate," Captain John McPherson wrote in a last letter to his father before being killed at Quebec. "I experienced no reluctance in this cause to venture a life which I consider is only lent to be used when my country demands it." Likewise, Lieutenant Samuel Cooper wrote his wife, "The dangers we are to encounter I know not, but it shall never be said to my children, 'Your father was a coward.'" He too died at Quebec. Even Benedict Arnold, perhaps the finest battle captain on either side early in the war before his subsequent missteps, wrote after being shot in the leg in Canada, "I am in the way of duty and I know no fear." Some years ago, the distinguished historian John Schy, who taught at the University of Michigan for eons, wrote that the Civil War, like every other major event in American history, including the Second World War, has a tragic, human, two-sided quality that the Revolution seems to lack. The whole complex of revolutionary events takes on a smooth, self-contained character that makes getting the right emotional grip on the subject very difficult. My premise is that tragedy is the bedrock of every war because every war is about young men and sometimes women dying young. My ambition has been to find that emotional grip, as Professor Schy put it, to revive the tragic human multi-sided quality that saturates the American saga from 1775 to 1783. So we see Lieutenant Edward Hull, a young Scottish officer in the 43rd Regiment of Foot, shot at North Bridge in Concord, then shot again during the British retreat toward Boston, captured by the Americans, in agony from 3 bullet wounds, sucking on an orange donated by a compassionate rebel. He lingers for nearly 2 weeks in a twilight of pain and remorse before he too takes heaven by the way. Or we see Mary Pierce, the widow of a private killed at Bunker Hill while fighting with the Massachusetts militia, as she petitions the Commonwealth for precisely £5 and 12 shillings in compensation for her husband's lost coat, trousers, stockings, shoes, buckles, silk handkerchief, knife, and tobacco box. Or General Richard Montgomery in the assault on Quebec, hit by grape shot in both thighs and mortally through the face. His effects were auctioned off to his officers a couple days after his death, item by item. 2 volumes of Polybius, Johnson's Dictionary of the English Language, a buffalo skin and clothes brush bought by Captain Aaron Burr, and a wardrobe that included ruffled shirts, holland waistcoats, and a pair of tea-tongs, all purchased by Benedict Arnold. Or we see Île aux Noix, the island of nuts, a couple hundred acres in the Richelieu River just above the New York border, where thousands of American soldiers retreating from Canada in June 1776 jammed a malarial hell, half of them suffering from smallpox, dysentery, typhus, or some other god-awful malady, infested with lice and maggots. One doctor wrote, "We had nothing to give them. It broke my heart, and I wept till I had not more power to weep." And we see Matthew Patton of Bedford, New Hampshire, whose son John had survived a gunshot wound to the arm at Bunker Hill, but did not survive Île aux Noix. Mr. Patton wrote simply in his diary, I got an account of my John's death of the smallpox at Canada. He was 24 years and 31 days old. Historian Bruce Caton considered the American Civil War a redemptive tragedy. Surely the same can be said of the American Revolution. It embodied the enduring aspirations of an idealistic people and brought forth a nation abounding with a sense of destiny. No wonder the world was agog. The cause of America, wrote the essayist Thomas Paine, is the cause of all mankind. Even now, the war for independence offers clues to our national temperament. It remains a bright mirror in which we see traits that fashion the American character, from ingenuity and resilience to brutality and pugnacity. We've come far in almost 2.5 centuries in power, diversity, tolerance, and sheer scale. But in some respects, those ancestors remain nearer than we know. Their existential struggle churned up issues that perplex us to this day, including individual liberty versus collective security, the proper limits on executive power, the obligations of citizenship, and the elusive quest for a more equitable society. The tacit primal question of 1776 persists in 2019. Who do we want to be? Democracy is never a thing done, the poet and librarian of Congress Archibald MacLeish told us. Democracy is always something that a nation must be doing. Even Jefferson's Declaration, our foundational secular scripture, we hold these truths to be self-evident, is dynamic, never a thing done, something a nation must be doing. The great Yale historian Edmund Morgan wrote that the creed of equality did not give men and women equality, but invited them to claim it, invited them not to know their place and keep it, but to seek and demand a better place. The American Revolution lasted 3,089 days, and the result was epical and enduring, the creation of the American Republic, among mankind's most remarkable achievements. Nearly 90,000 more days have elapsed since those horsefly swatting men asserted a human birthright of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Keeping faith with those who fought, suffered, and died for the principles we profess to still cherish requires more than a nodding acquaintance with them, more than a perfunctory acknowledgement of their struggles. For better and for worse, their story is our story. Their fight remains our fight. Thanks so much for having me here tonight. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks very much. Thank you for that. And you students in the other room, wake up. All right, we've got time for questions, I believe, and there are folks on both sides with microphones, and they will find you and they will give you a microphone.
I've sort of asked this question of a couple of your other speakers, but I never get quite the answer I'm looking for. Washington starts out the war wanting to draw the British into a climactic battle and win it. At Boston, at Long Island, to some degree at Harlem Heights. A short time later, he is into asymmetrical, almost guerrilla war, to draw them inland, to wear them down, and so forth and so on. What do you attribute that change in his basic focus of, and the term you used, I thought you nailed it, was he needed to not lose the war. They couldn't win the war, but he just needed not to lose it. What caused that transition?
Getting his butt kicked repeatedly is what caused it. I mean, he recognized, first of all, he's very aggressive. He's really, he is natively an aggressive commander. He is looking to mix it up. Sometimes when we look at the alabaster portraits of him, I think we underestimate the extent to which he really is. Aggression is part and parcel of his makeup. But he realizes, you know, you could argue somewhat belatedly, particularly after the defeat on Long Island, that he just doesn't have the wherewithal to go toe-to-toe in the kind of climactic battle, as you put it, that he would perhaps like to fight. He also realizes that the British, having experienced Bunker Hill, General Howe was there, he walks up the hill, every member of his staff, General Howe's staff, is killed or wounded. Howe comes back down unscathed, but covered in blood. And Washington knows that it's unlikely that the British are going to make that same mistake twice in the sort of frontal assault on entrenched positions. And so he comes to the realization that he's got to fight a different kind of war, that it's, you know, he talks about a war of posts in which you pick your spots. And he's always looking for the main chance. He's always looking for the opportunity to fall on the British and on his terms fight them in a Donnybrook. But those opportunities are pretty rare, and you know, on the few occasions when they do happen, things don't go right. No plan survives contact with the enemy, and that's true in the Revolution as it's true in every other war. So he realizes that in order to win the war, he's going to have to lay back. He's going to have to be smart. He's going to have to fight essentially a defensive war. All the time looking for his chances. He finds that chance, I mentioned it earlier, at Trenton twice, in Princeton, where he falls in the garrison and almost 1,000 Hessians are killed or captured, and that's fine, but it's not the kind of slugfest that he's hoping for. And so over the course of 8 years, he's going to have to fight the kind of war that's imposed on him by the conditions that he finds, not the conditions that he hopes for, not with the army that he would like to have and the supplies that he would like to have, but with the army he's actually got and the supplies that he's actually got. So, you know, one of the things that is most admirable about his generalship, he may not be Napoleon the way he sees a battlefield, but he's got a strategic sense of, first of all, he needs to not lose the war. He knows the British have to win the war, that they're at the end of a very long supply tether, that British public opinion is a fragile thing, he hopes. Turns out not to be as fragile as you might think, takes 8 years, but that if he can drag it out, if he can bleed them here and there, nicks and cuts and British soldiers bleeding, that he cannot lose the war and therefore eventually win it. I think it's quite a remarkable realization by him, and it's a tribute to the fact that he really has some chops as a general. Now you can say to the next speaker, I've asked the three last.
Is one of his failures not realizing that he cannot hold New York, he cannot retake New York, because even in 1780, when he's trying to get Rochambeau and then the French fleet to help him retake New York, he has to have some push to go to Virginia and Yorktown.
Yeah, I mean, New York is a grudge match for him. He's held it initially partly because Congress, dithering a bit, and you know, Congress is Congress, wants him to hold New York. They're reluctant to give it up, and so he's holding on to it. He eventually realizes with nudges from Greene, incidentally is sick at the Battle of Long Island. The defensive plan has been Nathaniel Greene's, and he's in his sickbed when it comes time to actually execute it, and that's one reason why it's executed so poorly. But when Greene gets out of his sickbed, he helps to persuade Washington that the position in New York in 1776 is untenable. You don't have to be a military genius to know that New York is built on an archipelago, and there's 800 miles of shoreline, and whoever controls the waterways around New York has an enormous advantage. And Washington writes about the fact that they've got this advantage. So when he finally is persuaded that Manhattan Island, first of all, is not going to be his for long, and he makes the mistake of affirming Greene's decision to leave the garrison at Fort Washington, but that's when he begins to the process of being ejected from New York. And it clearly sticks in his craw for years. You know, he's looking for an opportunity to take it back. You know, it's a pivot in the whole colonial construct. And if he can get back New York in 1780, that's going to make the British hold on the 13 colonies generally very, very difficult. It's been their headquarters for 4 years at that point. But he needs, again, to be kind of general. There's a better opportunity waiting for you in the South. And it turns out there's a better opportunity waiting for him in the South. It's called Yorktown. And, you know, again, to his credit, he's not a stubborn fool. He's not, I am the commander-in-chief, don't tell me what I should think. He listens to it, looks at the maps, thinks it through, and makes a decision. Can't ask for more than that in a commander-in-chief. You know, I think that's what's happening when, in that interval between 1776 and 1780. A lot happens then to him, but I think all the time New York is in the back of his mind. They're passing the baton. Sir.
Thank you for your lecture. I really enjoyed it. It sounds like prior to the Revolution or during the early days, the Loyalists and the Patriots there was very little civility and there was a lot of violence. We know a similar situation occurred prior to the Civil War. And it sort of feels like we're in that same position right now. How do we get out of where we are now without having another war?
Well, that's depressing. Yeah, I mean, let's talk about Loyalists for just a moment. You know, John Adams said long after the war that about a third of the American population during the war were Loyalists, and about a third were either indifferent or they just wanted to stay out of the way, and a third were rebels, patriots. That's been misinterpreted, what Adams actually said, and that's clearly wrong. Modern scholarship indicates that of the 2 million white Americans in the 13 colonies when the insurrection begins, probably 18 to 20% are loyalists. Now, loyalism is a shifting concept. You might be loyal when the British Army is in your backyard, but when they leave and your neighbors come over and stick a finger in your chest and tell you that you're going to go to jail, you may be less loyal to the crown at that point. So there's a lot of that, and that's not uncommon in an insurgency. But 18 to 20% is not sufficient, as it turns out, and not nearly the percentage that the king and his ministers believe. It's not sufficient to tilt the cause in favor of the British. They cannot rally in sufficient numbers and provide the human terrain, to use a term Petraeus uses all the time, is very complex in America in the 1770s. And the notion that there will be enough of a silent majority of loyalists able to rally to the British cause when the army shows up proves to be a pipe dream in almost all cases. And so consequently, one of the things that the patriots, let's call them the patriots, doesn't imply moral superiority, are doing is to try to suppress the loyalists to the extent they can with the kinds of measures that I mentioned, including some really nasty measures. You're right. I mean, there were parallels to the Civil War. I don't think the parallels to today. I hope it's not to that point. Again, I think that historically we have been at loggerheads often. and we've had serious political disagreements, and we've been nasty to each other. What does it take to right the ship and getting us all pulling the rope in the same direction? I think a catastrophe, actually. Civil war. You know, hopefully not a civil war, but a war, a calamity of some sort. That has tended to be our national trajectory. Take World War II, a war that I know very well. You know, in the late 1930s and really into the early 1940s, the country is badly divided over what to do. And there are bad feelings toward those who want to do something that's different from what you want to do. And there's a strong sense of isolationism. And there's a reluctance to get involved in another European war. And, you know, the feelings run high and they run hot, and they're hard feelings. And what does it take to get us out of that? Well, it takes Pearl Harbor and 291,000 battle deaths and 400,000 American dead over the course of World War II to feel like we're all pulling the rope in the same direction. Now, I hope that that's not the case. You know, I think one thing that would be helpful is to have a leader who can unify us. When you see him or her, you let me know. That's not a partisan statement. That's an observation. You know, it's hard to be optimistic about things today, but on the other hand, I think it's wrong to be excessively pessimistic. One reason to study our history not only is to acknowledge those who've come before us, but it's to feel that we've found our way before. We know how to get ourselves out of jams. We are very, very inventive, and we are extremely capable when we put our minds to it. And, you know, I have faith in the future. I have faith in my children's future. And when we lose that, then we're really in trouble. Thanks for the question. Thank you.
There have been, even here, we've had lots of speakers on their histories of the revolution and how they approach it. I was curious how, in your mind, you distinguish yourself from other historians who have gone at the Revolutionary War. What kinds of things you want to bring to it that perhaps previous historians have not? How you distinguish yourself in this crowd?
Yeah, it's a crowd. There have been quite a few books written about it. Not as many as World War II, I think, actually. I think Amazon has 60,000 hardback books on World War II. How do I distinguish myself from it? I'm going to leave that to you, the reader. I think, in part, that what I bring to it is a real intensity as an archive rat. The mystery of the next unopened archival box still entrances me. And I know that all great events, like all great figures in history, are bottomless, that there is more to discover, there's more to write about. People will be writing about Abraham Lincoln 500 years from now. The same is true for World War II. And so I know that there is stuff to find. I found it in the garret of the Round Tower, for example, among many other places. I fancy that I'm a writer, and that I can write a narrative that you will want to read, and that you will feel the emotional resonances in the power of the writing and the power of the story told. But again, I leave that to you. It's reviewed on the cover of the New York Times Book Review 2 days ago. You can take a look and see what Joseph Ellis said. And he said nice things, and he's a good guy to have on your side. So it's, you know, I think that it's incumbent on anybody tackling this big subject, ground that's been well trod, to bring something to it. You have to feel that you can move the ball forward. I feel like I'm moving the ball forward. hang on, they can't hear you in the back. Yeah. Yeah.
Sometimes I feel as though we're preaching to the choir, though. We are here because we know some of this. We care about this. We're all invested in this. And I worry about how we get this story and your story now into the consciousness of college students and sixth graders. And because I worry, and I'd like to know that I'm wrong about this, because you seem more optimistic, I worry that if there were a catastrophe, for example, if you don't know and appreciate the uniqueness and the magnificence of the United States of America, what it means, how it was born, all of that, this unique experience, why would you defend it? Why would you put skin in the game? And have you observed, how do you feel about that? Is it?
Well, it's well said. Thank you. I mean, first of all, I would suggest don't just preach to the choir, preach to the unconverted. That's important. Yeah, I know you're trying. And, I was here for Revolutionary War weekend at the beginning of May, and despite threatening weather, there were thousands here, families enjoying the reenactors and doing all the other things that go on here, and it's spectacular, and it's a way to reach out to the community and a way to bring to the 21st century a sense of what the 18th century was like and a sense of what this place was like. And I think those are marvelous things to do. I mean, World War II, country of 130 million people, we had 16.1 million in uniform. Everybody had someone they loved in harm's way. Everybody had skin in the game, as you said. 324 million today. Armed forces are 2 million or so, including the reserves. Almost nobody has skin in the game. 1%. And that is potentially problematic. It's problematic for the country in terms of having a sense that we're sending our sons and daughters off to bad places, that we, in fact, have an emotional investment in our military. And it's important, I think, for our leaders, and it's important for everyday ordinary citizens to remember, not just on Memorial Day yesterday, but every day, what's at stake and what has been sacrificed. And that's part of the story that you're talking about. There's no easy answer to your good question. Why would they risk what they risk if they don't know what it is that has been given to us? Well, that's why it's really important, to insist that the schools do what the schools should be doing, that the community does what the community should be doing, that, General Kelly and I were talking about Section 60 in Arlington Cemetery, where many of our Afghan and Iraq dead are buried now. I think the next time we're thinking about foreign adventures, we should insist all 324 million people go visit Section 60 first, so that we have some sense of what's at stake. Find the bully pulpit that fits you best and preach to the unconverted. It's the Lord's work. And I don't think there's a simpler answer than that.
I just wanted to say how much I enjoyed your talk and the liberal way you sprinkled your talk with quotes that were both a mix of humor and inspiration. So whether it was your own, the shot heard round the world, probably missed, or others, I am in the way of duty and I know no fear. I mean, that was wonderful and noteworthy and appreciated. I'd love to know what you're working on next. If you need ideas, I have an idea for you.
Thanks. You were taking notes, weren't you? Well, I know what I'm working on next because I'm committed to, this damnable trilogy. Having been through it once before, and it took me 15 years, I don't expect this one to be any less consuming. And so I'm just starting to work on the research for Volume 2, which I think will take me from early 1777, when we've left off Volume 1, probably through the Battle of Charleston, which is the spring of 1780. It's a terrible defeat for the Americans. Speaking of grudges, the British have held a grudge about Charleston since they were ejected in their efforts to take Charleston at Sullivan's Island in the summer of 1776. And there were 5,000 American soldiers who were captured at Charleston. It really looks like maybe the British cause is turning in their favor. So that'll keep me busy for quite some time. And I don't know what your idea is, but if it's really alluring, I don't want to hear about it.
Mr. Atkinson, up here.
Hi.
What I wanted to ask you is, we've had generations of military leaders that have studied at the Naval War College, the Army War College, the command staff courses at Fort Leavenworth. When they study General Washington, what are the lessons they draw from him as a military leader in terms of his successes, the qualities that he demonstrated as a general that they admire, respect, and draw from as they study?
Yeah, I was the Omar N. Bradley Chair at the Army War College a few years ago, and I could see what they were learning there during their year, and I suspect the other war colleges are the same. I spent a fair amount of time at West Point. I was with General Petraeus last week in New York. He was my interlocutor at the New York Historical Society, and we talked a bit about something related to that question. I think the foremost thing that they study, trying to speak generally about the military education system, which is very complex and not uniform, but they're looking at character. I mean, you can look at Washington's dispositions at Long Island and cluck and say, well, that was really not smart. Or you can look at Trenton and Princeton and say, boy, that was bold. He really did take the occasion by the forelock. And you can look at any one of a number of things that he is doing as a commander, but I think the things that are most enduring about him is character. And character, not only the list of virtues that I mentioned, but his relationship with his subordinates all down the line, his ability to identify subordinate talent, his operations as a political general. Petraeus would know something about that. So especially at the higher levels, you're talking about these young colonels who are going to command brigades in the case of the Army. They're looking at things that they can draw from Washington that doesn't have to do with the tactical issues that he has faced. They may be interested, and they do staff rides, and they walk the ground on some occasions. And at the Army War College, they all go to Gettysburg every year to try and draw lessons from Meade and from Lee at Gettysburg. But again, I just went on one with them in September of last year. They're kind of looking at they're at that level, you're trying to see over the horizon. You don't want your nose down in the weeds too much. You want to get some elevation in your thinking. And, when they look at Washington and look at Washington's trajectory, including those 5 early years in which he learns some things but doesn't learn other things, and a long time out of uniform. And he comes in and he makes early mistakes, and he's got some misconceptions about the men he's commanding. Those are all useful, I think, for anybody who's going to be in a position to command or to be a senior staff officer. And so I know at Carlisle, where the Army War College is, these are the kinds of things they're doing, and I suspect it's the same Montgomery, the Air War College, and the Marines, and Newport for the Navy. where you're looking for Washington to give you some inspiration about being a leader. That's the game, about being a leader. So I think it's the best I can answer that.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's let Rick Atkinson know what we thought about that incredible lecture.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Fantastic. Okay.
Hamilton, of course, felt the need to sit down and explain this decision to his father-in-law, Philip Schuyler, because Schuyler was a very good friend of Washington. This was obviously a very unorthodox thing to do for a young man to quit Washington's staff, and it was really Hamilton. If he didn't provoke the feud, he certainly capitalized on it and took advantage of it to do what he wanted to do, perhaps all along, to leave, you know, and have his own field guide. But you know, when he sat down and wrote this letter to his father-in-law, he described what it was like working for Washington, and he describes Washington as very moody and temperamental, and says, "The great man and I have come to an open rupture. He shall for once at least repent his ill humor." Now, I had never encountered George Washington in that mode. You know, and far from being disappointed by that, I actually was relieved. It suddenly humanized him. He came alive for me in that moment, seeing him, not only in that letter, but other letters that Hamilton wrote during the war, actually gave it an immediacy to Washington, you know, that I hadn't experienced before. You know, they say that no man is a hero to his valet, and Washington during the Revolutionary War was working under excruciating pressure. Yeah. And I think that precisely because he had such immense self-control and he had this enormous image to live up to, he blew off steam in private, and Hamilton saw that. I think also Washington's nature was that, it was why Washington did so well in life. Washington was a real perfectionist. He was very, whether it was at Mount Vernon or, you know, in the federal government, he was very exacting and demanding in terms of what he wanted, and demanded very, very high performance from people. So he was a very hard-charging boss, not at all the easygoing soft-shoe boss that people had imagined. But I could remember that moment when I read that letter. I felt that there was a George Washington that had not been captured, and I wondered, because Hamilton was very good at penning word portraits of people. He was very perceptive, and he was a good enough writer that he could really make characters come alive. So that, for me, you know, that was the keyhole through which I began to spy a portrait of Washington that had not been done before. And I think what happens with Washington, you know, because we all love and revere Washington so much, both then and now, there's an almost automatic tendency to try to wipe away the blemishes, or look the other way. And I feel that
he gets the benefit of the doubt.
He gets the benefit of the doubt. And unfortunately, that's done him a terrible disservice, because it's turned him into a somewhat unreal character in the American imagination, when he was all too real. And I felt that the you know, the flaws in his character, to my mind, instead of detracting from his greatness, actually enhanced the greatness, because you realize what he had to overcome emotionally to be George Washington. The country was looking to him for a kind of perfection. He had ordinary human flaws, and he was always kind of caught in the conflict between those two things. So that was really the starting point of that book. And of course, when I was doing Hamilton, was great fun to write about, because he was on the one hand so brilliant, and on the other hand so flawed, that the more I studied Hamilton, the more I admired Hamilton, but the more I revered Washington. And I can remember when I was working on the Hamilton biography, I would say to people, Hamilton is the subject of my biography, but Washington's the hero of the biography. You know, Washington always does the right thing. Hamilton, most of the time, does the right thing.
All right, so before we jump into the Hamilton and Washington, there was one thing about the Washington biography. So I think it can be fairly said that your biography of Washington is probably the definitive biography since Douglas Southall Freeman's multi-set, and then his single volume as well, which is a really great book still. But one thing you had access to was all the papers of George Washington Project, and I know that the people down there in Charlottesville and documentary editors everywhere are really pleased with you because A, you give them lots of credit, B, you use the newest things and didn't use the old stuff when there was new stuff available. And there's so many biographies still where people are still using the writings of Washington and not using the papers of George Washington. So talk a little bit about
I feel
that project and how it helped you kind of advance where Freeman had been.
I feel very humble about this. I feel that if it all saw farther than other biographers, it was because I was standing on the shoulders of this extraordinary team of editors down at Charlottesville. And that was actually one of the reasons that I did the book, because the old edition that had formed the basis for Freeman, Flexner, and that generation of historians is really very limited. I have it in the bedroom. I think it was 17 volumes, very large print, very wide margins. So by the time I started the Washington biography, I think about 60 of the projected 90-plus volumes, had been published. So I said to myself, do I want to wait until, all 90-plus volumes were published? I thought that was, given my age, tempting fate to do that. But I thought that there was already enough on the record. Undoubtedly, when all of the 90-plus have been finished, someone will come, along and try another synthesis. But it's probably the single most frequently asked question that I got when I was working on the book. People would say, is there anything new left to say? And I would say to people, the work is just beginning now. We actually know so much more about George Washington than his own contemporaries. I dare say we know more about George Washington than Martha did, because there are moments where his life is so minutely documented in those volumes. You can feel on certain days that on an hour-to-hour basis you're following him around Mount Vernon, or on an hour basis you're following him through a series of meetings with his cabinet secretaries and visiting dignitaries. It's astonished. And Washington was very thorough, very meticulous. He was a consummate record keeper, God bless him, and not only recorded everything, sometimes rather surprising things that he would record, but he had a great regard for the paper trail that he was creating. I was very fascinated during the Revolutionary War that he creates a staff of people and gets a special appropriation to create this beautiful edition of his wartime letters, and then took great care in terms of transporting them back to Mount Vernon. Of course, you know the story much better than I do. He even thought of creating a house, library. Would have been the first presidential library on the estate. So he's tending the documentary record as if he knew that, I was going to come along, and dozens of other biographers were going to come along and be coming through
the egomaniacal version.
Coming through all of these, things. You feel that he is. You feel that it was Washington himself who spread a banquet table of documents that all of us have been feasting on, for a great many years.
So I started off with the thought that the Hamilton and Washington come from very different worlds, but they seem to get on. They're attracted to each other. They come together. What is it? What are the things about each other that they admire?
Well, first, let me say that there are, even though those lives are so different, there are certain parallels in terms of where these two men have come from. Because Hamilton is an illegitimate, orphaned boy from the Caribbean is painfully aware of his lack of status, is tremendously ambitious in terms of wanting to enter into high society and into the political world. He's an autodidact. He's constantly improving himself, but he really is an outsider trying to fight his way into the inner ranks of society and government. And George Washington's story, although he was born at a much higher level, as I recall, his father had 10,000, enormous amount of acreage and slaves. But Washington, too, was very self-conscious about what he referred to as his defective education. He wants to enter the upper ranks of Virginia gentry. And so he was, in his way, as hard-charging and ambitious as Hamilton was, and had a similar consciousness of being an outsider. Also, both of them, as young men, had an unusual capacity for befriending powerful older men who became their mentors and champions. And so I think in this, we can talk about this when we come to the show, because have you seen the show yet?
No.
Okay. This is actually very central to the show, because Lin-Manuel Miranda asked me, would Washington have seen Hamilton as a younger version of himself? And I said, yes, their personalities were so unlike, but there was something about their situations that would have seemed familiar to Washington. Now, Hamilton always said that their personalities could not have been more different. He used the word dispositions. He said our dispositions could not have been more alike, but what we mean by personality, I think, is what he meant by dispositions. And Hamilton was a brash and headstrong personality. He was very mercurial and brilliant and very impulsive. Washington was the opposite. Washington was cautious, thorough, slow, methodical in his approaches to things, so that their personal style could not have been more dissimilar. But these two men complement each other in a way that just feels uncannily right. George Washington was a very smart man. I think that he was much, much smarter than people realize. But he was not an original thinker, either in terms of political theory or in statecraft. Washington could not have been one of the contributors to the Federalist Papers. Washington could not have forged the provisions of the Constitution and could not have forged a lot of the policies of his administration. But what Washington had in abundance was judgment, which was often the very thing that Alexander Hamilton lacked. It was, to my mind, George Washington had what I would call a reactive genius, that many people noticed that when presented with a set of options, he had an amazing ability to latch on to the right one. He couldn't have generated a lot of those options himself, but because of his judgment, his patriotism, his character, he could spot the right one, and he was a tremendous talent scout, and assembled around him so many of the great figures of the time. So what we see is that during the years when Hamilton is operating under the direct tutelage of George Washington, whether during the Revolutionary War, at the Constitutional Convention, or during Washington's presidency, Hamilton goes from strength to strength. At moments he almost seems invincible. The second that he's no longer operating under George Washington's guidance, we see how fallible his judgment was and how self-destructive his behavior could be. But Washington established a set of guidelines within which Hamilton operated, and managed to, this is taking nothing away from Hamilton to say this, but managed to get this extraordinary performance out of Hamilton again and again, and early on recognized what an enormously intelligent young man he was. So I think this was really the most productive partnership of the early years of the Republic. The only one that obviously can rival it would be Madison and Jefferson, but it's really Washington and Hamilton who are setting the stage by having to win the revolution, enact the Constitution, and create the federal government, and then Madison and Jefferson, carry that into a second phase of the country. So I think that they just are an unbeatable team, and it's one of those cases in history where the whole is worth more than the sum of the parts. And I think that if you try to, well, certainly if you picture Hamilton's career without Washington, it would have been much more limited career. When Washington died, Hamilton made a famous statement. Washington was an aegis, that is a shield, most essential to me. We can more easily, I think, imagine Washington's career without Hamilton, certainly in terms of the Revolutionary War and the Constitutional Convention. More difficult, though, I think, in terms of his presidency, because Hamilton's accomplishments as Treasury Secretary are so fundamental to especially that first term in office, that it is difficult to imagine what Washington's first term would have looked like. And that was not a gap, I think, that either a Madison or a Jefferson could have supplied. Hamilton had a genius for statecraft, and Hamilton combined the political, he was both a political theorist and a brilliant technocrat. In that particular combination, I mean, Madison was certainly his equal as a political theorist, or a Jefferson, but they didn't combine that gift for forging policies, creating governmental institutions.
Hamilton is just so extraordinary in those early years of the presidency. Extraordinarily complicated, incredible pieces of legislation. He's everywhere.
Yeah, and I think that Washington was very aware when he became president that appointment was going to be far and away the most important. That.
Do you think Washington knew that, or he only knew that kind of in hindsight?
No, I think he knew at the time, because remember, the country was effectively bankrupt at the time. We were in arrears, not just on the principal, but the interest of both the state and local debt that had been used to finance the war. So Washington knew that the restoration of American credit would probably be the single most important task that he faced, and that there would be an urgent need for government revenue. Remember, Hamilton had to create the first fiscal system, the first monetary system, first accounting system, first taxes. These were all gigantic things. And Hamilton's Treasury Department, by creating all these tax collectors and customs inspectors, was very quickly many times larger than the rest of the government combined. I mean, Knox's staff at War, Jefferson's staff at State Department are tiny in comparison with Hamilton's Treasury Department. Really is, for all intents and purposes, the government, and that certainly Jefferson, that seemed like Hamilton seemed overweening. Anyone who was Treasury Secretary would have been first among equals in the cabinet. Hamilton, with his own personality, he was not bashful, expanded that and played upon it. But that the issues that immediately confronted George Washington the day that he took office were the economic and financial ones. And I told one of the questions you had was about the choice of Hamilton as Treasury Secretary. The story that I tell in the book, which I think came from Hamilton's son, was about Washington stopping off in Philadelphia en route to the inauguration, offering the job to Robert Morris.
Right.
That has the ring of truth. And then Morris turning it down and recommending Hamilton. And according to the story, Washington said, well, I knew that Mr. Hamilton was a young man of enormous talents, but I didn't realize that he has this financial knowledge. And Morris said to a mind like his, nothing is amiss. I'm sure that Washington knew much more about Hamilton's views at that point. They were having dinner every day during the Revolutionary War when all these topics were being freely discussed. Also, and Washington couldn't have been oblivious to this, Hamilton, as they're going from camp to camp, Hamilton is lugging all of these books about economics and finance. He's already boning up to be Treasury Secretary. And he's writing letters and essays, and very much kind of the Hamiltonian system is already foreshadowed in letters that he was writing back during the Revolutionary War. So Washington must have had some inkling of this, but I would love to have had even kind of better information that moment in the book. The only name that I was able to come up with in terms of other people being considered was Robert Morris, and that would be completely predictable since he'd been the chief financier.
It's a bit opaque. All right, so let's now, when did Hamilton then first come to the attention of Washington? And then how did he become a member of his military family?
Well, Hamilton's reputation preceded him even before January 1777, which is when notice was sent out for Hamilton to contact Washington about being aide de camp. Hamilton had already distinguished himself at the Battle of White Plains, crossing of New Jersey. Hamilton had fought at the battles of Trenton and Princeton, in both places where he had really stood out. And he had already rebuffed invitations from Alexander McDougall, Nathaniel Greene, and Lord Stirling to join their staffs. So Hamilton was a famous holdout that this boy wonder of the Continental Army had already declined to be on the staffs of 3 people. I guess Washington figured, correctly as it turned out, that an invitation from him would be irresistible. But Hamilton had this unusual combination of gifts, because on the one hand, he was very well versed in military lore. He was always something of a daredevil. He was very fearless in battle. Throughout his life, he was physically fearless personality. But he was also smart. He had not completed his college education at King's, but his intellectual reputation preceded him. And so, Washington during the Revolution was feeling quite oppressed by the weight of the correspondence that he had to handle. He was in a very unenviable situation. He was serving 14 political masters, 13 state governors, and the Continental Congress, and so his correspondence is immense, and like any general, he wanted to be able to concentrate on military matters rather than writing these endless letters. But the endless letters were necessary because he was short of men and gunpowder, shoes, clothing, blankets, food, everything. So it was like 8.5 years of badgering people to contribute to the cause. And Hamilton was a superb letter writer. The way that Washington worked with his aides is that Washington would give them what he called headings, I guess what we would call topics, or points to be covered. And he would give them to Hamilton early in the morning, and then Hamilton would write beautiful letters in response. And Hamilton was also good, not so much mimicking Washington's voice, although there was a little bit of that, but he always, the letters feel Washingtonian rather than Hamiltonian, because like all good speechwriters or all good secretaries in that situation, he had a way of intuiting what the boss wanted in the letter. That was probably also a little bit frustrating for Hamilton because he had a large ego. Subordinating himself to someone else was uncomfortable, and And actually,
of all people to subordinate yourself to, though, I mean, at that moment, Washington is the only guy he would have, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. But, you know, Hamilton, from the time that he was a boy, had this obsession with military glory. Actually, the very first letter that we have from Hamilton when he was in his early teens, and with Hamilton writing, "I wish there was a war," so that he could prove himself. And Hamilton knew, and he was right about this, that post-war political glory would not go to the person who'd written the most beautiful letters during the war, but to the battlefield heroes.
Is that the seed of his growing frustration in Washington?
Absolutely, because he keeps asking Washington for field command. You know, another young man would have been so pleased and flattered to be on Washington's family that he would have asked for nothing more. But Hamilton had this vaulting ambition, and was really intent before the war ended of distinguishing himself on the field of battle, which he did. But it's testimony to how much Washington needed him, that Washington would not let him go. You know, also one thing that I discovered was very, very important in terms of their relationship was that Hamilton was bilingual. Hamilton's mother was French Huguenot, and so Hamilton, you know, grew up not only with English but French. And as the French alliance became so important, it was no small thing, because Hamilton was handling all the correspondence with our French allies. And Hamilton's French was so good, it was very funny reading, for instance, his at times when Lafayette was away and they were exchanging letters. Lafayette would write a letter to Hamilton in French, and it would be full of spelling and grammatical errors. And then Hamilton would write back an absolutely faultless letter in French to the Frenchman. His French was much better than Lafayette's. So there were kind of all of these things that I think made it very difficult for Washington to let go of this young man who was sulking about the fact that he couldn't get a field command. But Washington made the right decision, that Hamilton was probably more valuable behind a desk than he was on the field of battle. But when he finally had his chance at Yorktown, he certainly did cover himself with glory, and it was very much the realization of this boyhood dream.
So was he ever?
You know, the story was this, as best I was able to reconstruct it. The French in the relationship with the Americans at Yorktown, the French really had the upper hand. But the French liked to maintain the appearance that this was an equal relationship, or even that the Americans were leading. And so what happened, there were these two redoubts, I think, that's not how it's pronounced, these two redoubts, 9 and 10, that had to be taken. And so Washington decided, again in this spirit of Franco-American amity, that one redoubt would be taken by the French and one redoubt would be taken by the Americans. Now, he kind of made an interesting decision, because in terms of the American redoubt, that is the Continental Army redoubt, that he handed that off to Lafayette for the decision. And then Lafayette chose his aide, Gimat, G-I-M-A-T. So it was really French both sides, one kind of nominally Continental Army. Hamilton was furious when he found out about this, because he outranked Gimat. He was very close with Lafayette, may have been annoyed, probably was annoyed with Lafayette for not choosing him. And at that point, Hamilton appealed directly to Washington and really turned on the eloquence, if not the charm, and got it. And then he has this amazing moment at Yorktown where he leads the charge. They were going to take it with just a bayonet. So he rises up out of the trench and he sprints across the field. It was at night, you know, and there were flares exploding in the sky. Charges the redoubt. When he got there, because he was relatively short, he was 5'7", when he got there, he had one of his men kneel down. Hamilton kind of sprang up, on the back of his shoulders, sprang up onto the parapets, waves them all to follow, and then just with their bayonets, they capture French in this defensive work. So it's a great moment, and it really Hamilton lived up to his own fantasies of himself at that moment, and showed that he was very brave. And of course, that did help him after the war. That he was a genuine war hero.
And he
another couple of years, but effectively it was over. There were no more major set battles after that. Although Hamilton's closest friend, John Lawrence, died a year later in South Carolina. But it was clear that there was going to be no more battlefield glory. He didn't want to go back on Washington's staff, so he goes back to New York and he starts his legal education and launches his career. Washington, when he saw Hamilton sprinting across the battlefield at Yorktown, Washington must have been very relieved and thinking to himself, "Okay, he's done it now. He'll never have to bother me again about this."
So how do they come back into each other's lives in the 1780s? I mean, Washington's in New York. I'm sorry, Washington's in Mount Vernon. Hamilton's in New York. What are the
because they lose touch a little bit after the war. But I think that what happened was that their political vision of the country had been very much forged by their experience of going through the war together. They watched, for instance, the chaos of the Congress. The war left both of them with, I think, the same set of political beliefs, which was the need for a strong and energetic central government, a skepticism about legislative leadership and a faith in executive leadership, and in a sense that our government has to not only be strong and energetic, but flexible in terms of meeting the needs of the country. They also, one very strong bond between them was that both of them felt that historically one of the dangers of revolutions was that they tended to run off to extremes. So it was a question, how do you kind of begin to turn off the fervor of the Revolutionary War without losing that idealism? In other words, how do you kind of move this into a more pragmatic mode? And when they saw things like Shays' Rebellion, when they saw states squabbling between each other, both of them were fearful of anarchy, fearful of mob rule. Both of them had they were wary of human nature, is the way that I would say it. And this comes to that defines a set of beliefs that unites them. So really, Hamilton and Washington, at first apart, then together, are having very similar reactions to the post-war political situation, and have very, very similar diagnosis in terms of the need to revise or even replace the Articles of Confederation and to establish a much stronger government. So Hamilton, he wasn't the only one, but I think that Hamilton was very important in terms of coaxing Washington back out of retirement, of beginning to sort of tutor him in the constitutional issues, which Hamilton did along with Madison and Knox. They were all sending him memos, beginning to brief him for the Constitutional Convention, but also convincing Washington that the American Revolution is incomplete without the Constitutional Convention. Then I would convince him that the Constitutional Convention was incomplete without the creation of the federal government with Washington as president. And so actually when they come back together at the Constitutional Convention, the personal feeling between the two men seems to have warmed up again.
Are they saying in this? Well, he's not there very long. Hamilton's there in the beginning and talks about how much he loves the British Constitution, and he goes home.
Yeah, when he leaves in July, and Washington sends him this letter, "I'm sorry you're away," even though Hamilton has delivered this slightly crazy speech to the convention. So I think the fact that Washington was so eager to, have Hamilton come back, which he did. Of course, Hamilton was the only one from New York who signed the document. That Washington saw them as kindred spirits in terms of these constitutional issues. So really, at that point, from the lead up to the Constitutional Convention and beyond, they really never lose contact with each other again, and the relationship only grows broader and deeper as time goes on.
How does it emerge? As the tensions between Jefferson, Madison, Hamilton all start to appear. Where is Washington's role in that? He goes from being sort of trying to stay above the fray, or helping to try to mediate, to shifting over into one side at some point. How would you describe that story?
I think what happens is that Washington, although as time goes on, it's clear that his sympathies are much more with the Federalists than with the Republicans or Jeffersonians at the time. Washington was a very good president in terms of encouraging a free interplay of ideas within the government, and so he genuinely wants different voices. He uses the same style of governance, actually, that he uses as general in terms of canvassing opinion. He would ask people, and then he would kind of very slowly ponder. Hamilton said he ponders slowly. What was the line? Ponders slowly, ponders surely. And that was Washington's style. And even when Hamilton and Jefferson starts feuding, instead of wanting a unified or monolithic voice to his administration, he does want to have these differences of opinion going on. He's very, upset by the feud, and he's very upset when Jefferson leaves. A modern president might react and say, he's not a member of the team, and we have to get rid of him. He's not sympathetic with it. And Washington was able to tolerate really quite a significant degree of dissent from within his own administration. I think that what happens, on the one hand, Madison fairly quickly, with the new government, goes from being a trusted advisor to Washington on political and constitutional questions, goes to being an apostate, and begins to make speeches attacking Hamilton's financial system. So it's really Madison who begins to exile himself from Washington's affection. It was really Madison who was initiating that, not Washington. So Washington starts feeling a sense of betrayal with Madison. And then again, Washington doesn't realize at first the extent to which Jefferson, the Secretary of State, is helping to orchestrate a lot of the congressional and press attacks on the administration. But again, it's Jefferson who is pulling away from Washington. It's not Washington who is pushing him away. And also, I think that one reason that Washington and Hamilton become so extraordinarily close is that Hamilton showed extraordinary loyalty to Washington. Was never scheming against Washington behind his back, and Hamilton could scheme, but not against Washington. And so Washington never had cause to doubt the personal and political loyalty of Alexander Hamilton right up till the day that he died. It was an extraordinarily good relationship, and Washington ended up feeling quite bitter towards Madison, and Jefferson really didn't speak to them the last few years of his life. And I was very struck when I came upon the story, when I was doing the biography, of when Jefferson visited Mount Vernon after Washington died, and Martha Washington said it was the second worst day of her life, the first day being when her husband died. But it's a very, very strong statement.
They chased it down both to the reminiscences of one of the congressmen that was there from 1840, but there's also someone saying that contemporaneously as well, one of the people in that party. So it's clear that Martha was saying those kinds of things.
Yeah, Martha was kind of more, she was
a
fiercer and more militant political personality. Because, you know,
with Garden, perhaps,
Yeah, and boy, how fiercely loyal to the memory of her husband.
So the part of Washington's life that few people talk about is his when he comes back and to be the commander of this quasi-war army. I don't know what else we call it.
Provisional army.
Provisional army. Yeah. And insisted that Hamilton be his second in command over John Adams's complaints and even against the notion of the seniority of somebody like Knox, who, you know, it seems like he would have been, you know, he would have had the right to be in the second position there. Why was Washington so insistent upon Hamilton at that moment?
Well, first of all, you know, in 1798, when Adams pretty much drafted Washington to become the general of this new provisional army, Washington was 66 years old, quite infirm. You know, we know from the Gilbert Stuart photo, as far as Gilbert Stuart paintings, of just a few years earlier that Washington had become a stiff and craggy person. He aged considerably. He doesn't, when you look at, you know, the famous standing portrait, Washington doesn't look like somebody who'd go out and take the battlefield as the general. And I think that he realized that probably this was physically beyond him. Also, George Washington's entire life, even every time he returns to his beloved Mount Vernon, there's another crisis, and he's pulled back into the maelstrom. And so I think that what he does in that situation, Washington never felt that he could say no to the call of his country in a situation like that. On the other hand, he clearly didn't relish it. And so what he did, understandably, is said to himself, okay, I'm going to accept this, but I'm going to define it in a minimal way rather than a kind of maximalist way. 20 years before, he would have defined it in the maximalist way. Now he's defining it in the minimalist way. And so he lays down this stipulation that he does not want to actually become the commander in the field until the war has actually started. Okay, think of that, until the war has actually started. It means, I think the Provisional Army was going to be about 10,000 men. So who was going to recruit and train and equip this entire army? It would have to be someone extraordinarily capable to do it. And Washington was not prepared to do that himself. He was prepared to, as it were, it was sort of like the batter who comes up, you know, the pinch hitter with bases loaded with 2 outs in the ninth. He was ready to do that, you know, but a lot of the hard work of actually forging an army would be done by the number 2, the so-called Inspector General. And that was Hamilton. And Hamilton, he just felt that Hamilton was more capable of doing that than Henry Knox. Hamilton actually had probably a more rounded sense of an army. Remember, Knox had been head of artillery. Hamilton was aide-de-camp, was Washington's military secretary. But if you look at a lot of those Revolutionary War councils, Hamilton was there. He was colonel, you know, but the other 10 people in the room were generals. So he was in on all the major strategy discussions. I think also being on Washington's staff, Hamilton had a kind of nuts and bolts sense, because he was involved with all, you know, the correspondence with the Congress in terms of all of the kind of commissary and quartermaster matters of creating an army, feeding them, clothing them, housing them, all of this, training them, which I don't know that Knox would have had that. And there have kind of been other things that happened with Henry Knox that would have made Washington and also Hamilton reluctant to bring him back. But, you know, so Hamilton becomes the Inspector General. Hamilton becomes Major General. People don't realize that Alexander Hamilton ended up Major General, but of course it was, as we all know, waving a red flag in front of President Adams. And the result was explosive and unfortunate all around. But Washington must have been relieved that he never actually had to come out. You know, just one last thing on that point.
Yeah.
In their letters about a possible war with France, which I took seriously, I actually took seriously the idea of a French invasion, and they discussed what form it would take. And they felt that when the French landed, it wouldn't be like the British strategy where you occupy a few coastal cities. That would be very rapid and very mobile, and they would start to invade the interior. And they would need a fast-moving army in response. And Washington didn't feel that he had the reflexes at that age in order to be the general for that kind of fast-moving campaign. I think it probably would have, even physically beyond his capacity.
It's fascinating. Yeah. Washington really threw Hamilton. Why did you decide to do Hamilton?
Well, this seems ironic now, but in 1998, when I started working on Hamilton, he seemed to be the neglected and misunderstood founding father, and I thought, oh, he's the one who's overlooked. I should do Hamilton. And also, I had done a series of books about tycoons of the Gilded Age, and wanted to move away from that. And Hamilton seemed like
if only you lived 100 years later.
Well, it was kind of a perfect exit. It was a perfect exit strategy for me from the Gilded Age, because with Hamilton, I knew that I would get an enormous amount of financial history. After all, he creates the financial infrastructure of the country. But it would also lead me into military history, constitutional theory, foreign affairs, and kind of lots of other things, and give me a whole new century to move around and so. But it's funny because I feel, you know, starting with the book and now with Lin-Manuel in the show, we no longer have to worry that Hamilton is the overlooked founding father.
Well, the show is, let's get to the show, because that's kind of an extraordinary story. From my point of view, as a historian, as a biographer, and all of a sudden, I mean, you're like a Hollywood producer. I mean, it's how did this come about? Your relationship with Lin-Manuel Miranda?
Well, in 2009, I was walking one day in the neighborhood, and I ran into my friend Gara, whose daughter had gone to Wesleyan with Lin-Manuel Miranda, and Lin-Manuel was starring in his first show called In the Heights. And he told me that Lin-Manuel had read my Hamilton book and it made an enormous impression on him, and he wanted to meet me. So I went to a matinee of In the Heights one Sunday, and he invited me backstage, and I said to him, so I gather my book made an impression on you. And he said, Ron, as I was reading it on vacation in Mexico, and as I was reading it, hip-hop songs started rising off the page. So I said, really? This is not a.
That wasn't what you were going for?
This is not a typical reaction to one of my books. And he asked me on the spot to be the historical consultant. And so I said to him, you mean you want me to tell you when something is wrong? And he said, yes. He said, I want historians to take this seriously, which I think they are. So that launched what has been an amazing 6-year process working with him. And, you know, in the early period, we would have lunch and discuss Hamilton psychology, relationships. He would send me via email every month 1 or 2 songs. I would just hear Lynn at the keyboard playing it. But then what happened, once it started to go into various rehearsals and workshop productions, he would keep bringing me back in, and I would have the opportunity afterwards to sit down for an hour or 2 and really give him my comments. And the comments, some of the comments were, if I thought something was factually incorrect, although I have to say he's very well read, and he was almost always aware when he was departing from the fact. But he had a sound dramatic reason. I think that I'm not sure that how to put this? I think that there probably are a lot of historians and biographers who would not be entirely comfortable doing this because you have to have some flexibility in terms of the requirements of a show. I mean, here, you know, we were going from an 800-page book to a 2.5-hour musical, and my involvement with the show made me realize history is long, messy, and complicated.
Yes.
You know, if there's one thing that we all learn as historians is how difficult it is to generalize. The more you know, the more difficult it is to simplify some of this.
That's what I've been telling them in Mount Vernon. I've been there. Yeah.
But you know, a 2.5-hour show has to be short and tight and you know, very coherent. And so he would always have, I thought, a very plausible explanation of why he had changed something. I mean, I could just give you one, because it comes right at the beginning of the show, that the show begins right at the start of the American Revolution, and he has John Lawrence and Lafayette in New York a year or two before he actually meets them. So I said to him, Lynn, this 1775, 1776, but they didn't, meet Hamilton until 1777. But he wanted to. One of Hamilton's first friends when he came to New York was a tailor named Hercules Mulligan.
Yeah.
I think Lynn found the name irresistible. And Lynn wanted to start a series of quartets that run through the first act of Hamilton with his friends Mulligan, Lawrence, and Lafayette, which means that with Lawrence and Lafayette, he has to introduce them, a little bit earlier than they appear. So, there are moments where you have to scramble the time sequence a little bit. There are moments where you sort of have to collapse, different events together. And so, I was always kind of feeling my way, trying to figure out how does one strike the right balance between the historical accuracy and a tightly constructed show. And I hope people who see it, particularly historians and biographers, will feel that we made the right decisions in doing it. So far, actually, we've gotten very, very good reactions.
The reviews have been really superlative.
And the reactions, from Rick Brookhouse, I mean, people who know the story, who know the history, have come in, have been, I think, amazed at how much accurate history is packed into this show. I think that has real integrity, and I think that Lin-Manuel showed real strength in terms of having a historian hanging around on the fringes of this conversation. I mean, usually someone creating a Broadway show or a Hollywood movie, the last person they want around is someone who's going to tell them this didn't actually happen.
Right, they want them there to tell them what buttons people should have on their shirts, but not the actual story.
Yeah, and he did, and this was absolutely delightful for me because we did, our discussions were more than in terms of accuracy. We discussed the characters, the relationships, and really the entire dramatic trajectory of Hamilton's life. And it was fascinating for me, as I mentioned earlier. He said to me one day early on, would Washington have seen Hamilton as a younger version of himself? And I said yes, and Lynn responded to that very powerfully. You'll see, he created a couple of beautiful songs where Washington sings to Hamilton, "Let me tell you what I wish I'd known when I was a younger man." And he starts talking about, he doesn't name Fort Necessity, but he's clearly talking about the Jumonville incident in Fort Necessity and the mistakes that he made as a younger
that's really
man.
neat.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah, and it's accurate.
Yeah. So why are people so excited about the play? I mean, it's great that historians think it's accurate, but there's something else going on here. I mean, there's something.
Yeah, there's a lot going on.
So why is the moment right for this? What is it capturing?
Yeah, let me kind of take a few shots at that one, because I remember the first show that I ever saw about the Founding Fathers was called 1776.
Yeah, another musical.
Yeah, and I loved it. It was delightful, but it was a quaint period piece. It was a bunch of late middle-aged white males, with wigs and buckled shoes. Okay, this is a show about the Founding Fathers, where probably 3/4 of the people in the cast are black, Latino, Eurasian, biracial. Almost the entire cast is under 35. And so this is a very unusual case of a historical show that's simultaneously showing us who we were back then as a country and who we are today.
Yeah.
So it's kind of, it has a way of being both about the 18th century and the early 21st century, and even what Lynn has done with the lyrics. He's created an idiom that is a blend of standard 18th century speech and early 21st century slang, and it all comes out sounding of a piece. Have you seen? Did you see the
I've seen clips of it on YouTube and that sort of thing.
Yeah, that kind of give you a sense of the way that he blends it, and then even kind of musically, the sounds blend the 18th century and 21st century, and so this young, largely black and Latino cast has a very, very special feel for the early years of the Republic. And I think that it's because the show itself is very much cast Hamilton as classic immigrant, as an outsider, of the American Revolution, being created by these people who felt outsiders and who became insiders in the course of creating this new country. And so it has the energy and the fervor and the passion of the period, and it comes closer than anything I've seen either on stage or screen to capturing that mood. It really is quite extraordinary. I think people are loving it because Lin-Manuel has done something extraordinary. He's made American history hip and cool and erudite at the same time, and only he could have done it, because very, very often, not mentioning any specific examples, when people, stage or screen do the founding era, they kind of dumb it down. They seem to start out with the assumption that this is boring, dated stuff. No one's really interested in this stuff. So we better have a lot of action. We better have a lot of cannons, booming, and muskets, firing. We better try to, spice it up with some sex. But there's an underlying assumption that the contemporary audience is going to find boring. Lynn, instead of finding the history constraining, he finds the history liberating. He finds it exciting. And the more deeply he gets into the history, the more dramatic it's going to be. And I think the audience feels that. So this is like the history class of a lifetime, seeing this show, and we've had kids as young as 10 and 11 come down to see the show and just absolutely adored it. And at the same time, highly literate adults have seen it and took pleasure. They're kind of, if you don't know anything about the period, you'll learn an enormous amount. If you do know a lot about the period, you'll pick up a lot of in-jokes. I could just give one. There's one moment Hamilton's working on his financial plan, and his wife Eliza is trying to get him to take a rest and go away to the country. And so Eliza and Hamilton's sister-in-law Angelica, and Eliza turns to Angelica and says, "Angelica, tell my husband that John Adams spends the summers with his family." And then Hamilton says to Angelica, "Angelica, tell my wife that John Adams doesn't have a real job anyway." And it was interesting because I could remember saying to Lynn, well, the audience even, because it hasn't been told to the audience that Adams is vice president. And yet the audience roars with laughter. Number one, it was sort of nice that a lot of people realized that Adams was the vice president, but then also people know the history. Adams with his famous, line about the vice president. Right. But there are kind of a lot of moments like that. Whereas if you have a sort of insider's knowledge, you'll hear these sort of in-jokes that he's thrown in for your delight. But even if you sort of don't know what's behind the joke, it still is often quite funny. And you know, I think that, and this is something I deal with, it's something that, you know, you both deal with every day, that we're all trying to find ways to reach the modern audience with the message of Washington's greatness, of the drama of the founding period. And here is somebody who, Lin-Manuel, has an extraordinary ability to connect with people of every age and every color and every ethnic group. The show is, it's at once very educational and very...
The amazing thing about this year, the year of Yorktown, this is one of the reasons why I called the book In the Hurricane's Eye, because I think a hurricane is an apt metaphor for what was going on in this year. I mean, all of these seemingly random things were happening up and down the coast. Nathaniel Greene and Lord Cornwallis fighting in North Carolina, and then there was the French and British Navy in the Caribbean, and what they called the West Indies. And what Washington realized is he needed the ships from down there to come up the coast. He was constantly saying, this is what we need to do, this is what we need to do. And there had been a hurricane in 1780, the year before Yorktown, had actually 3 of them, devastating effects. And so the French were convinced, yes, we need to get our fleet up the coast just to protect them, if nothing else. So they were coming. Washington was always playing those angles, and the frustrating thing was no one had control of the situation. The French really didn't want to attack New York, which was Washington's priority. That, you know, he wanted them to attack there. That had been the scene of his greatest embarrassment at the beginning of the war, but it was also made a lot of sense because that's where the largest British army was, and so that's where he preferred them to attack. But the French were reluctant because it was difficult to get into that harbor over the sandbar, and they saw the Chesapeake as an easier target. The problem was that there was not a significant-sized British army there in the beginning of the summer. Lord Cornwallis changed all that by marching up and combining with some previous forces first brought there by Benedict Arnold, and suddenly, in a random way, all the things are coming together. Suddenly there's a 7,000-man British army there, and for reasons that are still difficult to fathom, Cornwallis, who is creating a port at Yorktown, even when this huge French fleet comes in, decides to stay there. It doesn't move, and if he had moved, it would have all gone for nothing. And Washington realized all of these variables. The French just sort of said, we're going to do this no matter what. And so it looked like it was a brilliant French strategy in retrospect. But when you go through that year, you can understand Washington's frustrations and why he wanted other things to happen. And really, I think his true brilliance was when he realized, okay, this is not going to go the way I want it. They're not going to come to New York. Okay, how are we going to make this happen? And he threw all his energies into that in a way that is just fascinating and really thrilling to watch unfold.
Welcome back to another exciting season of North American Cup football. It looks like we'll have an exhilarating 1781 season in store for us this year.
That's right. The Americans have made some fundamental changes to their tactics and have brought in some exciting new talent from Europe. It'll be interesting to see if this improves their chances in this year's contest.
What sort of adjustments have they made?
Well, the big difference is they decided to play a little more offense this season. They had been happy to sit back in a defensive formation and try to catch the British on counterattacks. But Washington has made some adjustments to his lineup already that should make them more capable of getting after the British in the attack.
That's a great point. In previous seasons, Washington definitely liked to sit back on defense.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it made sense given the quality of play he could expect from a young American team new to the game. The Americans tended to absorb the British attack and then make quick strikes on the counter. That worked for them in the matches at Trenton and Princeton. But that'll only get you so far. At some point, you've got to play for wins in this tournament. Those matches were stunning upsets, but they didn't really cause the British to rethink their system.
I'm glad you brought that up. Stylistically, the British play a very different type of game. What's that been like, and can we expect it to change this season?
The British play a very offensive-heavy system. You can see here from the Brandywine match, they love to attack against the wings and really pressure with those grenadiers and light units. They would often just outflank the Americans' back line and move in for an attack from the sides. Now, for this season, the problem for the British is that they've had some retirements and a number of their players have been called up for international duty in Europe. I expect their performances to drop off this season as a result. The remaining players are all top quality, but many of them are probably distracted by playing in essentially a domestic tournament.
Yeah, I find it amazing the grumbling we've heard from some of the British players about wanting to be called up for duty in Europe when the Americans are actually bringing European talent to America. American management has been explicit in its desire to make some key European signings, and while there were some financial issues last year, this year we should see much more European talent on the American side. Let's now go to Sports Center correspondent Aaron Andrews, who's talking with the new star French striker.
Thank you, Bill. I'm here with the newly joined striker on the American forces, the Marquis de Chastellux. Thank you so much for joining us today. Why did you choose to play on the American forces?
Well, that was an easy choice, really. A lot of us in France are very excited about what is going on here. Their tactics have come a long way. They are not simply settling for ties any longer, and they're trying really creative ideas to score new victories. You know, I personally am very intrigued by what they are doing with their supporters group. The supporters are being let to vote for who's in charge. C'est très révolutionnaire. This is something we are not doing in France. Maybe this is something we should look into. And also to play against the English is a lot of fun, always for Frenchmen.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Merci.
Any chance to play against the English is always fun. Yeah, as a Scot, I can appreciate that. Great stuff! I'm really looking forward to this season.
I think we all are. Well, thank you for joining us for this preview of the 1781 season of the North American Cup. We'll see you after the match.
I had written 2 other books about the Revolution, Bunker Hill and Valiant Ambition, with Valiant Ambition focusing on Benedict Arnold and Washington. It ends with Arnold's unsuccessful attempt to surrender West Point to the British and his great treason. And that ended with a cliffhanger. And what I had realized is I'm a maritime guy when you look back throughout my career. And I knew that there was a naval battle, the Battle of the Chesapeake, fought between the British and the French, that really created the circumstances that made the victory at Yorktown possible. And I had always wanted to do a tall ship naval encounter. I'm a big Patrick O'Brien fan, and so this was my chance. And so I realized with this book, this was a way to bring the revolution to a conclusion. I knew I wanted to focus on Washington because it really was his vision that was ultimately realized. But I also, there was this naval battle at the center of it. And, what was fascinating to me, each one of my books, I'm interested in finding things that most of us don't realize about the Revolution. And this was that, Yorktown was a fait accompli, given that the French were able to defeat the British just off the entrance to the Chesapeake. No Americans participated in it. This is not the narrative most of us associate with how we won our freedom in the American Revolution. So this is really, all this added up to, this is a book I had to write.
Washington can be a somewhat opaque personality. It's difficult to get inside him. He wants it that way. Someone who was painting his portrait once said that he had a remarkably dead eye when he didn't want people to see inside him too much. Like most humans, he occasionally felt unappreciated. He wanted to be appreciated. He felt misunderstood by Congress at times. He felt misunderstood by his own army at times. Despite fighting for 8 years under very strenuous circumstances, he generally kept his temper, but when he lost his temper, it was molten. We see in a letter that he wrote to his overseer at Mount Vernon, Lund, Washington, as clear an idea of what it is that he feels he's doing and why he's doing it as anything else that he writes during the whole war. And he tells Lund, this is May 19th, 1780, in a letter, "You ask how I am to be rewarded for all this. There's one reward that nothing can deprive me of, and that is the consciousness of having done my duty with the strictest rectitude and most scrupulous exactness, and the certain knowledge that if we should ultimately fail in the present contest, it is not owing to the want of exertion in me." That's a pretty extraordinary statement, and it's a pretty good insight into his own feeling of self-worth, his own feeling of why he's been fighting as long as he has, for 5 years at that point, and where he hopes he's going in terms of posterity, how he's going to be remembered by his country. When Washington becomes commanding general of the new Continental Army in July of 1775, there's a lot he doesn't know. He hasn't been in uniform for almost 20 years, and even then it was only 5 years of experience as a militia colonel under British command at all times. So he's got a lot to learn, and he makes a lot of mistakes. What we're going to see in Washington in the first couple of years of the war is that he makes mistakes that are almost catastrophic for the American cause, but he gets better at it because he's a fast learner, he studies his craft. So when we get to the middle years of the war, we see Washington, for example, at the Battle of Brandywine, making some of the same errors that he's made early on. He reads the ground badly. He doesn't see that the British are about to outflank him on Brandywine Creek. He almost loses his entire army there. By the time we get to Monmouth, Brandywine is in September of 1777. By the time we get to Monmouth in June of 1778, he has learned to come into the fight when he needs to come into the fight. So even though his initial force that has gone to meet the British at Monmouth is in danger of being overrun, what Washington does is exactly the right thing. He brings up reinforcements, he takes command of the battlefield, he saves the day. His aide, young Colonel Alexander Hamilton, says, I never saw him to such good advantage. He came in and he saved the fate of the day. There are two principal forces fighting for the American cause against the British during the American Revolution. One is the Continental Army, formed in June of 1775, and it's intended to be a national force with soldiers drawn from all 13 colonies, commanded by General George Washington, of course. The other is militia. Militia are part-time soldiers. They tend to come out from their local communities. They serve for maybe a few weeks or a few months, and they're intended to supplement the Continental Army. General Washington has almost nothing good to say about the militias. They tend to be not very well trained. They tend to be, in some cases, not particularly well led. And it's a cause of great vexation to him throughout the early years of the war in particular. But he comes to realize that they're essential. They're a critical part of what he needs to do as the commanding general. For one thing, they not only provide extra manpower in battle, they also serve as a kind of constabulary. If you're trying to get the local loyalists who are still loyal to the British Crown to fall in line, you send the militia. Washington initially talks about New England militiamen in very uncomplimentary terms. He talks about dirty militia, and he's got nothing good to say about them. But he grudgingly, over time, comes around to recognize that these two forces, the Continental Army and the various militia forces, are welded together at the hip. And if he can't keep them together and complementing one another, he's not going to win the war. Why is George Washington, a Virginian, made commander of the Continental Army in July of 1775? Well, it's partly because he is a Virginian. It was an effort by the Second Continental Congress to unify what was not yet a country. 13 disparate colonies, each of them basically their own independent country. And so the thought was that if you bring in a Virginian to command what is largely a New England force in 1775, it sends a signal to the all 13 colonies. It also is a recruiting tool to try to get Southerners involved in what we now know is going to be an 8-year war. Washington shows up on July 2nd, 1775, dressed much like this. He's not wearing epaulets at that time. The rank insignia is a light blue sash across his chest. But he shows up and he's a forbidding presence. He's well over 6 feet tall. He commands any room that he enters. He's got a lot to learn about the army that he's going to command. He's going to find out that the New Englanders are not the dirty rascals that he privately refers to them as. He's going to have to learn that their fate and his fate are inextricably intertwined. It's going to be part of the process of becoming an excellent general, a war-winning general, to figure out how to integrate New Englanders with the other colonies and how to come into their lives as someone who can lead them to victory and can fully appreciate the sacrifice that they are making in leaving their farms, their families, their shops to serve the cause with him.
Good day. The uniform that you see me wearing before you now is very much similar to the uniform that I wore when I entered Congress. These were the colors that were chosen by myself for the Fairfax Militia. They were the colors of the Whig Party in Parliament, blue and buff. These colors denoted that they stood for liberty, as the Whigs were defending our rights and liberties as free British citizens in the Parliament, and we very much so wish to state that that was our intended purpose as well. When I arrived in Congress wearing this uniform, I was stating very clearly what I believed was at stake and what my politics were. When I was made Commander-in-Chief of the Army, I decided that this would be the colors of our uniform for our officers. I added for myself, as Commander-in-Chief, a blue sash. Other generals of lesser rank would wear pink and purple sashes. These ribbons were meant to make us appear on the field different from other officers and let people know to whom they were speaking. Now, as time went by, we became allied with the French. When the French came, they mentioned to us that ribbons across the chest were a sign of royalty. We wished to show no monarchist inclinations, and so we very quickly decided we would remove our ribbons and instead put upon our epaulets, which until then had been plain, knotted epaulets, stars. I, of course, have 3 as Commander-in-Chief. Lesser generals will have 2 and 1 star. You may also note that our cockades, which for officers were black, the French wore white. And when we became allied with them, we added a white center to our cockades. The French, wearing white cockades, added black to their centers to denote that they were our allies. I hope that this has illuminated for you some of the reasons behind our uniforms and what you see when we are wearing them in the field. Good day.
As George Washington's lifelong friend, I, James Craik, Surgeon General of the Continental Army, record this story as one among many attesting to his greatness. Excellency, I did not expect to see you this night.
I'm mulling something over, James. Any needs I take stock.
Well, this way. The men will be very glad to see you.
Gentlemen, how many have we?
All men, rank and file, sir. 10,104.
Of which almost 6,000 are too ill to depend upon.
Add 4 regiments from the Northern Army. Just arrived. Cadwallader brings perhaps another 1,800.
Most beaten down by cold or disease. In short, General, a very thin force.
That's thick enough for me. War Council, gentlemen. My quarters within the hour.
Yes, Your Excellency. Yes, indeed.
Dr. Craik, I need to see the men.
Sir.
A war council. But we're settled in winter quarters.
As other Brits, Larry, and their Hessian hired hands. What better time to tan their hides?
Your family would be proud to see how bravely you bear your burden. And where are you from, lad?
Virginia, sir. On the Pamunkey, hard by the Chamberlain holdings. They say you know that area well, sir.
I do.
It was back in the spring of 1758.
Colonel Washington. Mr. Chamberlain. Colonel Washington. Knew who it was the moment I spotted you. Who else has that stature, I asked. Unexpected pleasure, eh? Ladies will be delighted.
Oh, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I carry dispatches to the governor, and
No,
I'm
good
afraid...
friend. Man must eat, no? And your servant here needs time to tend the horses. Besides, 'tis time for dinner.
Well, you are a most generous soul.
Washington, a 26-year-old British colonial officer fighting in the French and Indian War, was riding to Williamsburg on military business. According to family legend, this is where his love story with Martha began.
I'm delighted to stop by, though I fear I have but an hour to spare.
Oh, meet the guests, eh? Then decide.
Frenchie has no future in the Ohio. He has no taste for settlement. And it's only people, not armies. Look at this. The very man that can tell us all about the frontier. Where on earth did you find him, brother?
Rushing to Williamsburg to offer Governor Dinwiddie all the details, Thomas.
Oh, but you must tell us first, Colonel.
Let the man breathe, Thomas.
Mrs. Chamberlain. Ladies, how very gracious of you to receive me.
The grace is yours, if you can satisfy my husband's curiosity. Mrs. Custis, May I present Colonel George Washington, our dear friend, Martha Dandridge Custis.
Your servant, madam.
Day is done.
I knew of your late husband and thought well of him.
I thank you, sir.
Are you a soldier, sir?
Yes, I am, young man.
Have you killed Indians?
Jackie, take your sister and find cook. I'm sure your tea's ready. Your heroism has made an irrevocable impression, Colonel.
Mrs. Custis, I would rather not spoil this moment with discussing the rugged scenes of war.
Oh? You would prefer delicate tales of poets and lovers?
I would, madam. You see, I have a heart susceptible to the tenderest passion.
Seven months later, Washington and the widow Custis were married. 16 years after that, the Revolutionary War broke out. By the end of 1776, the situation had grown desperate. His Excellency knew that without a victory, he could not hold the army together, and all would be lost. Time was not on his side. As His Excellency put it, a strike must be struck.
Hello now, gentlemen. Let's proceed.
This treason adds a wilderness of uncertainties.
Our country's full of cursed creatures, called Tories.
And now they know that our men are exhausted and unpaid.
If this fails, the game is pretty near up.
For heaven's sake, keep it yourselves.
Dire necessity will now justify the attempt. Now, by crossing at these unguarded points here and here, with every man we have, we should land undetected. If a Hessian patrol should spot one element, they should not be alarmed, expecting multiple crossings for a full invasion. We make our way south in two groups, General Sullivan's force and my own. General Stephen will break away, flank west, and surround them. Timing will be crucial, but with Colonel Knox's artillery on the heights, we can expect a clear passage.
Your Excellency, I'm game enough. But my men...
A long march in deepening snow and a better half without boots. For Sullivan's men, a defeat could be inevitable.
There will be no defeat. This is our land, gentlemen. Our country. Ours. It is that for which we fight. We know every creek and river, every hill and glen of our homes. We have a cause, a reason to offer our lives forfeit if need be. We fight to be free. This is not merely a battle, gentlemen. It is the very meaning of our existence. Now is the time to strike.
All the same, I would not underestimate the redcoats, sir.
He's a soldier by trade, and a fearsome fighter wherever they put him down.
But not invincible. It's victory or death, gentlemen.
I'll vouchsafe that. Never forget Braddock. Never. His Excellency was there. He saw the great fighting redcoat at close range.
Braddock was the British general dispatched to the American colonies to drive the French and their Indian allies from the Ohio Territory. Colonel Washington of the Virginia Colony's militia and a British subject was serving the crown as an aide to Braddock.
Compliments, General Braddock, sir.
If I may, sir, might I suggest we take the precaution of allowing the American force to take to the woods and scout the terrain?
And have my army wandering about like women about their shop hopping? Why would I do that, I wonder?
Well, they know this frontier, sir. They can read the forest, see how the birds fly.
The birds? With their wings, I'm told.
Take care! Sir, Colonel Gage reports clear passage ahead.
Thank you, Captain Bannister. I've put out flankers. Colonel Gage's advance guard will tell us if the enemy's about. Look here, I know you mean well, but I'm really long past having advice given to me by a provincial officer. Thank you.
Sir.
Up!
Right! Forward!
As we saw Washington grasp command from the dying Braddock, we knew we were in the presence of a great leader. His bravery was extraordinary. He looked death in the face and never flinched. For many of us, this was the beginning of our new nation, for we had learned the Redcoat was not invincible. 20 years later, in a small farmhouse on the Delaware, that same determination and courage were present, inspiring us all.
We have to exert ourselves to look forward with hope that some strange luck may yet turn up in our favor. Now, I have determined to cross the river and make an attack on Trenton.
And from that council of war, His Excellency boldly led us into a battle he was determined to win.
Move quickly, men! Move quickly, men!
Might be our greatest victory.
The crossing and the 9-mile march to Trenton that followed were even more difficult than His Excellency had imagined. But the enemy troops were caught totally by surprise. We captured 900 prisoners and untold arms and supplies. It was a grand victory. Later, His Excellency thanked divine providence that not one American soldier had died. 7 long years would pass before the peace treaty of 1783. Toward the end, some of Washington's officers suggested the army overthrow the civilian government. Some even suggested crowning him king. But he would have no part of that. When the war was finally over, he went to the United States Congress and resigned his military commission. Gave up all his power.
I have now the honor of offering my sincere congratulations to Congress, and of presenting myself before them to surrender into their hands the trust committed to me. I hereby offer my commission and take leave of all the employments of public life.
He put America into the hands of the people, where it belonged. His resignation accepted, he mounted up and rode home to Mount Vernon.
Oh, you are heavy.
All right, I'll see you later.
Will we ever see his like again? Perhaps, if we remain true to his memory.
I am Nate, and George Washington, how did you become a great general?
Well, how did I become a great general? I, first of all, appreciate that approbation. It's lovely to hear you call me a great general. I'm not so sure I would call myself that, but truth be told, I became a soldier when I was 21 years of age. I joined the Virginia Colonial Regiment as a much lower ranking officer, but I was promoted and ultimately became a colonel. That's a rank just below general, and I was the commander of all the forces of Virginia, fighting in a war called the French and Indian War in western Pennsylvania at the time. And it was there that I learned about military tactics and military thinking. As the years unfolded, we here in British America found ourselves having big problems with the king and the king's ministers and Mother England. So it got to such a serious point that we declared war against Great Britain. And someone had to lead the new army. And so the gentlemen of the Congress put their heads together, and after considering a number of individuals, they decided unanimously to choose me to be General Washington, the commander-in-chief of the Continental Army. I had some successes, I had some failures, but as someone many years ago said, it's not simply about winning the battles, it's about winning the war. And with the help of divine providence and a little luck, we were successful.
Click the subscribe button below and the bell icon to get notifications for new videos about George Washington and behind-the-scenes work at Mount Vernon.
I'm asking if George Washington had the gun in the army.
Did George Washington carry a gun in the army? That's a tricky question, and the answer is technically no, because in the 18th century, a gun would have been a long arm or a musket or rifle, and Washington did not carry that in the army. He was an officer, so his main job was to lead the men rather than to do the heavy fighting. He would have been armed, though, for personal defense. He would have been mounted, and he would have carried a sword and then a pair of pistols mounted in holsters on the horse. In our collection, we have several of George Washington's swords, and one of them we know was carried by Washington during the Revolution. It appears in several of the portraits that are painted of him during that time. It has a beautiful pierced silver hilt and then a very fine German blade on it. So it's very beautiful, but also potentially lethal. We also have one of the pairs or braces of pistols that he would have carried during that period. And unfortunately, many years after George Washington died, a curious individual came along, picked up one of the pistols, tried to fire it incorrectly, and it exploded. So they just barely survived, but you can still get a sense of the workmanship and how effective they would have been for Washington in his day. They have some wonderful silver inlay, and then you see this engraving on the lock plate with the maker's name.
Click the subscribe button below and the bell icon to get notifications for new videos about George Washington and behind-the-scenes work at Mount Vernon.
My name is Mark Wilson. I am at 6th grade at Riverside Elementary School, and I want to know if George Washington voted for independence in the First Continental Congress.
The question is, did George Washington vote yes for independence in the Continental Congress? It's an interesting question because no, he didn't actually vote yes for independence in the Continental Congress because he wasn't there. He was actually in the field fighting against the British at the time the Continental Congress was debating the question of independence. Washington very much favored independence, however, because once the Declaration of Independence was passed, he had it read to all of his troops. He was in New York at the time, preparing New York for the invasion of the British, and they did come, and eventually they did fight. So George Washington was very much in favor of independence. In fact, he would be a stalwart supporter of independence and did not ever want to compromise and have some sort of compromise peace but instead persisted through the long 8 years of the war until finally the war was won. One of the extraordinary pieces in our collection is a letter from George Washington to his wife, Martha Washington. And it's extraordinary because the correspondence between them doesn't exist. We assume that she burnt it after he died or destroyed it. That was pretty common in the 18th century. But we do have one fantastic letter that has survived. It's one of two that survived underneath a desk drawer in Martha's desk as it descended into her family. Someone discovered this letter and donated it to Mount Vernon. So this is an extraordinary letter because George Washington writes it from Philadelphia in June of 1775. If you remember what's happening in that moment, the American Revolutionary War really begins with the shots heard round the world at the Battle of Lexington and Concord in Massachusetts. And that's when George Washington steps onto the stage that's going to make him the most famous man in the 18th century. He's appointed the commander-in-chief of that army in Philadelphia, and he has to leave. He has to get all his stuff together and leave and go to Boston. So this letter is a letter of departure to Martha. She's back at Mount Vernon. He writes to her, I don't have much time to write much. I'm surrounded by people. I hope to see you at the end of the campaign. But he does say, but I retain for you an unalterable affection which neither time nor distance can change. It's a beautiful sentiment. He doesn't have a Hallmark store that he can run out to and grab a letter. He's got to come up with that on the fly in the middle of all this chaos. And it does give us that little glimpse into that very special relationship that we know was crucial to them both.
Wrote this book, all three of us. It was a perfect storm of three individuals. I did most of the writing. Stuart Mowbray, my co-author, did the layout and all the photography, and Brian Hendelson's the man who made it possible. In 2014, Brian acquired the last remaining Washington-owned sword that's in private hands. And as it came to Mount Vernon and we started looking at that sword in conjunction with the other Washington swords, it almost screamed at us that nobody had ever decided to tackle this amazing group of swords. There are no other groups of swords from the period that were assembled over an adult's lifetime, over the course of decades, that just by chance belonged to a very important individual. So it was a golden opportunity to take these swords, tell their stories, relate them to each other, and at the same time clear up some of the misinformation that's been bandied about concerning a lot of these swords. And not to mention nowadays with the quality photography that you can do, it was a chance to show these things in full beautiful color. Conservatively, he had at least 11, but I'm betting there were more. If somebody really tried to push me and say, how many do you think he had? I would bet the number was probably closer to maybe 16, maybe 18. We just don't know. Most of his swords could be seen as dual purpose. The swords that he had that were true military instruments, from what we can tell, were all gifts. They weren't swords he went out and purchased. The swords that we know he went out and acquired tend to be katos, which are, sort of lightly hilted, curved-bladed weapons that could be worn while out riding, or they could be worn on military service. And the more formal type of sword, a small sword with a longer, straight blade and a particular type of hilt architecture, was the sort of thing he would have worn on more dressy occasions. But none of them were specifically military. None of the swords he acquired for himself. There's one in private hands, the last one. There are 4 that are owned by the Mount Vernon Ladies Association. There are 2 at Morristown National Historic Park. And there's one at the State Library of New York in Albany. The only one we can place for sure is the steel-hilted smallsword that's now in the collection of the New York State Library. There was a description penned by a visitor who paid a call to Washington at the presidential mansion in Philadelphia in 1795, and he describes Washington wearing a black velvet suit and having a beautiful steel-hilted smallsword at his side with a white vellum scabbard. So we know that one's there for sure. It's fairly safe to assume that the green-handled Kato was seen on Washington's side in the 1790s when he was president, and he was reviewing troops that were headed off. So we knew he wore that then. We know for sure that the silver-hilted smallsword of 1767 was the sword that he probably wore when he resigned his commission, and probably the one he wore when he was inaugurated for the first time in 1789. Probably the best group of paintings are the series of portraits of Washington done during the Revolutionary War period by Charles Wilson Peale, and they show a variety of Washington swords which still exist. There are a number of portraits that show small swords that we're not quite sure. There's a particular portrait that has a sword that looks very much like the 1767 small sword, but the color's wrong. The color of the grip looks like it's copper. It doesn't quite make sense, so that could be taken as evidence for the existence of another sword that's currently whereabouts unknown. When we get into the 19th century, by that point, Washington is long gone. He's out of the public eye. His swords have been dispersed, and they're in the hands of descendants. And I guess you had to kind of come up with a basic sword to put in your painting. But a few of them got it right. When Vanderlyn executed a beautiful version of the Lansdowne portrait of Washington after Stuart's original, he very clearly depicted the steel-hilted smallsword, which was then in the possession of George Corbin Washington. This is in the 1830s. He obviously had access to this sword and put it in that particular painting. When Leutze painted his famous Washington crossing the Delaware River, he very clearly shows an erroneous representation of what's clearly the Bailey silver and ivory hilted Kato. But that sword, by 1850, was in the hands of the United States people because it had been donated through Congress in 1843. So he certainly would have had access to it. He would have been able to see it. Or he may have seen a representation of that sword in the 1779 Peale canvas showing Washington at the Battle of Princeton. The one sword that Washington had that I would say would have been unfashionable is a 17th century sword that we believe is ancestral, so he would have inherited it. And like anything you might get from your ancestor, you cherish it, you love it, but you don't necessarily want to use it all the time. Washington was very conscious of his image. He followed fashion, and one of the best ways you can look at how he kept fashionable is if you follow his succession of small swords. True, one of them was a gift, but they distinctly follow what was really in fashion in London between the 1750 period and what was really fashionable at the height of the Revolution. His steel-hilted smallsword, we've recently found out dates from at least 1779. We have concrete proof of that in Washington's own words that it was in his hands, but it's almost an ahead-of-its-time sword. Most sword scholars would look at it and place it in the mid-1780s at the earliest. We know swords like this did exist as early as the late 1770s, but it's the sort of thing you'd expect to see just in London. So how Washington gets his hands on one at the height of the Revolution, when he's certainly doing no business with anybody in London, is a real mystery to us. He had a very interesting provision. He decided that he wanted 5 of his nephews, not all of his nephews, 5 specific nephews, each to pick one sword, and then the order he listed them in his will is the order they were to choose. And he put in an interesting passage in there. He said, in talking about the swords, he quantified them as, of which I may die possessed. So he's telling you, sometimes I get rid of swords, sometimes people give me swords, sometimes I buy a new sword. I don't know how long I'm going to live. Swords come and go. So that's a very sort of a tantalizing insight into the way he saw them.
All my books are about leadership in one way or another. And in Washington, I see the ultimate leader, someone who can actually learn from his experience. You know, we all think we can learn from our experience, but in reality, we are pretty much who we are from the very beginning. And with Washington, he was a very fiery personality, a personality in the beginning of his life that was surprisingly close to Arnold. He was when it came to the battlefield, his natural inclinations were very aggressive. And throughout the arc of the story I tell in Valiant Ambition, Washington really learns that for the good of his country, even though it is contrary to how he would like to be as a military commander, he has to fight a defensive war, a war of posts. And this just drives him crazy. It's not the way he wants to do it. He wants to take that bold stroke that ends this war quickly, because he recognizes more than anyone that this country is in danger of falling apart. And yet you see him stumble several times, but ultimately he realizes the only way he's going to see this through, the only way that they're going to outlast the British is if he fights a defensive war. And so you see Washington evolve as a leader and develop incredible political skills, where it's interesting, while he learns militarily he needs to fight a defensive war, he takes, when it comes to his political management of Congress, of rivals in the Army, he proves to be a very astute, and when he needs to be, aggressive political insider. And so Washington, in those 4 years, evolves in remarkable ways. And so that at the point when Arnold threatens to dissolve this country, Washington, I feel, has reached the point where he is the one, through sheer force of personality and determination, is holding it together. Arnold and Washington, it's surprising to us today. We think of Washington as this careful, pragmatic leader, who will not take unnecessary chances. But there's a part of him that was very much like Arnold. And I think, Arnold was in many ways what Washington could have been if he was 10 years younger and not saddled with the terrible responsibility of command. He could have gone in there and been that kind of battlefield hero that worked miracles on the battlefield. I mean, that I think was a kind of fantasy for Washington, but he couldn't, of course, he realized he couldn't do that as commander-in-chief. And so he had, I think, great sympathy and respect for Arnold as a warrior. And he realized he could carry it too far, but he lacked those kinds of military figures in his army. He desperately needed someone like an Arnold. And I think it created kind of a blind spot for him. And Washington was, unlike Arnold, a very trusting person by personality. He gave the people he trusted. He had to, or he couldn't have created a functioning army. And so Arnold caught, it wasn't until Arnold caught a lot of people by surprise, but Washington in particular. And yet I think one of Washington's greatest moments is after he learns of Arnold's attempt to turn over West Point. Everyone around him is fulminating with outrage. And Washington, you can tell, is feeling this. But he writes this incredible letter to his French counterpart, Rochambeau, putting it in an immense perspective. Here he is in the midst of all of this. One of his best generals has gone to the British, and he says, the remarkable thing is here we are, this new republic in the middle of a battle, and the remarkable thing is there haven't been more attempts like this. And and he was able to see the long view while people around him are surrendering to their passions. He, through his force of personality and character, a character that he has been creating all his life, is able to contain that and to turn those energies in a positive and ultimately constructive direction.
So having a sword like this was very much a mark of genteel status or gentlemanly status. And one of the reasons for that is this is not a cutting sword. This is not a hacking sword that you would just go out in the field and kind of swish around. Having a sword like this implies that you have the skill to wield it, and that means that you had probably trained in the art of fencing, and ergo, you had the money and leisure to do that, so you must be a gentleman. So having this kind of sword had very definite social implications that people in the 18th century would definitely have recognized. So one question that people ask is, well, really, how good a swordsman was George Washington? And we don't really have any definite descriptions of that. There are references that he suggests he took fencing lessons as a young man in Fredericksburg. And there is a reference from one Frenchman who noted that Washington was particularly graceful in how he carried his sword, how he moved with it. He had that gentlemanly air. So George Washington's 1767 small sword is one of our most treasured artifacts here at Mount Vernon, and we hope you will come and see it. It's on display at the Donald W. Reynolds Museum here at George Washington's Mount Vernon. Please come and see it.